And welcome to today's meeting / work session of the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners. The meeting will be called to order. We do have a quorum. Good morning, everybody. And the commission meeting work session here for March 9th is being held in person. This work session will be viewed in person both at the chambers, on the SGTV, on YouTube, and by registering to participate in the Zoom webinar. Residents can provide public comment in person or by registering to speak on the Seminole County website and Board of County Commissioners webpage. There will you find a link to register to the webinar entitled Meeting / Webinar Registration and Helpful Hints. If you are unable to join us via computer online, interested parties should call 407-665-0808 for additional information on how to participate via the telephone. We will take public comment on each item as it appears on the agenda. In order to be recognized to speak, if you are using a computer or iPad, you will need to use the raise hand feature, or if you're calling on telephone, you will need to press *9. If you attend the meeting in person, you will be required to wear a mask and social distance. If you do not have a mask, one will be provided for you. Also, please silence all cell phones and electronic devices before we begin. Thank you very much. Kurt is one of our employees, and he is a deacon, and he will provide the invocation this morning. Kurt, where are you? Wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Madam County Manager, and our County Attorney, Bryant. Would you please all join me in prayer? Let us start in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Gracious Father, we give you thanks this day for the precious gift of life. Help us every day as your children to use the gifts and talents you have given us to care for our neighbor. We ask for your blessing on all here in Seminole County and throughout the nation who fight against this COVID-19 pandemic. Our commission leadership, our emergency management team, our healthcare workers, our fire department, and law enforcement personnel, along with the countless others who work so hard to bring comfort and relief to your suffering people. Lord, we ask that you continue to give wisdom, strength, and perseverance to our county commission and employees so that they may not only be a leader in the response to this pandemic, but a shining light in this time of darkness. As public servants, help us to be good stewards of the people's tax dollars and also look for alternative solutions for the poor and homeless in our society. We ask all these things in the holy name of Jesus Christ, your Son. Amen.
Amen. Kurt, would you please tell us what church you're deacon of?
Oh, I'm up in St. Peter's Catholic Church in DeLand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have Commissioner Sheena Britton with us today. Would you like to come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Britton. As has been our throughout this pandemic, our first item on the agenda is an update from Mr. Harris, and I think that this is today marks an occasion that we don't really want to celebrate, but is this not the anniversary of the first year of them being starting the pandemic? So
it has been 1 year since I've been providing updates to you each and every meeting on COVID-19. This Friday will be 1 year of Emergency Operations Center activation. You all have heard from me a lot, so over the last 2 weeks I've phoned a friend and I'm going to have some other folks speak to you today because I'm sure you're tired of hearing from me. So I've asked first Donna Walsh, doesn't need an introduction, but the director of the Florida Department of Health, Seminole County, which has just done an incredible job, and I know you all would agree, in the testing, the contact tracing, the vaccine distribution, just every aspect of COVID-19. I think Seminole County is clearly the leader when you look across the state of Florida, and I don't say that because I work for Seminole County, but I say that because I see other counties calling us and wanting to model their programs after us. So I'm going to ask Donna to come up and speak for a few minutes and give you an update, and then I asked Dr. Husty also to come and give an update as well. I'm available for questions, but they will probably answer questions better than me. So, Donna?
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Nicole, and County Manager, and Brian Applegate. And Alan, thank you for those kind words, but it takes a village, it's a team effort, and we are very blessed here in Seminole County to have not only the county support, but all the community support as well. I can't emphasize that enough. In this community, in this county, people pull together in time of need and crisis. So we're very blessed here. As I often do on reports, on our conference calls, I will go over the numbers with you all. There are signs of hope here, of improvement. We have seen a steady decline in the number of reported positive cases daily. However, I say a steady decline versus, you saw the peak rise very steeply. Unfortunately, the peak is not coming down as steeply as it rose. So I do have a couple of slides to demonstrate some of the data that I'm going to share with you this morning. The unofficial report we at the Health Department received from the Florida Department of Health, a daily report, comes out about 6:30 in the morning. This is our unofficial report. That's then confirmed by about 2 o'clock every afternoon. But I will give you the unofficial numbers this morning. We have a total of 27,924 reported COVID-19 cases in Seminole County since the start of this response. As far as current positive cases, those that we're following in isolation and quarantine, 1,293, and this is reported this morning in the 9 o'clock EOC briefing that we have daily. We've had a total of 442 deaths, unfortunately. And if you think back, I know this is the anniversary of when the EOC started, when they opened for this response, but looking back at March 20th, we had a total of 8 deaths reported just about a year ago. And so, this certainly shows you over time, one death is too many. And of course, our mission is to save lives and to keep people from suffering severe illness and hospitalization. So if you look back just a month ago, February 5th, we had 57 less deaths. We were at 385 deaths. So that just tells you in a 1-month period of time how many deaths have occurred. Our hospitalizations is also an indicator of the severe illness that's occurring in our community and the burden on our healthcare systems, whether or not we have the resources to treat those who with this severe illness. Dr. Husty will speak more to that as well. But we've had a total of 1,145 hospitalizations, currently 67. Looking back about a month ago, we were at 89 current hospitalizations. So you can see the steady decline, but certainly it's not at the numbers that we had back in May of last year. I'm going to see if I can navigate for you. So this is just a graph showing the moving average by week of the number of reported cases. If you, another couple of indicators that we look at are the daily positivity rates. So that means of all of those who are tested for COVID in our community, how many of those percentage-wise test positive. And that number has gone down as well. For a good many weeks, we were way above 10%. For the last 3 to 4 weeks, we've been under 10%. So on March 7th, we were at 7.45% positivity rate. That daily positivity rate is also an indicator for long-term care facilities, nursing homes, and ALFs. For those who follow the CMS guidelines, if it's over 10%, they have to test more frequently, which is twice weekly. Right now, because we have maintained for over 2 weeks less than 10%, they're testing once weekly, and that's all their residents and staff. So if you look at the total number of cases reported for the last week, we had 575 compared to the week before, 588. And then if you look back about a month ago, we had 896 compared to the 1,178. So January 21st through 27th, 1,178 cases reported for that week. January 28th through February 3rd, 896. So again, demonstrates that we are starting to see a decline in the number of positive cases reported. Another indicator, of course, we monitor closely those in our long-term care facilities, our most vulnerable population, who are testing positive. A total of 1,509 cases associated with our long-term care facilities. And good news today is that there are only 9 positive residents in our long-term care facilities, whereas we have seen double digits for a long while. And so we are seeing some improvement there. A lot of that can be attributed to the vaccine, because that was one of our priority 1A groups, which is those 65 years of age and older, those in our long-term care facilities, as well as our first responders, EMTs, paramedics, and other healthcare workers. So if you look at, I'll go to the next one here. This looks very busy, but you can see the hospitalizations, the cases, and the deaths. So your cases are in the blue there, your deaths are in the blue, and then you'll see your hospitalization. The cases are the spikes, the green, and those really align with holidays when people congregate and get together. We certainly have experienced COVID fatigue. We're not unlike any other county or any other state in the nation, or globally, honestly. This has been a long journey, and people are tired. And we have seen a lot of stressors on our community. There's all sorts of health outcomes associated with COVID-19, not just the virus itself. So, mental stress, the loss of jobs, and family members becoming ill, and some of them dying. There's just a lot of stressors, and so people are certainly experiencing COVID fatigue. This graph demonstrates for you when the mask ordinance went into effect, June 29th, which was just prior to the July 4th holiday. Considering that the incubation period for COVID is 2 to 14 days, there's a story to be said here about this graph, in which you can see after the July 4th holiday where we did have a peak in cases, it gradually came down. And I know we have demonstrated this before in many of our press conferences. But you can also see with each holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Labor Days, and their New Year's, we certainly peaked. In fact, it was anticipated that over the Thanksgiving, Christmas holidays that we would experience a peak nationwide. That came to fruition because people tend to come together. There was a lot of travel during that time as well. So it's been a very rough couple of months. We've seen an increase in the number of deaths during that time as well. And as you can see, as mentioned before, the curve is coming down at this point, and we're hopeful that it will continue to come down. This gives you an idea of the vaccine coverage in our community. So of those 65 years and older, we have vaccinated about 57% of our population in that age group. That is good, but we're not there yet. We're in the top 25 counties in the state that have vaccinated at that level or more. And there are a few counties, of course, their population for 65 years of age and older is less than 2,000, but they have vaccinated close to 80%. Ours, our demographic for 65 years of age and older makes up 16% of our county, and so we still have a long ways to go there, of course. Now, the other that the governor just opened up, a priority area that the governor just opened up to recently, was those with severe underlying health conditions. And so folks with severe underlying health conditions are also very susceptible to complications from the COVID-19 virus. This particular graphic shows you the vaccine coverage, first and second doses. The gray curve there is total first and second doses. And then the green bars show you how many cases reported daily. That number is coming down. Does vaccine have something to do with that? Yes. Is it 100% affecting that curve? No. Okay. So it takes a combination at this point because of a number of factors. You may have heard of the CDC recommendations yesterday for folks who have received first, second doses. Can they be around other people now without the use of protective measures? The CDC has cautiously put out guidelines that if you're fully vaccinated and you visit a household where people are not vaccinated, they recommend just visitation to limited or one household. Can you go to other households where they're fully vaccinated? Yes, without the use of the protective coverings. So they're being cautious about rolling out the guidelines, and there's a number of reasons for that. One is that we have hovering out there the variants. The research is still out as to how effective the Moderna, Pfizer vaccines, and now Johnson & Johnson are against those variant strains. They are somewhat protective, but they just don't know the extent of the protection at this point. So the advice at this moment is to wear the protective coverings. Why is that? Well, Moderna and Pfizer during the clinical trials were produced during a time where the variants were unknown. The variants are known now, so they're going back. In fact, Moderna just submitted a booster dose to the National Institutes of Health for study because they're anticipating that a booster dose may be needed to protect against the South African variant. In South Africa, they have been selective as to which vaccine would be most effective for their population. And so they have selected a vaccine they felt like would provide the optimal protection. So there's a number of factors. That's why the use of the protective facial covering, social distancing, and hygiene is still very important in our community, especially with those who are most susceptible to complications for severe illness and death. So let me see. This shows you the number of cases and deaths in long-term care facilities. So you can see over time, the percentage of deaths are lower associated with long-term care facilities, as the orange line there. But we are still receiving reports of deaths from long-term care facilities. They are about 46% of our total number of deaths at this point are associated with long-term care facilities, so 216 out of the 442 reported. That the number of deaths associated are coming down. We're not seeing as many as frequently, but they are still occurring because, again, this is our most vulnerable population, 65 years of age and older and with severe underlying health conditions. But I will also say that 88 to 89% of the deaths that are reported in Seminole County are in that age group, 65 years of age and older. It doesn't mean that the other age groups are immune to severe complications or death by any means, because we have had reported deaths occur in other age groups. Fortunately, in this county, we have not had reported deaths in our pediatric population. That's a blessing. In other counties, that's in statewide, that's not necessarily the case. So again, the ones, the people who are most vulnerable certainly are the ones we talked about, but that doesn't mean that younger people are immune to severe illness or hospitalizations or deaths. So as far as vaccination, as you all are very familiar, this is our population. We're growing. We're almost at the 500,000. Hopefully we reach that. That seems to be a magic number for resources, right? Funding. So 486,795. Our 65-plus population is just under 78,000, or 16% of our population. We have vaccinated so far over 44,000 of that population, or 57% as mentioned. This also lets you know in which age groups, and you may ask, well, why are the younger age groups showing vaccinated? If they're a healthcare worker, they would qualify. So the 16 to 24, doubtful that 16 years old. Okay, it's somewhere between the 18 to 24. But we have had young people that come to our pods. They are healthcare workers. They qualified for a vaccine. You can see that in there. So totally, we have vaccinated about a little over 16% of our total population. And if you look at, because the Pfizer vaccine can be used in 16 years of age and older, if you look at just our adult population, we have vaccinated a little over 13% total. We have a long ways to go, for protecting our entire community. This also gives you a sense. We've talked a lot about vaccine hesitancy, throughout the state as well as nation. And understandably so. This vaccine was developed in a very short timeline compared to what we're accustomed to. But reassurances are in place that it is safe and effective. And so more and more people, even in our communities where there was initially vaccine hesitancy, are requesting revisits to the community so that they can receive vaccine. So more and more confidence and that people becoming comfortable the vaccine is occurring. One challenge that we are facing, and you'll see here under the other category is 25% total vaccinated. We have a number of folks who are not filling out the forms, with ethnicity and race. So it makes it very difficult for us to entirely understand if we're reaching populations and where those gaps might be. So we are going back, our data team, and looking at data cleaning, if you will, making sure that we capture race and ethnicity, especially in our pods. The registration desk, please ask people, what do you identify as? Sometimes it's an uncomfortable question, but we really need to know in order to know where to focus our efforts in the community and make sure everybody has equal opportunity to receive a vaccine. And so you'll see here that our white Caucasian population here in Seminole, 78.6%. We have vaccinated about 12% of our Caucasian white population. Our black population, African American, 13.1%. In Seminole County, we have vaccinated about 6% of that population based on the data we currently have. And again, in my opinion, it's incomplete because of the other or unknown categories filled out. And same with Hispanic population, about 22% of our population. And you'll see there that I believe it's 4%. Yes, 4.9. Okay. And then female and male, about equal, close, although a little bit more females, okay, vaccinated. So I asked Alan to share this graphic. His team had put this together last week because together we have really tried to focus on every area of the county that we possibly can. There have been well over 30 outreach events. These last 2 weeks have focused on partnerships with faith-based organizations, and they have been wonderful in being host to the vaccines for the community, reaching out to all community members. Our faith-based organizations, churches, are trusted in their communities, so it's been very helpful to partner with them. Also, we have reached out to community centers and other locations, ease of access for folks to get to. Currently, the American Muslim Social Services has, as well as Allied Health, has supported us at our vaccine pod in Oviedo. And American Muslim Social Services has been reaching out to underserved communities for the last several weeks now on Saturdays. They have vaccinated close to 300 each Saturday. They're moving into their second dose series this coming Saturday. Well, actually, I guess last Saturday they started. And Allied Health, located there at historic Goldsboro Boulevard, they are also providing vaccines Monday through Friday for those in the community that may not have access to transportation to get to one of our vaccine pods. Our efforts will continue. We also, through the county support, have secured a vaccine trailer that has been out to one location so far. There's a couple things that we are adjusting, but we plan to do many events, many events, I guess, throughout the community to continue to reach those who may not be able to get to one of our pods. So talking about the variants, I know I mentioned it. Here in Seminole County, we have a total of 13 of the UK variant, or B117, reported thus far. And just to put a qualifying point on that, not every specimen is tested for variants. There's a select few private laboratories that are actually testing, Helix being one of those. LabCorp just came on board recently. University of South Florida has started to test some samples. Our Bureau of Public Health Laboratories, there are 3 locations throughout the state. They are testing randomly, but not every specimen. So this gives you a glimpse as to what's occurring in the community, but it's not comprehensive either. The South African variant, there is a specimen that is currently under review at our state laboratory in Jacksonville. An independent lab here in Central Florida has identified a potential South African variant. So we're waiting on final word whether or not that is the case. So, this is a factor, as I mentioned, as to the spread of this virus throughout our community. We certainly don't want to look at a repeat of last year. We want to stay ahead of these variants. We want to protect people, and hence why all of those measures that we've talked about many, many times are still in place, along with the vaccines. So as you may be aware, the Pfizer vaccine, which is reportedly 95% effective at preventing COVID-19, severe illness, hospitalization, and death, Moderna 94.1%, and Johnson & Johnson, or Janssen, just came out, or available, I should say, to the state of Florida and thus to our county. We're waiting on final direction as to when we can use the 3,000 doses we received last week, but that will be coming down from the governor's office soon. It's about 66.3% effective, but if they also report about 85% effective against severe illness, hospitalization, and death. So everyone is encouraged, it's personal choice, to certainly receive any one of these 3 vaccines that are available in the United States currently. There are other vaccines under study that certainly will become available in the United States as well. Other countries are using other manufactured vaccines in their communities as well. So more will become available. Our hopes are that soon, very soon, this vaccine will become available to our private community, private practices, our doctors' offices, our cancer centers. Hospitals already have access to the vaccine. There are 21 Publix pharmacies that now have access to this vaccine through the federal pharmacy program, Walmart, CVS, Walgreens. So the availability will be more widespread, and folks will have more access to the vaccine in the coming weeks. We're very encouraged by that. It really is dependent on vaccine supply. So the more supply that the country has, the state has, the more availability throughout. And honestly, the priority levels that we hear about are only put in place because of the vaccine supply limitations. And so we want everybody to have opportunity to get the vaccine, not just those in the priority groups, but honestly, we have to look at the data to see who is most susceptible to severe illness, complications, and death. And then this is a graphic the CDC just put out. I know there's a lot of questions around the use of masks, the continued use of masks now that vaccines are out and about and available. As I mentioned, throughout this presentation, we are making progress, but we're simply, we don't have the coverage in our county yet in order to not remain vigilant and protective, utilizing these protective measures. So with that, I will ask Dr. Todd Husty to come up to speak more on the hospital. And I'm going to go back to slide 4. He wanted to just have that available, and then we'll answer any questions you may have after Dr. Husty reports.
Donna, I think all of us are so proud of the work that you've done, but I just want to make sure that if anyone has any questions before you get off the podium. Anybody have any questions of Ms. Walsh? Okay. Dr. Husty, before you start, I need to apologize. During the state of the county, somebody pointed out that I called you Dr. Husky. And,
That's all right.
and it was all a compliment, sir.
I'll take it.
Dr. Husty, you're recognized.
Chairman, that's not the first time. When Everett Husky was active in this county, and I was here, and I got called Husky every time, not just sometimes. Anyway, so thank you all for having me. And It's nice to be here in person. I've really missed the in-person part of my life. We're trying to get back to it. At age 69, I now have 2 Moderna shots in me, and I have some immunity, and I feel better. I want to talk about this pandemic and how it's still here, and I'd like to talk about what works. I'd like to talk about impact on individuals, and I'd like to talk about variance, because that's could be the game changer. So we still have a pandemic. I mean, it's just very, very clear that we are still in the middle of a pandemic. I tried to do the math, and you've seen some math today, is we've vaccinated about 60,000 people. About 30,000 have known disease or have had known disease. Depending on Frank Martz in Altamont, and somewhat with the CDC, thinks that there might be 1 to 1.5 times more people that had asymptomatic disease. If you add all that up, we're at 135,000 people who are either vaccinated or have had previous infection. Unfortunately, is that people who have had previous infection can get sick twice or 3 times, because some immunity does wane off. We don't know exactly what those numbers are. Suffice it to say that about 1/3 of our county has antibodies right now, and that's to the current variants. So about 1/3 of the county. What does it take to get herd immunity? Well, it depends on who you listen to, but the most common numbers are somewhere between 70 to 85% of the population. 70 to 85%. We're upside down. We still have a pandemic with people who are totally unprotected against this disease, completely unprotected, upside down. So about 30% has immunity and 70% doesn't. I would present to you and propose to you that as those numbers flip and we have 70% immunity and 30% without, there's a great conversation to be had about what do we do now. That conversation could be premature. Could be. It is premature. So the impact, I'm old, and somehow some of us old people have felt a little expendable during this disease, because it's like, they're just old people. Well, I'm not that old, you know. I don't think my kids want to see me go yet. And I can out-ski them, which I did last week in Colorado. So far, so good. By the way, in Colorado, it's very interesting. Their lifeblood is tourism, and in Steamboat Springs, nobody argues about wearing a mask. Everybody does it because they want people to show up to keep open. We should never close again. I mean, that's my own opinion, but I think most of us share that, because we've seen what we can do without closing. We've seen what we can do badly without following the rules, or at least with more people not following the rules. So we've done a great job in our long-term care facilities, and the health department and the EOC, where I join in on the meeting as the dotted line over to the side as medical director, every Thursday afternoon with our long-term care facilities. And it's amazing what your folks have done for them. And it's just a lot of praising going around. But because there should be 9 people in long-term care facilities now. Amazing progress. And the EOC and the health department should be applauded greatly for doing that. That was our target, our first target. That doesn't mean it's over. Just because we're winning on our first target doesn't mean we don't have other targets to shoot at. 65 and over, we're doing pretty well, 53%. Great, wonderful. But the impact is not just to those who are at risk for death, although I was at 6 to 8% risk of death at my age group, which didn't sound too good to me, by the way. It's not just risk of death. It's the impact that this has on everybody. The 14-day quarantine once you're exposed. I mean, that hurts everybody. And then the ripple effect of that. But I wanted to also point out that this thing reaches up. It is a devilish virus. It's just a virus. It doesn't know anything. It just knows how to replicate and get into other people and cause disease. But it is devilish. by my standards, because it does affect other people. And if you would indulge me, I would like to call a young, healthy person, Chief, who I keep trying to call every time I talk about South African virus. I want to say Chief Johannesburg, but it's Chief Johannes Meyer. And I'd like for him to tell your story, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I'm vaccinated.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager, County Attorney, thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my testimony and my experience with COVID. As you all know, that I work with the fire department here at Seminole County, the best one I think in the world. We, 1 year ago, as with emergency management, we were in rooms doing ourselves, preparing and planning and trying to figure out what this was going to look like so that we can continue to serve the citizens, which is always the number one, always the number one thing in our mind, and ensuring that our workforce could get out there and protecting our first responders. I would like to thank, as we kind of go through this, the partnerships throughout the county, not only the departments, interagency departments and other agencies that we work with, but also our vendors, and a lot of the unnoticed, or the accolades may not get to them as much as we think that they do, for actually providing a lot of the PPE and the protective equipment that we need to get to the scenes when it was getting scarce very, very quickly. So a lot of the relationships that are built here in Seminole County are built when times are good, and they're utilized very good when times are bad. I'd also like to say the medical director and Christina Brandolini and Bill Telkamp, as early on in this, it's a daily discussion with this. And the reason why I bring this background is because COVID-19 was nothing, it was not unknown to me. I had been living it. It was in the thread of my skin. And then on October 16th of last year, I became ill. I didn't know that I had COVID-19, but I suspected that I was showing symptoms that were similar to that. I was supposed to be going on to a vacation out of state with my whole entire family, and I had put it on hold. And so my wife and I stayed home. We split the house, those kind of things that you hear of everybody that's dealing with. I knew very, very early on that I was sick, and that, I'm hoping that, hey, this is just going to go away. Nobody's visiting us. We can just stay in quarantine. Several days later, on October 20th, I went and had to be admitted to the hospital. Thank the Lord I had my wife with me, because she was the one that recognized that I was having some problems breathing that I didn't really recognize myself. I'm laying in bed, having a fever. You just feel like you don't feel like you want to do anything. And so on October 20th, I went in the hospital. By October 21st, I was asking her to go ensure that the attorney's paperworks are all good, make sure the signatures are taken care of, and didn't really know which way it was going to go. And then I met a infectious disease doctor there who took exceptional care of me. And one of the other things that I'd like to compliment on is that sometimes it's unrecognizable if you're not in the hospital or you're not having to use those services. But we have care here second to none in Seminole County and in the Central Florida region. And I really do believe that I'm standing here today because of where I live. And it's always been a plan in my world that I would live right here in Seminole County. So after a couple of days of being in the hospital, that was Tuesday, early Tuesday. Wednesday was not good. Thursday was getting a little better. And Friday was the first meal that I could remember eating that was worth anything in my world. And so after that, I felt like, hey, I'm going to be doing good. And even before, I really felt like I was 100%. Out the door I went, and back to the house and into quarantine. And then it wasn't very long before I was back on my feet. Luckily, I am not experiencing any long-term effects like a lot of people do. I do not have any kind of medical background from, any kind of disease or anything like that. This was completely caught off guard. I think it was completely caught off guard by a lot of the people that were taking care of me and trying to figure out why this was going on. I'm not sure that they ever know. They ever did find out why my case was so different than, a lot of the others, and why it hit me so hard. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak, and thank you everyone for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay.
Follow that. So, Chief, thank you very much. We talked yesterday about doing this, and I said, you're allowed to say no. I won't think any less of you. He called me back and said, no, I'm going to do it. So his example is that of, it can reach anybody. I mean, obviously, people at risk are more at risk, and people who have comorbid conditions more at risk. We get all that. We understand. The older you are, the more you are at risk. This damn thing still impacts everybody. It impacts us as long as it's around. We have the opportunity to do some prevention. The vaccinations are prevention. Masking and social distancing, prevention. We have the opportunity to do some treatment. Chief Johannesmeyer did not get from what I understand, he didn't have the opportunity to get the outpatient infusion, antibody infusion, which hopefully we're starting next week in Seminole County. Thank you, commissioners, and everyone involved in putting that together, health department, everybody. And we're finally at that point where antibody infusions on people who are ill, but yet not ill enough to be hospitalized, we might be able to slow this thing down with antibody infusions. We have prevention, and we have some treatment. The treatment part is not perfect. That's why people still die. So, the vaccines and the antibody infusions, so some of the prevention and some of the treatment is all aimed at one thing, and it is the spike proteins on the virus. So we all know what the virus looks like. We understand what spike proteins are. Unfortunately, the mutations that go on in COVID-19 are mainly with the spike protein. Think about that. We're getting vaccinated to the spike protein to make antibodies. When you get sick, you make antibodies to the whole thing, but a lot to the spike protein. The antibody infusions we give are to the spike protein. Everything is focused on the spike protein. I don't want to sound like doomsday, but if that spike protein changes through mutations greatly, we start over at square one. That is what we don't want to do. You've heard Dr. Fauci saying that's why we need to get everybody immunized and everybody immunized as quickly as possible. We need to get this to a manageable number. What's a manageable number? Alan and I have talked about this many times, and we have over 1,000 people that we are monitoring daily or at least every other day right now. Great job. I mean, it's just amazing to think that we monitor all these cases. I don't have anything to do with it. Alan and his gang are monitoring these people all the time. It's hard. Is it the same level that we could do? We could probably even do more. If we have mutations, variants, each mutation is called a variant. We have variants that change significantly in the spike protein, which one of the South Africans has changed significantly in the spike protein. We may not have immunity. So that 30% of us that are immune in Seminole County could go to zero. And we press the reset button and start all over. I think Alan and myself and Chief Droz and Donna Walsh, we've talked about this. We are going to keep putting our heads together, and I think that we need to come up with a plan as to what happens. We've been prompted a little bit, we've been asked that question, and I think we have to come up with a plan. I'm not prepared to do that today, but hopefully by next meeting. I don't want to leave it on that note, because that is kind of a Debbie Downer, isn't it? So variants are concerning, but if we can get enough people vaccinated, we continue to mask and social distance, which variant or no variant, masking and social distancing still work. It's the only thing that we know will work through the variants. And it works pretty well. I had them put this graph up because you can see that when we let our guard down, things get worse. But the majority of the people understand that, and we go back to educating the public and the public responding, and the numbers come down. And then we get tired of all this, and we have another holiday, and the numbers go up. And then we work really hard at it, the majority of the people in this county, and the numbers go down. I think the majority is doing the right thing, the majority of the time. That graph says we need to stay the course, just really stay the course. Variant or no variant, we can keep it under control. But if we can get it down and add on vaccines that work, we can get this thing down to just as few as we had near the beginning. We can get our arms around it, and we can get our arms around any new variant that comes into this county. Right now, it would be pretty difficult. But if we can get the numbers down, we can get our arms around it. So I have great hope that the people of Seminole County have proven on that graph, have proven that they do the right thing the vast majority of the time, and the right thing works. So I congratulate really everybody in Seminole County, the vast majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Is there any questions? Commissioner Hurd.
I just want to be super clear, Doctor, that just because there are new variants and the current vaccine may not be appropriate for those variants, that it is still critical that we get vaccinated for the current variant.
Absolutely true, is we need, so the vaccine, so far, let's take the South African variant. The Pfizer, Moderna, and J&J all appear to have some activity at decreasing severe disease. Will it keep you from getting infected? Not as well as the previous variants. It's more efficacious there, but it will help decrease severe disease. Good. We need to get vaccinated. Absolutely. Everybody needs to get vaccinated. We need to get our numbers down. We need to get whatever we can on board to give us whatever immunity that will provide. Go get your vaccines. Absolutely. It's a good point. On the other hand, it could keep changing. And masking, this is, over a year ago, when the CDC was and the World Health Organization were saying masks are not going to work. It's like, sorry, but I talked with a bunch of people I know, like the hospitals, who, by the way, are 100% behind continuing masking and social distancing. Oh, and vaccines too, and any treatment we can come up with. We all kind of put our heads together and went, that's kind of crazy to think that a respiratory virus, not a GI virus, not an organism that can bore through intact skin, not something spread by mosquitoes, but a respiratory virus. What do we know about all of our respiratory viruses? Masking and social distancing work. So any variant is probably going to respond to masking and social distancing also. I mean, it's scientific. That is the science.
Any other questions? I know we got a long meeting today. Go ahead, Commissioner
Alan
Delory.
Harris, not Dr. Husty.
Question for Alan.
And then I believe that Commissioner Lockhart has a question or a comment.
Again, I'm not going to commend you all because you've all heard it and you're all doing a phenomenal job. So thank you all for that and all your staff. Alan, I know that Dr. Husty was talking about trying to bring a plan back for the variant as soon as maybe next meeting. I want to make sure that we're doing it correctly. So if it takes a little longer than next meeting, that's okay. I don't want to change whatever the plan is because things are changing and things sometimes have a moving target. So I want to make sure that we're giving you ample time to do the right thing, because that's the bottom line here.
Absolutely.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, appreciate it.
Commissioner Lockhart.
So when this all started a year ago, I started following people on Twitter I never knew existed. And one of those people was Jerome Adams, who was our Surgeon General at the time. And of course, he's no longer our Surgeon General. But I still follow him because I think he's a really smart guy. And he actually tweets a lot about his family as well. If anybody wants to follow a fantastic man on Twitter, follow Jerome Adams. He tweeted just a couple of days ago about the fatigue in our country, and this fatigue is in our community as well. So I'm going to share with you just a little of some of his tweets over the course of the last couple of days.
He says we're a lot closer to some degree of herd protection than many will acknowledge, and that's important to communicate to a tired public. People need to know that we're making progress. There's reason to be hopeful if they hang on. After constantly being told that there's no end in sight, many are giving up. If people don't believe that there's a finish line, they'll stop running the race. And something that I have said repeatedly and asked repeatedly of this board and of county leadership is to please let's start talking about the finish line. And I understand that Dr. Husty has said today that he thinks it's premature to start having those conversations, and we want to talk about variants and what do we do next. Our community, I'm hearing it from the reasonable people in the middle are starting to give up. They're done. It's been a year. And I think that we owe it to them and we owe it to ourselves to start talking about what the finish line might look like. We had a neighboring county recently say they put a percentage on the number vaccinated that they would look at before they started talking about modifying their mitigation factors. And I'm not saying that today is the day to set that or today is the day to eliminate the mitigation. But we have to be having those honest conversations with all of the real data. And I understand that, some people think it's up to 1.5 times the number of folks who have actually tested positive. I'm hearing that some people believe it's up to 4 times the number of people because there's so much potential disease that is asymptomatic. When we started this, I was very public, both on social media and in our meetings, that my concern was less about cases. I feel terrible that people are getting sick. I feel terrible that people are dying. But as a public entity, our goal and our purpose in this was to not let the infrastructure of our hospital systems be overwhelmed. That's why we started putting mitigation factors in place community-wide. And I feel we're doing a great job with that. And our teams have been wonderful, and our community has been wonderful. But they're going to stop being wonderful if we don't have honest conversations about the goalpost. And so I would really like if you all in your conversations could please start to not just talk about what do we do when the next variant, if it happens, gloom and doom. I would like to start talking about what the goalposts are for starting to look at what other counties have publicly talked about. And I'm not going to name them, and I'm not going to say what figures they used because that's them and we're us. But our citizens deserve for us to be having those conversations publicly too. And that's all I have to say.
Chairman, could I comment on that?
Yes, please.
We have those conversations regularly.
We don't have them publicly. Our public is who we need to have.
We're having the conversation today with all due respect. That's why Dr. Husty is here. We asked him here today to specifically speak to the current situation so everybody can understand publicly what we deal with every single day. We rely on the medical profession, the medical experts, to give us guidance as to what we should be doing. Alan talks with the hospitals every day. Alan and Donna, Todd, they talk with the hospitals every week, not every day, every week they have a meeting. And the hospitals are recommending, the hospitals that we're trying to make sure that they're not overrun, they're the ones that are recommending that we stay the course. This board can, you can make some decisions and pick some numbers and decide what you want to do. We asked Todd specifically to be here today, Dr. Husty to be here today, so that you could have a public discussion about where we are. And that while we are making progress, we're asking the public to stick with us a little bit longer because we don't want to go
Yes,
backwards.
and my point is, if we're asking them to stick with us a little bit longer, what is the little bit longer? And that has not been brought to us. And if you're having those discussions, and I believe that you are, we're not, if this board is the board that's responsible for setting the policy, this board isn't involved in those discussions. And you're telling us what other people are saying, but I may have questions of the actual decision makers in those agencies and those other entities. I don't get to talk to them. I certainly don't get to talk to them publicly here. And I read one of Alan's emails back to a citizen recently that said, the Board of County Commissioners at any time, they're the policy-making body in this community, they can make a decision. Well, I'm not saying that I want to make a decision today to change something. I'm saying I am not at a place where I believe that we are having the kinds of conversations that I could even make that decision, because for some reason we're afraid, I perceive it as fear, that if we put a number out there, we might have to change it, and then people won't trust us or believe us. I think right now we're losing trust because we're not having the open conversation as a board.
Commissioner, we report at every board meeting. And
You
if there-
report.
we-
I'm sorry, please, this is for
Wait a
this
minute,
board
let's not-
to
let's let
discuss.
people talk.
Could I please finish?
Yes,
We
go right
report
ahead.
out to this board every meeting, and if there are additional folks that you want here to talk with, if there's additional information you want, we will accommodate that. Nobody has asked that we bring the hospitals in. Nobody asked that we bring Dr. Husty in today. We did that of our own volition because we wanted you to hear the things that we're hearing. But we're happy to accommodate if you want us to bring folks from the hospitals in, if you want us to bring other experts in. I don't know who that would be, but we can do that. But we've made an effort to report to you at every meeting, and nobody has asked for additional information. Nobody has asked for, you've asked for a plan. You've asked for a plan.
I think he was here because of me, because she's going to ask something again.
Not at all.
No.
If you would like if the board wants the chief medical officers for the hospitals, I'll be happy to invite them to the next meeting if you'd like to. They've been to one of our meetings before, so I'm very happy to do that if you'd like.
Bring him in.
And,
Okay.
let's everybody try to go through the chair so we don't
I'm sorry, Chair.
are trying to talk at the same time. Commissioner Zimbauer, you had something, and then Commissioner Hurd.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had the maybe not so much luxury of serving as the chair when all this kicked off and interacting with the people that we're discussing here, those additional experts, those people from hospitals. But I'm also smart enough to do my own research and look at reliable sources and peer-reviewed documentation. And it's pretty clear to me there's a lot the community does not know. There's a lot the medical community and the scientists don't know about this. There's a lot that they do know, which is the obvious that has played out in many occasions. Those discussions, I will tell my fellow commissioners, and I think those that are here today will speak, that I was very vocal as a chairman in those discussions. I challenged those hospitals. I challenged those people to tell me, help me understand, prove it up before I would ever agree to what they were putting forward. And so I say that only from the standpoint of, in spending a year or close to a year going through that with this group and the people from our hospitals and those other experts, I will only tell you that there is valid discussion and there is data being put forward, and it is all being considered and discussed and decisions being made. Whether it's this board that wants to have that discussion in its totality or trust the chair and our other experts in-house to do that maybe is a different question. But I want to, having lived it, just assure my fellow commissioners there's a lot of candid conversation that goes on. There's a lot of challenging questions that take place. Likewise, I don't know if the chairman is still on the regional calls, as I was with the other counties, our sister counties in the area, which is another area where the hospitals are involved. Other health officers from other communities are involved, and there's a lot of candid conversation that goes on there as well. So, I only say that hoping the chairman is communicating. If there's something that's happening in Osceola or something happening in Lake that we are not aware of, Alan is on those calls as well. So we have the ability and experience of multiple counties in our regional and geographic area to understand what everybody else is doing, what's working, what's not working, et cetera, et cetera. I agree there's a lot of COVID can't get over it quick enough. The fatigue is just on and on and on. I've always said from the beginning, people will do the right thing. And what you're going to see, I predict, you see these states that are rolling back their, quote, mandates of masks. Well, guess what? The same people that were wearing masks before the mandate are probably going to still be wearing the same after the mandate because they're smart enough to understand. Now, there's plenty of people that don't believe in it. I've had candid conversations with, it's a joke, it doesn't exist, it's no worse than the flu. I would think by now, most of us know somebody that's had it or a family member, and it is impactful to some and less impactful to others. And I think at the bottom line, what I deduct from all this, from the scientific community, there's just a lot they don't know. So I don't know how we put a goalpost. I mean, I agree, it'd be nice, where is the end of this road go? I don't know that anybody in this country or this world can answer that. With the variants changing, what does that mean? I think we've heard from our medical people that it may mean this, it may mean that. And again, it's a lot we don't know. So I'd love to see a light at the end of the tunnel myself, but I don't know how you arrive there when this thing is evolving and changing to give that amount of relief to our citizens. Now, our citizens are smart enough to make their own decisions, which we all see in the public every day. We see people that confront retail owners of stores that don't want to wear a mask. And what we all know is that our businesses have the right to refuse people for not wearing shoes, not wearing shirts. They also can require a mask. Regardless of what this board would ever do, I will assure you retail businesses are going to require masks to come in their building. They have to protect their workers. They have to protect the rest of the public the best they can. So, yeah, I don't particularly care for the masking. I don't particularly care for there's no answer real soon where the touchdown happens. But I have to rely on the experts to tell us what's best for our community and let our community make their own decisions.
Commissioner Zimbauer, since you referenced, and Commissioner Herr, you're next, and then I saw that Mr. Applegate would like to speak. And please, I just want the two of you down here, Nicole and Brian. I can't see very often, so if you just raise your hand, I'll make sure that I recognize you, okay? And I apologize when I can't see you, but we have the, yes, and Dr. Husky, I'll get to you. But since did I say Husky again? Husky, I'm sorry. Now it's in my mind. But let me go to, just to comment on Commissioner Zimbauer, because he referenced what's going on now. Yes, we are still having the Thursday or Friday regional and emergency meetings. In those meetings, not only am I there or listening, not only is it Orange, Seminole, Osceola, and Lake counties, and all of their health departments and and chairman. It is also Mr. Harris. It is also Ms. Walsh. It is also Nicole Guillet, our county manager. All of us are on that. And yes, there are pointed questions. And yes, everybody is sharing information. And I will tell you, mostly they're asking us, as you probably indicated, because as Mr. Harris said, it seems that we're at the, we seem to be doing, and I'm, not patting ourselves on the back, but we seem to be doing everything right or first, and the others are looking at that, and whether it be mobile units, whether it be I don't want to go. We got a long meeting, so I just want to say that we are continually questioning. We even had Mr. Martz from Altamont Springs in there talking about their project and how the others want to get and participate in that. With the wastewater treatment facility. So yes, we are doing that. Yes, the last question at every meeting in hours. And by the way, all the healthcare workers are there, or all the hospitals are there also, every one of them in the region. But the last question is also, do we need any changes in our meetings? Do we need any changes? Now, I get the frustration. I mean, I mean, Commissioner Lockhart brings up a point. We would all love to have the end. You know, there's nothing better than just seeing a light at the end of the tunnel in the end. I think the light at the end of the tunnel is there. What we don't have is a finish line. And the experts, and all I can do is rely on what they say, and I'm talking about hospitals and all the others, is that if we continue this course, soon we will be able to see a finish line. But, you know, they're not prepared, with the variants especially, to give us that finish line yet. Commissioner Herr.
I think the request wasn't for the finish line. I think the legitimate request was for the criteria by which we will determine the finish line and the variability within that criteria. So not only would there be ranges in terms of what you're going to measure, but there also may be variability in the actual criteria itself. From my perspective, that's what we need to hear. If we're talking about population health and moving the needle, which is what we've been doing, then we need to understand that there is reward for activity. This is the activity we are measuring our population by, and when we get to this, we think we can reconsider. I'm not saying that when we get to this, we're going to do X, but when we get to this, we think we can reconsider. And I don't, there's some heads nodding in the back. So I feel validated by you guys, just so you know. It's about expecting personal responsibility, but we have to teach to that. And that's, I think, the request that's being asked. So the hospital CEOs or staff can come in and certainly talk to what they're experiencing, but that, with those numbers being down, that doesn't actually train the rest of us mere mortals as to what it is we still need to be doing and how we are measuring our success at that.
Thank you. Mr. Applegate.
Can I just hire you to speak for me from this point forward? I think that's exactly what I was saying in a lot fewer words and triggerless. She didn't trigger anybody. It was great.
Yes.
So this is probably only the third time that I've asked to speak during these briefings that have gone on for a year. But I get a lot of comments as the county attorney about what we're doing. And I have and will continue to stand by. Alan gets all this information from all the sources that you all are talking about, and it falls upon Alan, with the guidance of Dr. Hussey and Donna Walsh, to make these decisions. Here's what I tell people that when they comment about what we're doing. I don't like wearing a mask like anybody else. But what I tell them is this. I had one uncle who was away from home for 4 years, survived Pearl Harbor, had not been home for 4 years in the war, survived 2 kamikaze attacks on the deck of the Portland. My other uncle was wounded in the Philippines and dragged out of a jungle. My father fished bodies out of the water on Normandy Beach, served 3 years through Normandy and the Battle of the Bulge. My mother spent a year in the hospital because she was injured in a factory during the war. And for 35 days as she was dying last month, I couldn't be with her because of the virus. If I'm asked to wear a mask for another year, I'm going to suck it up and wear a mask. And I am baffled by people who, for whatever reason, don't care about their fellow human beings and find this to be hard when I think about my father, my 2 uncles, and trying to get into a nursing home to say goodbye to my mother. We're all in this together, and none of us like it. And I get the emails, people saying that we're whatever we are, I won't say the names, because we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. I can't wait for this to end. It's painful. But we are all in this together, and, you know, liberal Supreme Court justices, conservative Supreme Court justices throughout American history have made it very clear. In times of a national emergency, people have to do things they may not want to do. So I just think that this is a time for all of us to be together. And from someone who served in Katrina and recovery efforts most with the federal government, God bless that EOC, what they're doing.
Dr. Husty?
Thank you. I absolutely agree with Commissioner Lockhart. It's the people in the middle that are carrying the weight. And I've been very open about that. Open to the extent that I feel, because I stay in touch with everybody in the middle, I'm in the middle, quite frankly. I think most of us are. What I know is that we're getting tired of doing this. But we're also getting tired of people saying that we should be doing something different other than what is the light at the end of the tunnel. Give me some hope. We all left out one thing that is of great hope. We have been told that we might have everyone that wants a vaccine vaccinated by the end of May. I think that's pushing the envelope a little harder than it's going to be actually happen. Call it the end of June. The people in the middle are waiting for their vaccine. That is the hope. That is the goalpost. What percentage? To you, Commissioner Herr, there are so many variables. Commissioner Lockhart, you said maybe it's 4 times as many people have actually had the disease. Maybe less. We don't know. Oh, and how many of those people have lost their immunity because some of them do? Variable. Wow, is that hard to say right here? Because right here is just going to shifting sand stuff on us. Get those vaccines. That is the hope, is that if we can get them going now, before there are variants, before we get too crazy out there with variants, get it now, and it makes it controllable. And we can have a great discussion about what we don't have to do anymore. We're probably, I feel like I'm immune. I'm probably going to wear a mask and social distance. And I'm going to continue doing that until we're sure we're over a pandemic. But I think I started off my part saying we're not done with the pandemic. Oh, and by the way, the pandemic's not done with us. So, Callie, I think everybody wants better. I think we can get better, but we have to really be careful how we judge that. And I don't have the answers. Hell, I was elevated to a position I wasn't qualified for. I was the EMS medical director. Now everybody calls me the medical director. Me? You recognize I'm just an emergency physician, but I've done my homework. And I listen, and I talk, and I learn. I learn so much. And what I do know is that we don't know enough. Commissioner Herr, Commissioner Lockhart, I think you both basically brought that up. We'll find out more. Data keeps flowing in. We're getting better at this. It's been a year. We'll be even better in the next couple months. We do need to start formulating plans for this contingency, that contingency. That's what emergency operations people do all the time. And that's what I'd like for us to bring to you on that bad end of the equation. But on the good end, boy, we've seen a lot of hope. And vaccines are the hope. Vaccines, and continue doing what we're doing. So anyway, thank you. I think we're all on target. I think we're all in the same bus, just saying it different ways.
Commissioner Zimbauer?
Question for Dr. Husty. So when you're bringing a plan back to us, and I understand that's not today, and it may be the next meeting, are you going to give us a direct nexus of matrix to follow? Are you able to do that?
With variables. I mean, that's the hard part.
So that brings up my concern, is that okay, we have these variables that now come to play on these direct nexus items that the plan is going to be, or we hope it to be. And then we plan for the variables, which, as we all know, can go multiple different directions. So there's got to be multiple variable contingency type plans. I would like to know, when you give us that report, what that looks like from the standpoint of educating the public. Meaning, our public is pretty well educated on what's going on right now. And we have a direct plan to set a goalpost, see the light at the end of the tunnel, whatever you want to call it, the finish line, with all these contingencies. That what if, how come, what if this happens, what if this variant, what if there's another strain, et cetera. And understanding from a human factor standpoint what that looks like as far as re-educating the public at each branch when there may be something that changes. And understand what that might look like from the EOC's perspective, as well as what the public education process may look like. I think that's an important aspect.
I so much appreciate that. Early on when we all talked, and the county attorney and the sheriff and Donna and Alan and Todd and the Chairman Zembauer at the time, all of us were talking about what are we going to do? How strict are we going to be? Should we have some measure of strictness to all this? And we all said and agreed, education is still the key. We've got to educate the public. And my stance on that is we'll get the media involved. And we got the media involved, It's all been about education, more than anything else, to go and get the majority of the people who are in the middle, who just want to do the right thing. What is the right thing? It's all about education. And I think it worked. I mean, you look at those numbers. When we slip-slided a little bit, it got worse. We went back to doing everything right, and it got better. And why? Because of the public, not because of me or you or anybody here. It's because the public heard the word and followed it. I think that's what we got. Your education concept is spot on.
So, all right. Anyone else? Clearly we know that we have to get the vaccine, but every one of us have been in situations just in the last week where we've been not in crowds, but there have been people that have been wherever they are, and they've not been wearing masks. I mean, we see it from both ends. You wish if everybody just followed this, voluntarily, we would get over this a lot quicker. We all understand that. And I think that there is a need, as Commissioner Lockhart, have indicated, to start putting together some of those matrix. If we could, start doing that, working. We don't want to give you any more burden, but if that's something that can be done along, with the county manager, we understand that. But at the same time, we understand that there are multiple variants in this. And the one thing that I think Commissioner Zembauer was trying to point out is that we don't want to say, okay, this is when it might be, and then all of a sudden, one of the variants comes, or one of the, thousands of different things that could happen, and all of a sudden they say, but you guys told us that on July 1st, we've got to be, what we really need to do is work on the process, not the specific date. Yes, Commissioner
Just
Zembauer.
one final question for Dr. Husty, or probably more for Alan. Earlier, we were talking, why are we still sitting on, I think it's 3,000 doses of vaccine that we can't give to our residents?
We were at, you want me to, okay.
Donna, if you want to answer that, it's your peeps.
I'll do it. I'm not kidding. So we received 3,000 Johnson & Johnson. There was a special project in Tallahassee that all the Johnson & Johnsons were to go to. We still haven't gotten direction of what that special project is. So currently, it's in our refrigerator, waiting for what the special project is, and then once the special project is told to us, then we will be able to release it. But we had our own special project because we thought when we received it that we could just go ahead and use it. That's what normally has happened every time we've received doses. So we set up a special event this week, starting yesterday, going to Thursday, every evening, targeting the new priority group, K through 12, private, public, faith-based schools, staff, as well as law enforcement officers, ages 50 and older. We started yesterday at the City of Sanford Civic Center. We're doing that all week long. Appointments are required. Because we were not able to use the 3,000 in Johnson & Johnson, we shifted to Pfizer, and we let the state know that we would be getting close to zero. They said they would backfill us with the Pfizer in case they do not release the Johnson & Johnson in time, which is what currently happens.
But they've released it to us. It's in our possession.
It is in our possession, but we can't touch it.
Okay, it's in our possession, given to us by the state. For the intent was, I assume, to administer to the public, correct? And then after we received it, had it in our possession, they've said, wait, stop, don't administer it, we want it back?
There will be a special project for it, and it could go to a special project that's not inside this county.
So,
They don't want
you
it
know,
back, they just want
possession
us to
is-
sit on it.
Well, possession is 9/10 of the law. What are the ramifications if we use the doses?
Future shipments.
Yeah, future, exactly.
Well, I
future
don't know that
shipments.
I don't know that we want to get into that kind of
You asked the
discussion.
question.
It's going to be pretty interesting how that would play out, I would believe.
We asked the question.
Okay, folks, let's kind of like move on. We've got a long.
So I want to make sure I'm clear on this. So are you telling me that the governor of this state or somebody at the state level has said, hold these, if we use them, you're not getting any more? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't think that he said that.
We just have to hold the 3,000 Johnson & Johnson until they release it, until they give us authorization to use it.
Right.
We still, of course, have our Pfizer. So this is important, if anyone's listening, watching, whatever, every appointment that is scheduled, they will receive a dose. I know that was kind of confusing to some folks when they heard that we had the Johnson & Johnson, we can't use it, it may go somewhere else. We have Pfizer here. The event that we had planned to use Johnson & Johnson, which was the special event for the new priority group, they're getting Pfizer instead of Johnson & Johnson. Hopefully, we will be able to use the 3,000 doses of Johnson & Johnson. We just haven't been given authorization, which I plan to bring up in 15 minutes on a state call.
But there's no problem with the Johnson.
Oh, no, there's nothing.
Because I've heard that in the public that
No,
supposedly.
there's nothing wrong with it.
There may be something wrong with it.
Nope, not at all.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, let's move along. County Manager on the COVID relief update, please.
Okay, very quickly, this should not take a whole lot of time. Let's see if I can get this to share with you. So I just wanted to, we opened the portal on the emergency assistance plan. As a reminder, we were awarded $14 million to be used from the appropriations bill in December to be used for rental assistance and utility assistance. It is an income qualified program. As a reminder, folks who are at 80% or below of the mean average income in Seminole County are eligible for this program. We opened the portal on March 1st, and since that time, we've received almost 1,400 applications that are in draft. About 800 of those are complete. They're currently under review. As a reminder, we're working with Ernst & Young on this, and we also have a team of temporary folks reviewing the applications. We have approved 3 of the applications thus far and awarded $28,000. We expect to get further ramped up in the next couple of weeks, but we seem to be trucking along now. I will tell you, adjacent counties, Orange County opened their portal up on March 1 as well, so they're tracking about the same as we are.
Volusia County has yet to open their portal. I think they're opening it on the 10th. And Osceola County never closed their CARES Act portal, so they've just kind of trucked along with that one. So we'll keep you posted, but we are starting, I just wanted you to know we are starting to move this money out into the community. And as a reminder, we have until September to get the money allocated and December to get it expended. And as another reminder, this is for rent monies that are in arrears back to last March, as well as we can do up to 3 months prospective rental assistance. So we can pay 3 months in advance as well. So,
Commissioner?
I'm sorry, Nicole, were you done?
I was done with that. I wanted to give you, although this is not the rental assistance program, I did want to give you an update on the American Rescue Plan as well.
Is your question specifically on the rental? Why don't we go ahead and do that then, and then we'll go.
It's an easy question. I just want to make sure I understand the numbers. Applications in draft, the numbers underneath that are not a subset of that. They are on top of that. These are additive.
Yes, correct. Of the 1,400, 790 of them are completed.
So that's different from what I just said.
I'm
Then
sorry.
the answer is no.
The answer is
We
no.
have a
No.
hand
I'm
raised in
sorry.
the back
They're
of
not
the room.
additive. They are not additive. They are a subset.
So total of roughly 1,400 applications, of which 790 are completed.
Yes. And 566
So
have moved on to
they
review.
passed the draft stage.
Past the draft stage.
Got it.
They are completed in the sense that everything in the application is filled out to move forward. It doesn't mean they're complete with documents.
Understood.
That's when they move on to the review stage.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
We
Commissioner.
will determine what's missing during the review stage. Okay.
Commissioner Delory.
Quick question for the county manager. I see a couple of denied. If they're lacking information, they're told that so that way they can reapply or continue the application process?
If they're lacking information, we don't put them in the denied category. We put them in the follow-up category. Likely, I don't know why those 9 were denied, but likely it's because they were not income qualified.
I just want to make sure that we're re-verifying that at all.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Commissioner Zimbauer and then Commissioner Lockhart.
Are we still having, with all these programs that we're, are we still getting a significant ask from people outside the county like we were in the early stages of rolling out some of these programs? I know we were getting people from Orange County, Volusia County, whether they were confused or not confused or trying to do something they shouldn't have been doing. Are we having some of that still happening?
It's too early to tell right now, but I'll probably have a better idea at the next meeting.
Commissioner Lockhart.
I just didn't know if there was someone here from that department that could answer the question about the 9
Harry is
denials,
here.
rather than,
Sure.
Speculate.
speculating. Do we know?
Good morning, Commissioners. Carrie Longsworth, Community Assistance Division Manager. The 9 denials, we do have a couple people from out of the county that have applied, and we also have people that have mortgages that have applied for assistance, and even though it is a rental program, so those were automatic denials from the beginning.
Got it. Just wanted
Thank
to be
you
clear.
very much.
Thank you. And then just as a follow-up, are the folks who were denied because they have mortgages, are they going to be funneled into perhaps other funds that might be allocated for folks with mortgages?
So we are working on, I believe that's an agenda item today, working on getting some money set aside for mortgage assistance with our Community Development Block Grant COVID dollars from HUD. So we are looking to open a mortgage program. Obviously, HUD will have to fully release those funds to us before we can do that. But that is absolutely something that we are getting a lot of requests from homeowners needing assistance. So we're looking at allocating at least $2 million towards that to be able to assist those residents as well.
Okay, and so these folks, will they have to go back out and reapply when that new portal opens for that?
They
Or-
will,
okay.
because it will be a different funding mechanism because it's a smaller amount of money. I don't know that we will be continuing with E&Y for that specific program, so we will have a different funding
All right, great.
option.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's let the county manager finish the report. Nicole?
Anything else on emergency rental assistance? Okay, so I just wanted to give you an overview of the American Rescue Plan, the state and local government portion of it. As you're probably all aware, this legislation passed through the Senate on the 6th. It is scheduled to go back through the House on the 10th for a vote. There are a number of components to it. The information I'm giving you today is just focused on the state and local relief portion of it. There was $350 billion included in this bill for state and local government relief. 130 of the 350 was allocated for local government, cities and counties, and it's split about halfway down the middle, half to counties, half to cities. There's also $10 billion in there for capital projects. That is money that it's not directed to local governments, it's directed to the states and territories and tribal governments. And then you may hear about another $1.5 billion to be distributed over 2 years as revenue sharing. Those are for counties that are that receive revenue sharing from the local, from the federal government. We are not one of those counties. They're like public land counties. So if you hear that number about revenue sharing, it's not something that we're eligible for. The eligible uses under the Act are similar to what we saw in the CARES Act. The one significant addition is revenue reduction. We were not allowed to use that under the CARES Act, use the CARES Act dollars for revenue reduction. We can, under this act, although it sounds just based on the initial language that it might be somewhat limited, and I'm not sure how much of a benefit it will be for us, because what we're hearing is you have to compare your revenue pre-COVID to your revenue post-COVID, and while we're seeing a decline in growth in our county, we are still seeing growth in revenue. So this may be a tricky one for us, but it's at least an option that's here that wasn't in the CARES Act money. Additionally, the Senate added language to the House bill that specifically addressed investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, and I know all of those have been an interest to this board, so there's some opportunity there. Our allocation is expected to be around $92 million. This is based on the House bill. There was not an allocation chart that went along with the Senate version, but because the dollars are pretty consistent, our lobbyists expect that we'll still be in that $92 million range. The municipalities will receive funding separately from us, unlike the CARES Act. As you know, that we were to share that with municipalities. They will get their own allocations. I think that the way that it's set up is that CDBG eligible cities will receive the money directly from the feds. In Seminole County, that's only Sanford, and other cities will receive their money through the state. But they are to get that allocation within the first 60 days. They have split this up in the Senate bill to two disbursements. The first half of the money is expected to, under the Act, would be distributed to the county within 60 days of enactment of the legislation. The second half of the money would come to us a year after that first disbursement, no earlier than a year after that first disbursement. Of course, there'll be a lot of Treasury guidance that'll come along with it, so we'll have some details for you as those are developed. The covered period is for expenditures beginning March 3rd of this year, and the deadline to spend is December 31st of 2024. So we have a little bit more time than we did with the CARES Act money, so that gives us an opportunity to do a little more planning and a lot less frantic trying to get money out the door. This is an item that I would like to explore a little bit further at our retreat on Friday, and to talk to you about sort of how we see that working into our needs moving forward. So I just wanted to get that on your radar and have you thinking about that. The expenditures do need to be COVID related, but there is a lot going on in our community that qualifies for that. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on that, and look forward to having a much deeper discussion on that on Friday.
Questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much, County Manager. All right, consent agenda. Pursuant to the Florida law, the public has the right to be heard on all propositions except when the Board of County Commissioners is acting on ministerial or emergency matters, or conducting a meeting exempt from Section 286.011 Florida statutes. Public comment time on proposals shall be 3 minutes for individuals, 6 minutes for group presentations. The right to be heard during quasi-judicial hearings is governed by Florida law. The public will be provided the opportunity to be heard on non-agenda matters at the end of the meeting. Proper decorum will be observed. If members of the public would like to make a comment or are attending the meeting in person, you will be called on first. Using a computer, iPad, or other electronic devices, click the raise hand feature and you will be called on next. Lastly, if you have been called in on a telephone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. You will be called on in the order you have raised your hand. County Manager, do you have any changes to the consent agenda?
No, sir.
Do we have anyone from the public who would like to comment on the items presented 1 through 3, first in person? Seeing none? Or maybe? Are you here? Okay.
She's with us.
Okay, no, I know, but I just wanted, I saw her walking towards the podium. Okay, is there anybody, Clint, is there anybody on virtual world?
No, sir.
Okay. Does any commissioner withdraw any item? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Move to approve consent agenda items 1, 2, 3 as presented here today, 1, 2 through 3.
Second.
Motion second. The first two are proclamations. The third is a community service report. Commissioner Zimbauer, I saw your hand raised.
No,
though.
I was just
Okay,
ready to
you were
move
just
the
going to make the
motion.
motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on 1 through 3? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, before we go into item 4, let's take a break. 10-minute break, plus, that means at 11:15. And folks, before we take the break, let me just say, we got 6 people here. They all get 20 minutes. That's what our staff has presented to them. That's what we requested. Just do the math, okay? That's 2 hours right there, not including the questions, which I'm not limiting the questions, although, I'm going to say try to keep them limited if you don't need to ask the same question or whatever to each person. But what I'm saying is, I think it's fair that we do all of them before the luncheon. I don't think it would be fair to do it, break, and then come back. I think we should do that, then take a break at lunch, and then come back and make the decision. Does that sound like a reasonable?
The math doesn't work.
No, I know, it doesn't.
I was going to say.
No, I know it doesn't. That's why I'm asking. Or would you
Point of
prefer to break
clarification,
at 1 o'clock and then come back at 1:30 and continue on with that? That's what I was trying to get to. I just would want to hear all 6 of them first, and then take the break and then come back. But it's up to the commission.
If lunch is, why don't we have lunch now?
I'm sorry?
We can have lunch now.
We can have lunch now? I don't think so. It's not
Well,
here yet.
You could.
We could order it, but.
That's a point. It's 11:08. If you want to try to do them all in succession.
Do we have to
without
come back
interruption.
at 1:30? Because it's been...
I have lean cuisines in my refrigerator. I can pass them out to you guys if you
No,
want to do lunch now.
I'm
We haven't
asking the
ordered lunch
county
yet.
manager, the county attorney.
I have lots of
Do we
chocolate
have
I'll
to come
share.
back
They
at
all here.
1:30 exactly? All right.
Just a point of question.
Sure.
Are the presenters here?
Are they mostly on
They're waiting remotely.
remotely? Okay. Are they
So
then?
they've scheduled, thinking that they were going to do this now, we're going to delay it by,
No, I'm not, I never suggested that we delay it. I said, let's take a 10-minute break, then start right up. I wanted to go until we finished, is what I was talking
And the
about.
point that I'm getting at, if you do that, we will not be having lunch.
Or we will have lunch then, and then come back.
However you want to do it. I'm just looking at the math. 20 minutes, do the math.
Yeah, that's 2 hours, is what I'm saying. Okay, let's just...
I don't have a problem either way.
Let's just get into it. We're going to take the 10-minute break now. Let's get into it and see where we are, okay? All right, so we're taking a 10-minute recess. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Jean-Charles, I'm going to recognize you, Mark Lee, and let's begin item number 4, please.
Good morning, Chairman and Board of Commissioners. For the record, my name is Mark Lee Jean-Charles. I'm the Purchasing and Contracts Division Manager. Today, the board will hear presentations via Zoom from the 6 shortlisted consultants for the Seminole County Energy Efficiency and Sustainability Plan, Development and Implementation Services, RFQ. Just to give you a brief background on this RFQ, this procurement will provide for the development of an emergency efficiency and sustainability plan and optional implementation program services. The plan is expected to be actionable, dynamic guidance document and tool. The implementation program services are intended to provide technical support and direction to the county's effort to realize the recommendation included within the plan. Each presenter will be selected at random and will have 20 minutes for their presentations. Following each presentation, the board will conduct a question and answering session with each presenter. At the conclusion of all presentations, the board will move into a discussion and ranking phase. At this time, does the board have any question?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
I just want to make clear.
Commissioner Zimbauer.
I want to make clear, on the RFQ, when I read through it, I want to make clear in my understanding that once we've decided and we've shortlisted, and ultimately there is a consultant retained, if that's what this board desires, and my understanding the RFQ specifically precludes that person who's chosen as a consultant from actually performing any of the recommendations or work or scope that they have reviewed and suggested if we should ever approve that.
That is correct.
Okay, so they're automatically eliminated if they're a consultant from doing any of the actual work as well as any of their sister companies or related companies. Is that fair?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Great. That's
And they're
I
all aware of that?
Thank
Yes,
you.
they are.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
The first group, I believe, is going to be Blue Strike Environmental, DBA Econ Shift. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. If you are prepared, are they prepared?
Yes, I am prepared.
Okay.
I have my-
Kristen, I see you. Just state your name and address for the record, and you are recognized.
My name is Kristen Cushman, and my address is in Fort Myers, Florida.
I hate to interrupt, Mr. Chairman, could we get a full screen view possibly of the presenters?
I think they want to present, I think they want the, and yes, we
understand. They're
can.
gonna give us-
But I think they want this, their presentation on more than themselves.
You can change it on your monitor.
Yeah.
Kristen, go right ahead, please. We haven't started the
Okay.
20 minutes yet.
Okay, thank you. Well, first, thank you for inviting us to introduce our team. We are honored to present to Seminole's Board of County Commissioners. It is our understanding that Seminole County is looking for a firm to help tie together your current climate initiatives and then build out a relevant and actionable set of strategies that will help Seminole County create an energy efficient and sustainable future. As I mentioned, my name is Kristen Cushman, and I'm the founder and CEO of EcoShift Consulting. We are the climate and energy division for Blue Strike Environmental. And if awarded this contract, EcoShift would act as the primary contact for this project. In reading the Comprehensive Action Plan and the 2040 Transportation Plan, it is also our understanding that Seminole County has adopted goals to improve air quality. You are doing this by increasing fleet and energy efficiency projects and encouraging the transition to alternative energy sources. Our project team qualifications presented in our response to the RFQ demonstrate repeated project success in combining energy efficiency, solar, and vehicle fleet projects to create actionable plans that are clear and can be implemented within a set budget. Our goal in this presentation is not only to highlight our expertise, but to emphasize our commitment to becoming long-term partners with Seminole County. Sorry, a little technical error there. Our four companies, we have EcoShift, Optini, Glumac, and Tetra Tech. We've worked together on a regular basis. My role in this project would be to lead the overall team as project manager, as well as manage the greenhouse gas emission and sustainability components. Within the last year, EcoShift has led a dozen sustainability and energy plans for cities, counties, utility agencies, and universities. EcoShift has an office in Fort Myers and would be willing to open up another office in Orlando if that would support the execution of this contract. Byron is on the, he's the CEO of Optini, and he will lead the renewable energy and fleet sector analysis. We have Sam Hill Crystal joining us today on this call to answer any questions that you might have for Optini. Byron had a last-minute change, I apologize, in his schedule, so he is not joining us today. Optini has been one of the top solar finance consultants for cities and counties in the nation for over a decade. They've worked for hundreds of local governments in almost every state in the United States, and they've completed clean energy financial studies for solar and other energy measures at thousands of facilities. Next, we have Brian Stern joining us from Glumac. He is the Regional Energy Director at Glumac, which is a full-service engineering firm providing mechanical and electrical services that lead to the design of high-performance building strategies. Glumac has a long history working in Florida, and they have 8 mechanical and electrical professionals licensed in the state. Glumac is a subsidiary of Tetra Tech, which has an office in Orlando, and Tetra Tech will bring a civil engineering component to this planning process while working hand in hand with Glumac. We have Roderick Cash joining us today from Tetra Tech. He is Tetra Tech's Senior Project Manager and has been serving Central Florida since 1987. In addition to managing the local engineering team, Mr. Cash offers expertise in water quality mitigation, flood management, and regional GIS mapping. So this graph shows an overall approach to our planning process, which is to use EcoShift's climate and energy scenario analysis tool. We call it CISA. And CISA, it's an Excel-based tool that will be used throughout the process and be left behind for the county to use after the contract is ended. The unique CISA approach to scenario analysis allows our clients to compare different investment scenarios using a social, environmental, and economic lens. It creates apples-to-apples comparison across energy, transportation, building performance, et cetera. And as part of this analysis, all the data will be fed into this tool to produce simple graphs and charts that will help the county understand the best roadmap for implementing strategies over a short, mid, and long-term horizon. Each of our team has a very specific set of technical skills that, when funneled through CISA, will create a very high-level sense of efficiency. And moving into the implementation and the optional elements, our team is not only well-equipped to steer your sustainability and energy planning process, but we also have the skills to manage the implementation period and the optional elements that were listed in the RFQ. Optini has served as project lead on a number of energy implementation projects, managing contractors from the solicitation process to the performance stage. And in addition to leading the overall process, Optini serves in an ongoing advisory role for a number of cities and counties, utility agencies to conduct highly technical reviews of project finance and project performance. And EcoShift has 2 distinct divisions within our firm. We have the technical staff who determines the feasibility various greenhouse gas reduction strategies. And we have the stakeholder engagement staff who translate that data into broad discussion items that can be brought to the community. Our stakeholder staff will work closely with county staff to develop and implement a rigorous stakeholder engagement process that builds upon the current engagement structure that the county has in place. And if we look at the optional elements, EcoShift and Tetra Tech are more than well equipped to handle these elements. EcoShift has experts on our staff who conduct all of our vulnerability and adaptation components to our planning. And we have financial experts who conduct cost-benefit analysis on multiple project pipelines using our CSIP pool. And, you know, I wanted to highlight the Tetra Tech's ability to do all the hazard elements. I wanted to kind of drill down a little bit more to talk about Tetra Tech and how they fit into the hazard mitigation piece. Tetra Tech has 45 years of experience working with hazard mitigation, such as flood plan mapping. And Mr. Cash has served as lead technical professional for 19 stormwater master plans in the state of Florida and has extensive experience working on multiple FEMA grants to address hazard mitigation of floodplains. For this contract, sustainability is framed around greenhouse gas emissions and energy reductions. And although the financial and emission data will help prioritize reduction strategies for Seminole, there are co-benefits to consider, such as how each strategy might address vulnerability and equity. We believe that these components should be weaved into all of the planning milestones. I've been chair of our local Climate Action Compact for the last 11 years. This compact is a network of 21 jurisdictions who work on climate action planning within the region. As a group, we discuss these types of co-benefits and how to address them within our planning efforts. There might not be many equity decisions to make, given that this contract is only to review county operations, but if we ever move forward with a community-wide inventory, I think equity will play a larger role. And from what I understand in the RFQ, Seminole County is looking to build a sustainability platform that can begin to merge all the county's planning efforts under one sustainability umbrella. And with a greenhouse gas inventory and a forecast of emissions over time, we will be able to start identifying where the highest points of emission sources are coming from and begin prioritizing strategies to mitigate those emissions. GLUMAC will work with Seminole County to develop an energy assessment and audit plan for this project. As needed, GLUMAC will pull a team of auditors and a local team of mechanical engineers from Tetra Tech. In this way, GLUMAC is able to scale up to meet the county's needs and to stay on schedule. A first step in GLUMAC's approach will be to provide a baseline assessment to understand how energy is used at facilities throughout the county and to understand what activities have been undertaken by the county. GLUMAC would then provide a gap analysis. They would be able to compare Seminole County against best practices from other institutions, organizations, and counties. They will assess current regulatory frameworks for energy policy at the local, state, and federal level. And they will identify various financing, funding, and grant opportunities that they can bring. This analysis will help GLUMAC develop an energy management program that is specifically tailored to Seminole County. And in addition, they can also work with the county to identify and evaluate various energy management and dashboarding tools. GLUMAC has experience both implementing third-party solutions such as that and developing custom tools, and will work with the county to find the right solutions that work for you. So Optany will ensure that all the county's plans include a practical, financially responsible approach to renewable energy procurement. They'll make recommendations for energy resiliency and bring an innovative perspective for incorporating microgrid technology. Optany will start by conducting a high-level solar siting survey of all county properties to identify potential locations for local renewable energy development and battery storage. Optany will use a combination of in-house methodologies as well as industry standard software to complete this survey. They will work with Tetra Tech and GluMac to align their analysis with the energy efficiency and the clean energy potential outlined in the auditing phase. Optany is currently working with Duke Energy on behalf of Durham County, North Carolina, and so understands the limitations that Duke or similar universities might place on solar development. Optany understands the financial procurement strategies that might offer solutions to some of these limitations, and is familiar with the range of innovative policy mechanisms that are being implemented at the state level and around the country. This puts Optany in a position to identify opportunities to maximize the renewable energy potential of the county's properties now and also into the future. Optany has also become a national leader in clean fleet consulting for cities and counties. You may have heard the recent news that the federal government has committed to electrify its entire fleet. And as Seminole County begins to look at its future fleet, it's important to keep in mind fleet electrification at a large organization like Seminole is prone to expensive mistakes if not planned properly, but can also lead to significant savings if done strategically. Optany is a real asset for city and county governments as they prepare for the impact of electric fleets. Optany can help Seminole to segment the fleet into appropriate study categories, to develop timelines and look at vehicle replacement options. Optany will evaluate cost increases to the facility electric bills and compare that to expected financial savings from fuel and maintenance. Optany also has an online platform that the county can use to further conduct analysis after the contract is over. And I just wanted to end by saying that we have brought together a holistic team to hopefully fulfill the needs outlined in the RFQ. Our four firms, I think, we've joined together to ensure that you receive a specific set of technical skills. And we would be honored to work with Seminole, and we would work very hard to get you where you want to go in terms of creating a foundation for sustainability. And with that, I would open it up to any questions that you all might have for our team.
Kristen, thank you very much. Is there any questions at this point? Commissioner Delory.
Thank you. Can you tell us, of all our facilities, we have landfills, we have parks, we have rolling stocks, various facilities, which one of our assets really excites you and why?
Oh, well, I think wastewater provides an opportunity for clean energy. So we've done a lot of work with both landfills and wastewater treatment facilities to help them create anaerobic digesters. And so I'm personally a kind of a food waste expert. And so we know a lot about the transition of how that organic material could be turned into clean energy.
Okay. Out of various projects you've worked on and made recommendations, which one was the toughest for you to implement where there could have been either staff pushback?
I wouldn't say, and we do have our partners on the call if they want to chime in as well. We have Sam, Roderick, and Brian. Okay, Brian. I'll go ahead and answer that, and then I'll open it up in case our team wants to comment. But I don't think we have much experience with staff pushback. We've done a lot of stakeholder engagement throughout the process of many of our planning, and I think we're used to kind of fine-tuning our strategies to fit the needs of the community. I would say that one of our major challenges have been with utilities, working with certain utilities who don't have a high percentage of renewable energy, for those clients that are looking for 100% renewable energy goals. So, just learning the political landscape and understanding what, how to push things forward given the priorities of that community. So.
Okay.
Does anyone else on the team want to answer that?
I can just chime in on the buildings. I think one of the challenges that we do face on facility staff is often facility staff can be used to maintaining systems that they're used to and not, used to new technologies. So I think we do a lot of engagement with staff to understand technologies, provide local references, set up tours so they can see facilities that use new technologies that might help to reduce the emissions. So it's a lot of the educational components that I think really help. But I think one of the biggest challenges is just having the resources to implement projects. Often facility staffs are overworked. They have a long list of deferred maintenance that they're trying to work through. So I think that's also another part of it, of the resource allocation and how do you actually get these projects done. So we've worked with different universities and counties to assess, their staff, how do they manage their facilities, and how can they, take into account the cost of both implementing projects from the construction cost as well as potentially additional staff members to support those projects.
Excuse me, for the record, I just need to make sure, who is that talking? Name and address for the record, please.
Sorry. This is Brian Stern with GluMac, based out of San Francisco.
Thank you.
And I would like to just answer that again. I didn't hear the word facilities staff, I just heard the word staff. So I do want to point out that the CISA tool that I mentioned has been used on a number of California State University campuses. We've worked with Brian with GluMac on those projects. It specifically is designed to show a business case for facilities. It takes into account all the things that Brian was talking about, the degradation factors, the maintenance loads, and it produces return on investments so that it clearly states kind of long-term what those projects will bring in terms of revenue.
Mr. Chair, one last question.
One last question, then Commissioner Zimbauer. Anyone else after Commissioner Zimbauer? Commissioner Herr, go ahead.
With your experience in finding funding and/or partnerships, what is your best success story that you've had in recent years? And the person on that team that had it, can they respond to that?
I can respond, and then I can pass it to any of the other folks on the group. But one of our most successful, what I would consider most successful funding would be at the state level. And so we would obviously start there and look and see what's available in Florida. But there is a lot of interest in building advanced energy communities, and so we've received a lot of state funding to help cities within the state come up with microgrid ideas, smart energy zones, and things like that. So I think working with the state and federal funding is an option. And Sam, are you on the call? Do you want to answer that, because you have specific knowledge as well?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes.
This is Sam Hill-Crystal, Energy Program Manager with Optiny, and my address is, I'm based out of Brooklyn, New York. I think a good example to point to is some work that Optiny has done with public agencies on solar procurement, specifically securing, third-party funding through a power purchase agreement. We worked on a project with it was a joint procurement between, I think, about 20 public agencies that all went out together to procure solar systems jointly, and they were able to get reduced pricing because of the scale of the projects that they were going out. And so that's going out for. So that's sort of an example of an innovative procurement technique that we were involved in designing and implementing to try to, bring in outside funding for the benefit of public agencies. And we've taken that model and continue to run it in a program called the SEED Fund, where we do collaborative procurements for solar in different regions. We're currently working in the Sierra region in Lake Tahoe in California.
Kristen, if you need it, we're going to, since you were 6 minutes short on your presentation, we'll give you an extra 6 minutes on questions. But I want everybody to know that we're trying to stick to the 10 minutes on the questions. Commissioner Zimbauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will, I have a set of about 20, 21 inquiries I have for probably each one of these, so I will defer to my fellow commissioners. Therefore, I may not have, or may be able to eliminate some of the questions I actually have.
Okay,
So-
we'll get back to you then.
That's fair.
Commissioner Herr.
So, easy question. I'd just like to know where the leads from each organization, where is their home base?
I'm located in, so we have multiple offices with EcoShift. We have an office in Ohio, Florida, California, and I live in Monterey Bay, California, but I'm willing to open up an office in Orlando if needed.
Before I recognize Commissioner Zimbauer, just one question. You said you've gotten money, you have received money with grants from a lot of cities?
She didn't answer my question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
So we have 4 leads. You are in California, willing to open an office. Byron, I think, is in Brooklyn.
Sam and Byron is in Oakland, and Brian is in San Francisco, and Roderick is in Orlando.
Okay. Thank you.
And most of the team that Roderick will be managing live in Orlando. Roderick, are you on the call?
Yeah, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here in Orlando. We also have staff in Maitland. And just as a point of reference, I was born and raised in Sanford, Florida, so I grew up in Seminole County.
Broderick, I'm sorry, I need your name and address for the record. Please forgive me, but we need to do this for everybody.
Okay, Roderick Cash. My office address is 201 East Pine Street, Orlando 32801.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hurd, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, very quick question. You stated, Kristen, about that you were able to get grants for a number of cities. Just name one in Florida.
I have not gotten any in Florida.
Then just name one somewhere else.
Oh, the California Energy Commission is one that we've
You
earned
said a
several
city.
times.
You said city or local government. Any city or local government.
Oh, on behalf, we've received those on behalf of city and local governments.
Just name one city or local government.
So City of Lancaster is one, and the City of Richmond is one.
Is Lancaster in Pennsylvania?
Lancaster is in California.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just want to make sure. Just want to do that. Commissioner Zimbauer, you got 6 minutes.
I'll go through this as quick as I can. It's important that I think we get some of these answers. Tell us about your experience in microgrid configurations, both integrated as well as independent. And whoever's most qualified to answer that, I'm fair with that.
Now, I'll let Sam handle that question.
Yep, this is Sam from Optiny. So we have helped a fair number of cities in California design and procure microgrids. All of those have been behind the meter microgrids that are capable of operating in parallel with the grid on a day-to-day basis to provide economic benefits, reduction of electricity costs, and then able to island from the grid to provide some level of resilience for critical loads, whether that be 24 hours or longer, and those would consist of usually solar storage and diesel or gas generator. We're currently helping the city of Menlo Park, California, design a procurement for microgrid at their community center. So that I think that covers it. We haven't worked on utility level microgrids on the distribution system, but I'm not sure that would be applicable for the county's facilities.
Sure, thank you. In your analysis of cost benefit, will you attempt to quantify the business interruption cost benefit analysis as well, or no?
On the microgrid side of things, that's certainly something we can do, looking at the value of lost load, depending on what services take place in a certain county facility, and what, we can work with the county to determine what a value on that is. The value of resilience is something that's, a hot topic in the industry right now, and we're definitely involved in trying to scope that out. So it's certainly something we can incorporate where it makes sense.
Okay.
And I think, Brian, do you want to talk about the energy efficiency side? I know that the CISA tool does capture a lot of the avoided costs, if you will.
Absolutely, and I think it's important also looking at building upgrades. What is the resiliency if you lose an air handler? How does that impact the facility? We do a lot of work with, critical facilities, both prisons, data centers, community centers, and then our Touch Tech partners also do a lot of work with the Department of Defense, both looking at, microgrid design as well as resiliency assessments and hazard mitigations. I think can bring a lot of experience from how other organizations are approaching the resiliency and the impact to their operations.
Okay.
And I should mention that the California Energy Commission grants that we have on behalf of the City of Lancaster, California, are specifically to design innovative microgrid concepts.
Okay. Give me a little bit of your background experience in on-grid integration of buildings.
As far as, I guess we've worked in Florida, so we have a full electrical engineering staff that helps coordinate utility power, working with the utilities. As a full-service engineering firm, we also have a group within Tetra Tech that does utility electrical design as well as transmission and distribution. So we, pull in experts from across the company as necessary in order to meet the needs on the project.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about your geothermal experience.
Yep, we've designed quite a few geothermal facilities, most recently in San Antonio. It is for the Credit Human, which is a local bank in the region, has 150 geothermal wells that provides full condition or heating system for the building. So that building was able to save like 99.7% of water by reducing load on the cooling tower, as well as for the rainwater collection. So we have the expertise to design full geothermal systems, as well as provide the financial analysis upfront to evaluate whether that's a feasible option. We have done studies as well as in Orlando for both a ground well as well as an open lake geothermal for a project that we were working on a few years ago.
So it would be fair to say you have some experience with liquid desiccant air conditioning systems?
Yep, that is correct. We have across the company about 500 or 600 licensed mechanical engineers, and have worked on, I'd say, pretty much all mechanical systems that a typical building would see.
Okay. I didn't hear anything mentioned, maybe briefly touched on it, about the biosolids, wastewater hydrothermal processing. What's your background in that?
Yeah, Sam, do you want to talk about that from a technical side?
Either way, I'm fine.
That's fine if you want to do technical. I want to know more about your experience and what projects maybe you've done.
I think, Roderick, maybe do you want to take that and some of your experience working in Florida?
Again, I missed the question.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay.
Question is experience in biosolids from wastewater and hydrothermal processing.
My expertise being civil engineering, I've done the site work, working with our solid waste folks. We have, throughout the southeast U.S., we've done projects. The most recent one that we've worked on was in Lexington, Kentucky, where they converted waste to energy. And we've got a staff in Maitland, Florida, that does similar type work. From what I understand, they are currently working with Lee County to do some studies for that type of an implementation of converting waste to energy. we're the ones that do the actual site grading, the permitting with the water management districts, and the ancillary work associated with getting the sites constructed.
Okay.
We're up.
Commissioner Zimbauer, how much longer do you, I mean, I understand.
I'll try to wrap it up as quick as I can. I'm
Thank you, Jay.
skipping a few already, but I think it's important.
Yes.
I just
Give me
wanted to
some
add
latitude.
one thing to your recent question, because I wanted the other team members to be able to add. But we are currently working with Durham County, North Carolina, to implement some anaerobic digestion at their wastewater treatment facility. And we're working with Sonoma State University on doing, trying to do anaerobic digestion in their cafeteria. So kind of a smaller scale, but.
Okay. Thank you. What experience do you have in battery energy storage systems, or BESS?
Sam, I'll let you take that one.
Yeah, we have extensive experience determining the feasibility, both technical and financial, for battery energy storage paired with solar and also standalone. We've done modeling for, 20-plus sites, municipal sites in California, city of Goleta, city of Santa Barbara, city of Fremont, related to integration of battery energy storage and how that would help their facilities. We've also done modeling for the economic benefits of battery energy storage at a utility level for cities that have municipal utilities and actually own those assets on the distribution grid or the transmission grid, to help them understand how they can hedge their costs and bring down rates for their customers. Most recently with the city of Palo Alto and the city of Boulder City, Nevada.
And I should mention also that EcoShift is the energy storage manager for Marin Clean Energy, which is a community choice energy provider in Marin, California. So we do all of their solicitation and program development.
Okay. What's your take on Green Globe certification versus LEED certification?
Brian, you want to take that?
If I can take that. We've worked on both. I think we'd want to understand, what the goals of the county are, in particularly related to incentives. For example, working on projects in Las Vegas, there are incentives tied to Green Globe, so we've used those. I think we'd want to, look at both of those programs and how that aligns to the overall sustainability goals of the project, and choose a rating system that I think aligns best with the county's goals. Really, I think both programs offer benefits. We've also looked and worked with other organizations of doing sort of a combination of the both and pulling best practices from various green building certifications and creating some sort of a custom scorecard that, best aligns with the sustainability goals of an organization.
So with that said, would that mean you're not necessarily married to one or the other? You're
That's
capable
correct.
of a hybrid?
That's correct, yeah. We have a sustainability team that manages Green Globe certifications, LEED certifications, WELL certifications, Living Building Challenge certifications, and would be best to, sit down and figure out what is the best approach for the county, and how does that align with the overall sustainability goals and the climate goals of the county, and figure out sort of which is best. But we are definitely not married to either one or another.
Okay. And then finally, do you have any idea, can you quantify how much grant money that you have secured or worked with your clients in securing for these type projects?
I can start, and I know that we have 3 Energy Commission grants right now. They range from $11 to $14 million each. We also have some state funding for recycling food waste, kind of waste diversion, and those range from $250 to $750, and we have one current active contract right now. Anyone else want to chime in on that? So I personally, that's kind of what I do for the company, is write grants, and very, very fluid with the, energy waste opportunities at the state and federal level.
Yeah, Christian, I would say that on the optional services side of this here, not necessarily in the sustainable infrastructure that you all are talking about, but from the hazard mitigation standpoint, I'm personally involved in dozens of FEMA grants for hazard mitigation, and in Central Florida, City of Deltona, Orange City, City of New Smyrna Beach, City of Rockledge, gotten grants all over the state. Very familiar with the process. That's one among many type of grants we typically help our clients obtain. So,
Is that, are those more community-based rather than project-based for a specific entity?
I've seen it in both scenarios. For example, the City of Deltona, they get some of their grants come through the county, where the county gets a disbursement of money from the state, and they prioritize their projects in each municipality in the county. I've worked where we get the grants directly with the state on a project-by-project basis, so I've seen it both ways.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are you going to, just stay around if we have any questions at the end, or?
Happy to.
Thank you very much, just in case, just in case.
Okay.
Okay, I think that now, Mr. Jean Charles, we have Hansen Professional Services, is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. While they're coming up and getting queued up, would you all, I guess there was a miscommunications. I thought that we were going to break for lunch. Some others thought that we were going to have lunch while we were doing this. If it's okay, we'll just go through and eat lunch. We'll bring it right up here and we'll just keep going. Okay? Is that all right with everybody? All right, that's what we'll do. So go ahead and get it ordered up and bring it in. If we need a break, if anybody needs a break, just let me know and we'll take a few minutes. Next company is Hansen, Mr. Commissioner Delory, and they're getting queued up right now.
Oh, I got to find them.
Mark Lee, are they on?
They should be ready to go. We've already informed them.
Okay, well, we're ready to go with them. 20 minutes. Hansen? Okay, I see you. Go ahead and please, and tell everyone that's going to speak, when you speak, name, address for the record. Thank you very much. We don't have the clerk here today. We need to do that. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. The clerk is here. She's just not here.
Okay, you're right. She's not in person.
Right.
So she won't know who's speaking.
Right.
So we need to let you know, name and address for the record. That is part of what we do. You're right. Clerk is here, just not physically here.
Virtually.
Okay. Hansen, please go ahead.
This is Wade Conlon, Winter Garden, Florida, work out of Maitland. I do not see Bill Bradford, who's leading the charge here for Hansen, as a screen up as yet. Can we make sure that he has been admitted to be able to speak?
Staff want to check on that?
Is that Mr. Hansen? Is that you on the corner? No. Okay.
In the meantime, would anybody care for some chocolate?
You're killing me.
I took care of that during break. Thanks.
You're killing me.
Mr. Chairman, it may take a few minutes for everyone to come in.
You've got me now.
Okay, super. Sir, please name and address for the record, and we will begin the 20 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Bradford. I'm a resident of Lake Mary, been there for well over 2 decades. Love what we're doing with Seminole County. Very excited about this plan. This plan is going to enhance our county. It's also going to strengthen our tagline, Seminole, Florida. Seminole County, Florida's natural choice. Hansen's completed these types of plans for a number of different customers. We were contacted just a few weeks ago by JFK Airport, Terminal 4, to help them develop a guideline and a scope for this type of plan. As each of you know, technology in the fields of energy and sustainability is changing very quickly, and you have to be ready for this and the avalanche of technologies and changes that are going to come about. As a part of that, you in Seminole County are taking the correct steps for this to be able to go ahead. Can you see my screen with the presentation?
Not yet, but I believe that it'll come up, sir.
Okay. I'll go ahead and make sure that you can see it here. Can you see it now?
We can see it behind you, yes.
No, we cannot see it.
Well, no, it's not on our screen.
Okay.
How about now?
Yes.
Now, there we go.
Good. Technology is a wonderful thing. Our presentation is going to cover these specific items. The fourth bullet is one that I hope we can get into more discussion about later. As you know, technology is changing quickly, as I mentioned, and you need a team which is focused on energy and sustainability that can help you determine not only what you need today, but also is going to guide you into the future. That's one of the benefits of choosing the Hansen team for this. The team, to successfully complete this project, you need a team that's Central Florida based. You need somebody who understands energy and sustainability in Central Florida and which can also bring national and international credentials to this project. You need a team that's developed and implemented energy and sustainability plans. You need a technology agnostic team, which only has the success of Seminole County in mind. And you need a team whose members and principals are recognized nationally for their work in the field of energy and sustainability. And you need a team that's at the forefront of developing new technologies and strategies. The Hansen team is that team. The Hansen team includes a practitioner, someone who practices nationally and internationally and knows how to plan and then implement the project and the findings. You need a researcher, someone who understands and constantly evaluates the latest and greatest technologies and constantly looks ahead to what is coming. And then you need a facilitator, someone who has access to cutting-edge technology, provides information, connects partners, provides technical support from the U.S. Department of Energy and the national laboratories, and also identifies funding and other programs. Hansen's going to be the prime consultant for this contract, and we're a practitioner in the field of energy and sustainability. We were founded in 1954, opened our first Florida office in 1974, and then opened our Central Florida office in 1989 to serve NASA. We have a tremendous amount of experience with type of work, and we have 17 people located in our Central Florida office who are dedicated to supporting our energy and sustainability projects. The benefit to Seminole County is the people you will be working with all have experience with these types of projects, and they're located in Central Florida, with many residing in Seminole County. FSEC, or the Florida Solar Energy Center, is a researcher, and they're Florida's premier energy research center. They're located at the University of Central Florida, and they were created by the Florida legislature in 1975 to support the innovation and growth of energy in Florida. They have a long history of energy research excellence as it applies to buildings, energy systems, storage, solar technologies, and much more. The benefit to Seminole County is that you're going to have a world-class research organization in your backyard helping you determine what steps you should take as you plan your future. And then the Central Florida Clean Cities Coalition is going to be the facilitator, and they work with fleet administrators throughout our 10-county region and throughout the state of Florida. Were created by the U.S. Department of Energy. They're a program from that, and the benefit to Seminole County is that you have access to the latest Department of Energy, transportation energy data, as well as to research from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and other national labs, and as well as to the people who helped Florida develop their transportation future. All three of these teams are located in Central Florida, and we're here to serve you. On the previous slide, I talked about the entities that comprise this team. However, it's our people that make us strong. Our people are leaders at the state and national level in the respective fields of energy and sustainability. Our people are the ones who write papers, make presentations, and participate in the foremost energy and sustainability organizations at the national and regional levels. We're constantly surveying the best practices and technologies and identifying and evaluating what's coming next with respect to these types of technologies. Additionally, our project manager, Danielle Roars, is outstanding. She just finished a large program for the U.S. Navy, managing that included multiple sites across the United States, had very tight time frame, and included electrical evaluation and providing recommendations. Also received an email from a project manager for Florida Power and Light that we work with, who said he's looking forward to working with Danielle on a project because he had heard she's extremely dedicated and also a pleasure to work with. That's the kind of project manager you want for this project. The benefit to this team, to Seminole County, is you're going to be working with people who are leaders in the field of energy and sustainability as it deals with energy efficiency, renewable energy, energy storage, sustainability, and transportation. Wade?
I'm Wade Conlon. I live in Winter Garden, Florida, and I lead Hansen's Energy and Commissioning Group worldwide. As Bill mentioned, each member of the Hansen team has completed energy and sustainability master plans, as well as the component parts which comprise these plans. We have learned that the successful completion of a project like this includes the steps shown on the screen. Bill, can you advance the slide to that screen? And we'll get into the detail of these a little bit later on in the presentation. So, next slide. Hansen's extensive experience with developing energy roadmaps includes the Orlando International Airport, which set an energy reduction goal of 10% campus-wide, and Hansen identified savings that exceeded their goal. The savings would offset the energy usage of nearly 1,500 homes. We list several other projects that include many of the components of an energy and sustainability master plan, such as establishing baselines, setting reduction goals, and providing improvement measures that identify costs and savings. Hansen also serves as a continuing contract firm for Seminole County Public Schools for special projects involving energy. We also have continuing contracts with Orange County, Lake County, Osceola County, City of Orlando, UCF, and others. It's important to note that all of these contracts have included energy and sustainability projects. One continuing contract, which is not listed, is with Orange County Public Schools, where we help them eclipse their energy reduction target by achieving 12% to 20% reduction, depending on the school. The benefit to Seminole County is that the Hansen team has experience with the development and implementation of energy and sustainability master plans.
Thanks, Wade. I'm Colleen Kettles, and I serve as the Director of Business and Workforce Development at the Florida Solar Energy Center. As Bill mentioned, FSEC was established by the legislature within the state university system as an independent and unbiased institute to conduct research and support the transition to clean domestic energy resources. We support the public and private sector by evaluating a broad range of current and emerging energy technologies that can benefit the end user. We also support the development of policies to facilitate the adoption of those technologies. We have designed programs to implement energy resiliency in our schools and to educate teachers, students, and their families on the benefits of sustainable energy. The Florida Energy Office selected FSEC to conduct a study of the state's energy profile and policies in order to support the development of a Florida energy plan. The project required extensive research and stakeholder engagement. The final report, Florida's Energy Future, provided the agency with timely data and information, along with recommendations on the state's energy policy trends, conditions, and opportunities. Most recently, FSEC conducted a solar feasibility assessment for the city of New Smyrna Beach. Our team provided a detailed energy analysis of 18 municipal facilities ranging from fire stations to a city hall. We identified appropriate energy conservation measures for specific electrical loads and then determined how the use of solar energy could supply those loads. Cost savings and return on investment were calculated for each facility. FSEC has been responding to requests for this type of service as local governments consider how to achieve their energy sustainability and resiliency goals.
Doug, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thanks, Colleen. The primary mission of all Clean Cities coalitions is to develop and deploy clean and efficient transportation solutions. In 2019, over 50 stakeholder fleets in our 10-county Central Florida region reduced fuel costs by over $30 million and eliminated over 38,000 tons of CO2. The Central Florida Clean Cities Coalition continues as a leader in advanced transportation in Florida. We work with fleets, local governments, and state and federal agencies to produce solutions that employ clean fuel technologies to reduce operational costs and improve efficiency and the environment. We submitted our contracted final EV roadmap to the state's Office of Energy in early January of this year. We continue to coordinate on an ongoing basis with the Florida Department of Transportation, the Public Service Commission, and the Office of Energy as a member of the state's Electric Transportation Master Coordination Team. Our coalition was instrumental in the FDOT's 2019 submission to the FHWA to designate alternative fuel corridors in the state of Florida. We provided infrastructure data, filtered GIS information, and industry-wide communications for the effort. We stay informed by collecting alternative fuel prices for submission to the US DOE on a quarterly basis, and we also track vehicle and infrastructure costs and produce an annual report on the contributions of our stakeholder fleets in Central Florida. Central Florida Clean Cities works with over 80 state and national coalitions, local agencies, national federal labs, such as the National Renewable Energy Lab and Argonne National Labs, to provide our stakeholders and partners with the latest data and technologies. We facilitate direct communications to these labs and researchers for our stakeholders and partners. Cumulatively, Seminole County Transportation Fleet represents one of the largest avenues for operational savings and environmental improvement. Twin Cities has the experience and resources to provide guidance and solutions to Seminole County on how to implement a financially reasonable, efficient, and sustainable transportation plan. Solutions for Seminole County could include simple, low-cost internal programs like idle reduction or complex fleet transitions to alternative vehicles and fuels. Thank you for the opportunity to present our experience and resources.
Thanks, Doug. My name is Danielle Rohrs. Address is 13809 Research Boulevard, Austin, Texas, and I will be the PM on this project. As Bill mentioned, Hansen has 17 people in our Central Florida office who are dedicated to energy and sustainability projects. Plus, we have the resources of FSEC and the Clean Cities Coalition, which bring another 70 people also located in Central Florida. On top of that, our Central Florida office is no more than 15 miles away from many of your facilities throughout the county, so we have the staff and the location to be able to respond quickly to your needs. The key values to our approach on this project that we want to convey to you are communication, feedback, and scheduling. With communication, we're going to keep you engaged at every step of the way through frequent teleconferences, monthly status reports, and quarterly overview meetings. Feedback is part of the way that Hansen does business. We've always valued treating our clients like partners. So it's my pledge to you to be proactive and responsive in order to foster a constant dialogue to help you achieve your goals and minimize risk. And then with scheduling, in addition to good old-fashioned scheduling and critical math management, I'll be utilizing earned value management to make sure that we're burning the resources at a pace that will keep you on schedule and on budget. We accomplished the key items introduced on the last slide through outstanding project management. This slide highlights our proposed schedule for this project, but the one thing that we want to emphasize is the schedule is structured in a way that we address everything in your RFP. However, we will also quickly identify projects which will provide immediate successes for Seminole County so they can be highlighted in the community outreach portion of this project. I touched on engaging you throughout the life of the project, but Wade can start to tell you more detail as we move into phase 2, which would begin with documenting your existing baseline.
While this includes getting drawings and data, the real impact of this step is engaging your staff and occupants to understand how things are currently operating, hear about issues they may be handling, and listen to their suggested improvements that they believe could help the county achieve its sustainability goals. Their involvement early in the process helps cultivate the pathway for the plan's success. We then establish conservation and efficiency goals, and we consider these goals to be the grading rubric that is the measuring stick of the plan's implementation. The goal for buildings could be a reduction in utility consumption or cost, carbon neutrality, or even net zero energy. For vehicles, it's making sure that all the fuel sources are converted into a single unit to be able to compare them, apples to apples. These goals are used by the evaluation team in the field to focus on finding improvements that are more likely to have a greater impact. Next, we'll provide recommended improvement measures and tools. It's important to make sure that we identify quick successes that are no low-cost items that can be implemented in short order, starting the county on its path to conservation sooner. We also identify those that have a good payback with escalating capital expenditure. What makes us stand out is we also include all the items we evaluate, even those that are unfavorable today. We know that the cost of installation typically reduces as technology improves. Think of PV 15 years ago versus today. And since the plan is updated as the implementation phase takes place, some unfavorable payback opportunities can shift to become long or even good payback.
Implementing the plan under Phase 5 is where you'll start to recognize significant savings and achieve your goals. We also recommend a measurement and verification program so you know exactly what your savings are in order to make adjustments along the way.
And everyone on this team has implemented these plans, but Danielle is the perfect manager to lead this charge. Over a 5-year period, she led a project for a utility that actually consisted of 36 sub-projects dealing with the routing, design, permitting, and implementation of a $1.4 billion, 375-mile-long transmission line.
Public engagement is a very important part of a project like this, and Hansen has a dedicated marketing department that we will use to assist our customers. Some materials we use are shown on the left side of the slide, but you can see actual examples of the things that we've provided our customers on the right side of the slide. The 2-page brochure on the left is a public information mail-out we used for a project in East Central Florida. The larger 2 pages are part of a packet we developed for a public meeting for a project in Southeast Florida. And the third graphic is a website we developed and maintained for the South Suburban Airport project, which is on the south side of Chicago. We've been doing public engagement for local, county-wide, and statewide projects for many years. We kind of have it down to a science where we even go so far as to design the layout of the room in which the public forum is going to be held to increase engagement and decrease the ability for people to cause disruptions.
One of the things that we didn't get a chance to address in the earlier presentation was the innovation in emerging technologies, and I'm hoping we can get into this during discussion. But Hansen currently serves as a program manager and runs a living laboratory in central Illinois, and we're involved with building monitoring and monitoring-based commissioning and resilience, as well as a number of other things. The Florida Solar Energy Center has been selected by the Department of Energy and NREL to serve as a power connector nationwide, and they're also one of 14 organizations nationally educating consumers on conducting EV infrastructure planning. And then the Clean Cities Coalition recently submitted 2 different concepts. One was a mobility concept to DOE that included UCF, Central Florida Regional Transportation, FSU, and others. And the second was with the University of Florida. We are all working on resiliency as well. But one of the things that we want to close with, the benefits of choosing our team, the understanding we have of this type of project, the qualifications, nationally recognized firm, nationally recognized energy research center, a US DOE program that works very closely with the Department of Energy as well as national laboratories. We have similar experience with energy and sustainability plans, and we have the involvement in innovation and emerging technologies. In addition, I want to stress the proven approach and project management strength we have, the communication plan we didn't really get into for communicating with Seminole County and being able to provide feedback to you. The Hansen team has the depth of personnel, the availability, the proximity, documentation methods, quality control, and focus on energy and sustainability to achieve your objectives. In addition, we're also looking ahead at the innovation and emerging technologies that are going to help you not only today, but also in the future. We'd love to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Questions? Anybody? Go ahead. Start, Commissioner Delory.
Thank you. On one of your slides, you talked about the Central Florida Clean City Coalition, and it talks about Florida Transportation Technology Development Report, as well as the Alternative Fuel Corridor as well. What experience do you have working with TSMO and Eric Hill from Metroplan?
Doug, can you take that one?
Yes, we can consult with them on a regular basis, but we have not had any project that we've worked with them on. We also consult with the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. So we are consultants, but we don't have any active projects going on with any of those groups at this time. They call us for input and advice. So.
Well, the reason I was asking is TSMO actually goes from the Atlantic all the way down to the Gulf Coast along I-4. Didn't know if you were actually involved in any of that.
Well, we have multiple coalitions in the state, so if we did something like that, it would probably be in a cooperative effort between us and our Tampa coalition.
Got it. Thank you. With you may not be aware of this, but the county is doing a major 5 Points project involving the courthouse, parking garages, and several other areas. It's well underway. How would you catch up on a project like that and work with the contractors and the architects involved, since it's already been started?
We're currently working with some of the people who are already involved with the program, including the program manager, and we're very familiar with the engineers. We know that right now you're doing a lot of design with the systems, and you've got some tremendous amount of opportunity over at the 5 Points area. My recollection is that that is not initially going to serve the entire 5 Points area from that central energy plant, but it is something that is expandable in the future.
Okay.
I don't think it'd be any problem at all because we've been brought in on a number of different occasions to do just that. So I think we can come up to speed very quickly.
Okay, and based on whatever your recommendations would be, how would you think we should be able to judge you to meet our goals for us to become a leader in sustainability?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat that? You faded out.
Once you make your recommendations to us, how would we be able to see and judge you to make sure that we're reaching our goals to ensure that we're a leader in sustainability?
One of the things I go back to is there's someone who ran for mayor in Central Florida, and somebody asked him a question like that. He said, 15, 20 years from now, I hope they'll still be able to say, gosh, you're still mayor and doing such wonderful things. I hope with Seminole County that we'll be able to do the same thing. We'll still be working with you, and we'll be able to have national publications that are talking about the opportunities and what you are doing. I think things like that, and being a national leader and be able to publish, are some of the things that we'll be able to say.
Okay. And, Mr. Chairman, my last question would be, can you rank the importance to you all regarding either environmental lift, energy savings, or cost savings? What would be the one thing that stands out?
I think that'd be very much like trying to pick out which one of your kids you like the best or love the most.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I've got two, so it's equal. But with that, I really think that it's something that we need to sit down and talk to you and find out what portion of the county and what specific programs you already have ongoing. I don't think it's going to be a blanket response for the entire county. I think for their tremendous energy savings. I think for the fleet and what you're doing there, it could be fuel savings, which translate into cost savings. And I think that when you also look at that, it could also get in very heavily into the sustainability and the climate and carbon savings. So I apologize for dancing around the question, but I do think that it depends specifically on what aspect of this we're talking about.
Thank you.
Further questions? Commissioner Zimbauer.
Earlier, you had a part of your presentation, you had a list of projects or clients that you had worked with. City of Orlando, there was multiple others, I think OIA. Of those clients, how many of them implemented a portion or all of your recommendations? And tell us a little bit about that.
I would say that all of them have implemented a portion of our recommendations. Seminole County Public Schools is one that's closest to home, of course, from where my boys went to school. And we have a contract with them for energy-type projects. But with the pandemic, they had some grant programs, and they wanted to come back in and look at the energy. They wanted to look at their controls, and they also wanted to look at the kids going back in. So we made recommendations and implemented those for them. For the City of Orlando, we have come back and we've made a number of recommendations. We're currently working on a solar facility for them that was designed by others, and we're doing the commissioning of it. But looking at that and how they can plug in their vehicles vehicles and how they can use those electric vehicles and provide power at the site. Orlando International Airport, we have come back and they have, we've made a number of recommendations for them, and with that they implemented a wide variety of them, everything from upgrading their systems to using electrochromatic glass for some of their buildings, and that has worked out as well. So there are a wide variety like that.
Okay. You had a discussion, one of your presenters mentioned the city of New Smyrna and the project and the scope of the work that was being done there. Can you tell us, with that scope of work that was done for the city of New Smyrna, how many projects with that same scope have you done for municipalities?
Colleen?
I'll take that. Colleen Kettles, Florida Solar Energy Center. We did a study similar to that for the city of Satellite Beach, and they've implemented several solar projects as a result of that. The city of New Smyrna Beach project was fairly extensive, and unfortunately, we presented the report to them just prior to the shutdown of COVID. They are moving forward with one of the solar projects, but I'm not sure about the others at this point. But we're just really getting ramped up, working with the local governments. We've had a lot of requests. Most of the local governments don't have the funds to support our researchers because we are university researchers, and it does come at a kind of a decent price tag. But so we do it for free. We do a cursory assessment of their buildings to determine solar feasibility using National Renewable Energy Lab tools. So but we are getting more and more requests, and we've been working with the Florida League of Cities to see how we can best serve cities collectively so it's not a burden for each local government.
Okay. And a couple times during presentation, you mentioned DEO and NREL. Are you using any of their modeling tools, such as CREST or REOPT?
Yes, we are, and several of them. Doug, do you want to take that one to start with? And then Wade, there are several others that we're using as for buildings as well.
Yeah, sure. For the transportation environment, and for the project that we just did for the Office of Energy here in the state of Florida, we used NREL's EV Pro tool for determining the amount of infrastructure, and then we used EIA, a projection tool for sales and such as that. But I think what we did too is we went beyond that. We actually got with the NREL and EIA, and we fine-tuned and tweaked their models for local response. The Argonne tool is typically used for national projections, and we got with Argonne, we provided them with Florida-specific data, and they were able to develop a report that was specific to the state of Florida. And so we do use those tools, but we go beyond that in trying to fine-tune them for the best local response.
And Wade, let me go ahead and step in because we've got one of our engineers, Matt Colson, did an internship at NREL, and he came out and he brought some of those tools with him. And I apologize because the names are slipping off my tongue, but we've used them for energy modeling on several. We are currently using some of those tools in Seminole County, actually in Altamont, for a large, about 270,000 square foot office complex that is going, they want to go net zero if they can, but carbon neutral. And so we're in the process right now of evaluating those and looking at everything from geothermal to recovering from waste streams to you name it.
Thank you.
Hey, Bill, I'd like to interject something. I talked about one specific tool, but if you go to our website at cflccc.org, there is a list of probably 15 or 20 tools that are available to the public, to your staff, and for anybody to use. These were all developed by the national labs.
Okay. Of all the projects that you've undertaken, some of the ones you've listed, what do you believe was the most cutting-edge project that you undertook and actually was implemented by your client?
Well, one of the ones that we're doing right now is we are doing it on our own, and we're doing the research, and it's for our 60,000 square foot corporate headquarters. It's involving monitoring-based commission. And it comes back in, it's able to monitor what the systems are doing, what they are, how everything is acting. Wade and also Matt Colson that I referred to a moment ago put on a presentation yesterday for a national conference of ASHRAE, which is for our industry, and it's talking about how we can use monitoring-based commissioning for the epidemic and how that is going to affect control systems in the future. The other one that I would say is going back, and years ago, at the time was very cutting edge. We designed the engineering systems for the Florida Solar Energy Center, and I believe that was in about 1989. So it goes from there up to now. And the one I mentioned a moment ago in Altamont, we were trying to take the complex carbon neutral and net zero as well. So there are several others that are coming to mind, but those are some examples.
And similar question, of all your clients, what would you be happiest about of all your clients when it comes to allergen survivability?
Could you say that last part before survivability?
Sure. Of all your clients that you've done work for, which one are you most proud of when it comes to allergen survivability?
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that next to last word again.
Energy efficiency.
Outage survivability.
Allergen survivability.
Okay. With respect to survivability, right now we are working with a large project, and it's in the construction phase down in Palm Beach Gardens, which is a massive data center. It's being designed for Cat 5. We are doing the analysis and the commissioning of this, but it involves being able to survive Cat 5 hurricanes and provide people for the transmission and distribution to continue on throughout the state of Florida, no matter what.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Herr, Commissioner Lockhart, either have anything?
There was a question in the addendum, item number 15, with a question about the contract. Is it safe to presume that because you're here, you got okay with the answer?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're going to go, just before we go, while the third one is checking in, I think it's Atlantic Energy Concepts is the next one on the docket as they're going. And please, Hansen, you are welcome to stay around. We don't know if we're going to have questions after all six, but we might. I cannot ever tell you about this group.
I will assure you I have questions for everyone.
Okay, then you know they will. So if you would like to stay around, you are welcome.
We will maintain the line then.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, the next group is Atlantic, and before I allow them in, which they're, whenever they get in, fine, but County Manager, do we have an update or an ETA on the lunch?
She's picking it up right now.
Thank you very much. So just want to make sure everybody's happy. All right, Atlantic, you are up, please.
Maybe staff needs 5 minutes between each one to get everybody keyed in. I'm not sure.
Is that what you're going to need? Brandon, 5 minutes. Mark Lee?
5 minutes will be good, Chairman.
Okay, let's make this a real 5 minutes, though, okay? We're going to take a 5-minute break right now while we're putting it together.
5.
5, yes, 5.
4.
Actually,
3.
let's make it 4.
4.
Okay.
He wants the can.
Let's go, everybody. We're waiting for Atlantic to come on in.
They're on.
And there they are.
Get started, Mr. Chairman.
I am, Bob. Okay, I think Dagny, you are up, please.
Great, thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. It's an honor and a privilege to be here, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you about your 21st century energy efficiency and sustainability roadmap for Seminole County. My name is Dagny Johnson, and I will be leading and overseeing this project for Atlantic Energy Concepts and our team. I have 11 years' experience in sustainable and resilient planning and implementation, and I have been a practicing attorney for 18 years. We understand the 4 pillars of the RFQ that you've put together, and we have experts in the field of renewable energy, energy efficiency, fleet and fuels, policy and regulation, as well as other areas, specifically sustainability and resiliency, which we will bring to bear on this project. As you can see from our slide, the blue dots on the map of Florida represent the counties with the current or recent AEC projects. We know and care about Florida, and have several members of our team who are joining us today, including Johnny Edwards, Susan Glickman, Thomas Spiegelhalter, and others who are Florida natives and live in Florida. We also have project experience from around the country and the globe, with many of us practicing in this area in various other cities and countries. Let me tell you a little bit about AEC. I think it's important that we bring that relationship to bear. We were founded in 1994 and have been specializing in energy efficiency and sustainability for 25 years. We are Department of Energy certified as an ESCO, whose parent company, Shadler Yesco, has $200 million in annual revenue. Our concierge approach to industry projects sets us apart from our competitors as we value personal and long-standing relationships. AEC is turnkey. You will not need to have another partner or firm to execute implementation, and we will manage the installation ourselves. A unique feature of AEC is our 20-year sustainability review plan. This process allows us to come into Seminole County's energy infrastructure every 3 years over the course of a 20-year plan. Suggestions and recommendations are made for new technology opportunities and other options applicable to Seminole County's needs. We will start by offering and implementing the sustainability program that the county can pivot on and find new technologies that will go further towards future RFQs and RFPs. Because of this approach, which is one of the first, we were the first in Florida to win a 3P public-private partnership award with Miami-Dade County using our sustainability plan approach, you will have the benefits of not having to go out to RFPs and RFQs based off of these recommendations. Due to our limited time today, I will not be introducing every team member on our slide today. However, they are all here on the phone for questions should you have any. Others may be counting on peripheral support, and we've heard that this morning. These individuals that you see on our organization chart are the experts in these fields, and they will be available to Seminole County on a daily and regular basis. Having worked in Florida and recently in Miami-Dade County on a similar project for MDFR, we wanted to show you an example of the types of tools and technology that AEC brings to bear. Madeline is going to be playing a video for you in the background that we created with Thomas Spiegelhalter, our partner, for MDFR Fire and Rescue. With over 30 years of experience in the energy sector, Thomas brings his experts in sustainable master planning to bear. He's a registered architect, engineer, and co-director of the Structures and Environmental Technologies Lab at the College of Architecture at Florida International University, who we partnered with on this project. As you can see from the technology, the data collected throughout the development phase of Seminole County's process will be input into this software, which we will then use to flourish throughout the 20-year sustainability plan. This plan will and should consider the immediate county's needs and requirements, but go further. Let's reach out to the cities and municipalities that you have that can benefit from this technology and these suggestions, and we will do that. Moving to slide 5, you'll see another example of the integrated platforms that we offer through our experts in data-driven community phasing. As you can see, the end result of the data input is technology outreach to your employees, schools, and constituents that is available through mobile application. A perfect example is, as you can see, the potential flooding that exists in Seminole County on occasion, and we can implement that and send out data and reminders to constituents to help them in the future. AEC has already spoken with Seminole State College and the University of Central Florida to incorporate their sustainability programs and students into our process. We think that's critically important. We also go beyond the university and college level and involve the local primary schools. And these tools are a fun way to bring the knowledge and data that these students can have at their fingertips. We all know kids these days have cell phones in every grade, I think. Moving to slide 6, as you can see, we have worked up an example that is specific to Seminole County. This is the Seminole County Courthouse, specifically the east section, and it's a solar canopy that we were exploring a few years ago with your county. We understand that the county courthouse will now be moving to the new and very exciting 5-Point Center, and we're excited to participate in that. That center will be located in District 4, and we wanted to highlight how important the potential to bring other opportunities through solar and EV charging stations is. You'll also see on this slide a great representation from the county, which is the photovoltaics in Altamont Springs. We'd like to look at further opportunities such as photovoltaics, and those will be one of the expertise we'll be bringing to bear. And we commend Altamont Springs and specifically District 3 for that. We have done several sustainable offerings and partnerships with other cities, counties, Native American reserves, and the military, and we continue to do that on an ongoing basis. But this project is personal to me because my family is from the immediate area. Our team will be bringing other thorough and thoughtful recommendations to the table, such as potential applications for parts of the 5,000-acre parcels of land in District 2. Keeping in mind that we know how important rural preservation is to Seminole County, we will make sure to make specific and detailed plans in the forefront that take that into consideration. At this point, I'm going to introduce you to Susan Glickman, who is not only a personal friend, but my teammate, and is our policy and community engagement expert. Susan has over 2 decades of climate and energy policy expertise in the state, local, and federal level, and was named to Florida Trend's inaugural list of Florida's most influential business leaders in 2018. Susan.
Thank you very much, Dagny. Chairman Constantine and Commissioners, I am so pleased to see Seminole County take this important step towards sustainability in what will be an ongoing journey. Atlantic Energy Concepts has put together a diverse, skilled team to help do just that in a very strategic way. And that's really key because in the world of sustainability and technology, it's all advancing so rapidly. And in many cases, it's really disruptive to what we've been used to, the way that we've used to have things go. It's as ice hockey star Wayne Gretzky always used to say, we need to skate to where the puck is going and not to where it's been. And as Dagny said, I bring 2 decades and a breadth of experience, having initiated the Tampa Bay Regional Resiliency Coalition, which is a coalition of 32 local governments on the West Coast. I'm deeply engaged in their action plan development, which is underway, including transportation, land use, housing, infrastructure, ecosystems, as well as personally coordinating the clean energy solutions component of the plan. Closer to home, I'm on the steering committee of the East Central Florida Regional Resiliency Collaborative. And while Seminole County hasn't fully engaged in the collaborative, the county will benefit from the regional greenhouse gas inventory that's underway in identifying where energy use is greatest. I was part of the Orange County Sustainability and Resilience Committee, which created a Sustainable Operations and Resilience Action Plan. That was presented in December. I'm on Tampa Mayor Jane Castor's Resiliency Advisory Team as well. They are too developing a Resilient Tampa Roadmap and a Climate Action and Equity Plan. I'm also working very closely with the City of St. Pete right now on an EV readiness ordinance and also on the city's first ever integrated sustainability and action plan, which was approved in April of 2019. Moving away from local actions, there is significant movement at both the state and federal level, and particularly where funding and policy opportunities, they're going to be key to factor into your plans. The Clean Energy Future Act was just released by the U.S. House Energy and Commerce Committee, and it mirrors President Biden's goals to achieve net zero greenhouse gas pollution no later than 2050. And they have an interim target of reducing pollution by 50% by 2030. They've already committed $565 billion over 10 years to that end. There's also a commitment to conserve 30% of our lands and oceans by 2030. And with that, there may very well be opportunities for Seminole County with your 6,600 acres of preserved land and wilderness to look at carbon sequestration and accounting practices. As we move toward having a value on carbon, this is going to be a great opportunity to help fund and finance some of what you're trying to do there. Even the COVID relief package that passed this weekend included $4.5 billion for LIHEAP, the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Project. It's also likely that a national green bank is going to pass, and with that, $100 billion is going to flow into communities to make buildings and homes more efficient and resilient. And 40%, I've heard a few references to equity issues, and it's super important, and 40% of that's going to go back to low to moderate income census tracts. So while the plan that we're talking about today is focused on internal operations, we know that Seminole County wants to be able to offer its residents opportunities to benefit from moving to clean energy solutions. And at the Florida State Legislature, in the area of resilience, things are actually moving along, although we're not California, as Senator Constantine well knows. So some of the, because we're fully regulated in the state, particularly in Duke and FPL territory, some of the advantages offered in California would not necessarily be able to take advantage of those here in Florida just yet. But for the first time, there's an Environment, Agriculture, and Flooding Subcommittee of the State Affairs, and some of the communities like yours that are experiencing some inland flooding as well. Speaker Sprowls has committed $100 million in a Resilient Florida Trust Fund. Governor Ron DeSantis has announced Resiliency Florida Grant Program, $1 billion over 4 years for flooding and sea level rise. And they're going to use documentary stamp taxes to pay for the debt service on these bonds. And as was discussed earlier, the Florida DOT is writing an EV master plan. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services with the Clean Cities Coalition came out with their plan as well. There's a lot of activity. The state of Florida got $166 million out of the VW emission settlement, which is starting to fund charging infrastructure, which is really important. So we know there's so many facets to a process like this. The cost for solar panels have declined by 80%, and solar is now price competitive with every other form of power. And that's really important for your residents, and it's important for your internal operations. And I think that you'll find the shared solar offerings at Florida Power and Light and Duke Energy, which is newer, but they are likely going to be part of your mix as well. The good news, though, is that with resilience and sustainability, we will create jobs. Over 12,000 Floridians, 10% of whom are veterans, work in the solar industry. I was very impressed with your county's handling of COVID-19 and the presentations we saw today, and was reminded COVID is a respiratory virus. So when we think about protecting public health, clean air is vital. So every internal combustion engine that we take off the road helps protect our public health. The electrification of transportation is the big one. It is a disruptive game changer. Consumer Report says that on average, over the life of a vehicle, an electric vehicle will save $6,000 to $10,000. Randy Owens from our team can speak more about transitioning fleets. So I'm going to get wrapping up here. I have spoken about the opportunities for funding from the federal and state government. But lastly, whether we're talking about county operations or the school district or the sheriff operations or offerings for your residents, it's financing that's the key. Capital investment creates jobs. It's available and it's becoming more available for efficiency and clean energy solutions. I mentioned the likelihood of a national green bank, which will assist low to moderate income homeowners finance improvements. I'm on the board of a nonprofit community development finance institution, the Solar Energy Loan Fund, SEL, and they're doing just that. Their second highest grossing contractor is Collis Roofing from Longwood. They've done almost $850,000 in projects, 72% of that in LMI, low to moderate income census tracts, helping mostly working class families and retirees on fixed incomes. They also have a groundbreaking pilot to finance septic to sewer conversions, which I know is something very important to Seminole County. So with that, I'll wrap up, and I'd like to turn it over to AEC's Project Development Lead, Charlie Brewer, who has 40 years in all things power generation with a specialty in energy efficiency.
If I could just ask for everyone, when you're speaking the first time, could you please just give your name and address for the record so we have it? Thank you very much.
Charlie, are you on mute?
Oh, here we go. Yes, I'm Charlie Brewer. I live in Soddy Daisy, Tennessee. I'll be the lead for our sustainability team. It'll be a team composed of engineers, analysts, auditors. We'll evaluate all the county offices, physical plant, command and control, and both your buildings that are owned and leased. We'll be following the plan that I'll be discussing. It'll be tailored specifically to your vision and to the key areas of efficiency, reliability, physical plant, fleet, renewable energy. And we do look at geothermal heating and cooling, solar photovoltaic for powered water heating, battery storage, and really a deep dive into policy regulations. We envision the sustainability plan taking approximately 9 months to complete. It'll be dynamic. It'll change as throughout the plan, incorporating any costs or energy savings that are immediately identified. Audits like this generally will find anywhere from $40,000 to $100,000 in billing errors, and we'll be sure to point those out as we go through this as well. As Susan mentioned, the political climate is very good in Florida on the national level for grants and incentives, and we'll be working very hard to include those in our financials. We realize the importance of the 5-point project and the fact that it's moving down the road, but we will be making recommendations and looking at how we can also fine-tune that project with our program. So looking at the blue tabs, or the process, we'll kick it off with interviews, workshops, getting the key county leadership to understand vision and the growth, the areas of concern and pain that I've heard this morning, guidance for balancing growth and development and looking at preserving green space and meeting with staff as well. We'll then move into data collection. We'll be finding a review of the power and water bills, audit buildings, facilities, looking at wastewater fleet operations, all that are elements of your operations. And importantly, in this day and time, and as we heard discussed early on, we will be looking at air sanitization opportunities in county offices, workspaces, and community centers to ensure safe working environments for employees and the public in general. From the workshop, we'll analyze the data. We'll use that to create a gap analysis, and we'll compare that with your current consumption, with the environmental consumption and environmental metrics that we develop in the future with our strategies and those accompanying metrics. The recommendations also are vendor agnostic. We'll anticipate introducing the new emerging technologies of the plan and be aided by the funding as well as with the rebates. We've already reached out to the local college, offering student internships with our team for hands-on learning experience because they'll be the future community leaders. And we also will move forward with this gap analysis, and we'll present to you an interim finding. We'll come in with a workshop with the staff, the commissioners, to drill down into what are the really best solutions and discount those that may not be as effective, but put them on the second tier. And then from this, we'll have the focus scope where we will finalize our recommendations. The sustainability plan is not just a roadmap, but it will be serviceable both to all the facilities. Our team is commissioned to do this work. We're a full-service team. We can do the implementation as well, and we have skilled project managers on board, and we have the ability to bring it through a timely schedule, on budget, on schedule. And with that, we're running out of time, but I would like to say thank you and move it over to Johnny Edwards.
Okay, thank you, Charlie, and good afternoon, Chairman Constantine and Commissioners. I don't really have time to say all I was wanting to say, but just a quick introduction. My name is Johnny Edwards. I'm a professional engineer with 23 years in the solid waste business. A native Floridian, lived in Seminole County over 22 years, and was very excited when my company, SES Engineers, was invited to be part of AEC's and hopefully Seminole County's team because of our history and leadership in greenhouse gas, landfill gas, and waste-related energy. And with that, I will kick it back over to Dagny.
We look forward to your questions, and we're excited about this business and working with you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Commissioner Hurley.
I noticed in your proposal that I believe it's your holding company, SYD, has a product distribution arm. So my question is anything that they do related to anything that we would be purchasing? And as a result of your presentation, the second part of that is related to the lack of a need for an RFP if we use your firm.
I'll speak to that. So Dagny Johnson, I am physically in Birmingham, Alabama today. We crafted over the course of 3 years, what's called a public-private partnership document. And it can be used under the piggyback provision that's applicable in Florida, and it was specifically written to focus on that Florida statute. We use that public-private partnership document to go out to counties and communities to partner with them to be able to piggyback into the next project. Similar to this project here, what we would do is create the document and the plan for you, and any county under that 3P proposal contract, any county or city or municipality that wanted to piggyback off of that or implement that same plan has the right to do so, thus negating the need to do another RFQ or RFP. So that's one of the benefits of that. Did I answer your question?
The second half of the question. How about the first half of the question with regard to the products that are either manufactured or distributed by SYD, which is, as I understand it, a holding company?
So we would not use those products. We're technology agnostic. We think that's a critical component and something that we liked that was put in this RFQ. I've run into problems in the past, particularly working with Jackson Hospital in Miami, Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue, where large ESCOs will come in and implement a plan and then service their product that they've put in over the course of 20 years. So you're constantly having to keep up with their retrofits and their reforms when you should be able to go out and get any product that you want. I think technology agnostic material is critical.
Further questions? Commissioner Zimbauer, then Commissioner Dory.
In your analysis, in your work of cost benefit, will you attempt to quantify business interruption costs to the county?
We do. We think that's extremely important, and it's a delicate situation. We work in a lot of hospitals and businesses. We've done work with the Department of Energy. We've worked with other government departments where there was a security clearance sensitivity. All of those things come to bear when we bring a project, and we take that particular pain point per client into consideration.
And you had touched a little bit on landfill. What experience and background do you all have in biogas?
We have pretty extensive experience, but I'll let Johnny speak to that directly. Johnny?
Thank you, Dagny. Yeah, that's what SCS Engineers does. And, SCS Engineers has been around for 50 years and develops numerous biogas, landfill gas to energy projects. We're working for your landfill currently, doing a landfill gas expansion to feed more gas to the landfill gas to energy facility there at your landfill currently. But we also work for 26 or 27 other counties in Florida currently, doing similar things, helping collect landfill gas and turn it into energy. OUC is also an example, where we've constructed a 7-mile pipeline and have a treatment facility to refrigerate and compress the gas so that OUC can use that for energy production.
Okay. In your review, what's your anticipation of the weight you'll give towards grid dependency and reduction thereof?
Well, I think specifically in Seminole County, you have a unique relationship to both Florida Power and Light and Duke Energy, and that's something you need to investigate and that we can explore more of. I also think there's opportunities that are going to be coming forward where you can diversify your energy portfolio.
Vehicle fleet experience, I know it was touched on a little bit in your initial discussion, but what background do you have in that, and what clients have you done that work for?
Randy Owen is going to speak to that.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Randy Owen. I've been a fleet manager and a fleet management consultant for 30 years. I've been a fleet management consultant for the last 20 years, and I do a lot of work in fleet sustainability.
Sir, we can't hardly hear you.
We can hardly hear you. Speak up, please.
Okay. So I do a lot of work in fleet sustainability as a fleet management consultant. Recently completed a project for Santa Clara County in San Jose, California. They requested a full roadmap for reducing their greenhouse gases and transitioning the fleet to electric vehicles, at least on the light side of their fleet. And that project included establishing a baseline so that they departed on their green fleet program from a firm foundation of good fleet management. So there's a real practical application part to any kind of sustainability planning, whether it's fleet or whether it's buildings or anything. You have to make sure that you are already using best practices before you depart for new technologies.
Thank you. And also, you touched a little bit about on universities, working with universities and other, even our public schools. Tell, what's that all about? Help me understand what that's about.
Yeah, we think that's critical. Thomas Spiegelhalter's on here. In addition to his expertise background in architecture and engineering, he is currently a professor at Florida International University, who we partnered with on the Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue Project. And I can let Thomas speak to a little bit of what he does with students and how we would incorporate that here.
Yeah, thank you, Dagny. Well, we have done, I would say, over 50 projects with Department of Energy, U.S. Department of State, NREL, EU Belmont, EU Horizon, Intelligent Europe, and it's all based on pretty much artificial intelligence and machine learning assisted analysis workflows. We are using GIS data, urban growth models, and then we run this through building information modeling. And then with the algorithms and machine learning, we are optimizing these, let's say, city to building to object or MEP details. It's an optimization workflow that is in research, but also in the implementation. And just remember, down here in Miami, we have thousands of sensors and infrastructures out there that are daily recording the behavioral pattern and consumption loads in all scales. And at the same time, we are then counting the greenhouse gases, how much we reduce. But that's not just all. We're also doing well-being. That means we are looking at interior air quality and other variables that are all embedded in this holistic building information modeling analysis and optimization workflows. So one has to be really silly to turn off all these machine learning algorithms that are working all together, you know, and are more powerful than our human brains. So if this qualifies as an answer for your question, I'm happy to answer even more questions.
And I would add to that too, that we believe that getting children while they're young and teaching them the opportunities that you are creating through this proposal is really great. And so we go to local schools as part of our outreach and show them what we're doing. We take solar panels so they can touch them. We let them build, in certain situations with the college students, projects with us. You saw the slide of the FIU solar arrays. It was next to the Seminole County Courthouse picture. So we just believe that community outreach in particular with children and students is critical.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Dagny, and I would like to add that we also use social media, geocoded assembly of communications that gives us an idea where's the sea level rise event happening, where are problems with hurricanes, etc. And we analyze them and use them as community tools.
Great. And do you have any idea how can you quantify what type or amount of grant money you've secured in some of your other projects for your other clients?
Madeline, do you want to speak to that, or would you like Susan to speak to that?
And just a rough number. I'm not looking for specifics, but if you have an idea.
Well, I think that there's hundreds of millions of dollars out there. I would have to think long and hard about a specific amount that we've done. I do know that since we started this RFQ process with Seminole County, there were several grants that were specific to the county that could have been awarded and won, and we were very excited to implement those for you.
Okay. And finally,
I would also add, this is Madeline Fazzolari, based in Raleigh, North Carolina, that we can look for other funding infusions into the project, such as utility rebates. That's something that we've been doing for over 20 years and working with the utility companies for various incentives that they have for energy efficiency. So, we can certainly look for other funding sources besides grants.
Sure, thank you.
We also offer utility billing auditing, which is a free service that we do for all of our clients, where we explore where they've overpaid. And in counties typically of your size, we'll get a return of $40,000 to $100,000. That's found money.
Commissioner.
And finally, what experience do you have in working with, you mentioned earlier, the two power companies that are most prevalent here in Seminole County, in co-oping with PV grids?
So Florida and Power and Light, Duke Energy, we've worked with extensively. We've also worked with, in Kentucky, TVA. In California, we've worked with all three of the major utilities out there. We don't have a problem working with them. Florida Power and Light does drive me crazy sometimes, but we enjoy a fond working relationship with most utilities.
Fair enough. That's all I have for now.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Delory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of you mentioned greenhouse gases. I know here in Central Florida there are 4 monitoring stations for air quality. I don't know if you're aware of that. One here in Seminole, 2 in Orange, 1 in Osceola County. It's a partnership between the 3 counties and UCF. Where's the low-hanging fruit with that? Because I've read that report on an annual basis, and I'm sure you have too.
Absolutely. Cassandra, would you like to speak to that? She's our greenhouse gas expert.
I'm Cassandra Drotman out of Santa Rosa, California. We always like to look at what monitoring and information you have first when looking at your greenhouse gas emissions and what's associated with it. With looking at those, we would look at what's currently occurring in your baseline and then what can be changed and implemented going forward. For local efforts, we would look at your renewable fuel goals and how switching to electricity, as one example, would help improve your air quality emissions and reduce emissions in Seminole County, as well as look at building codes and other things that would help locally implement additional reductions. Those types of projects help increase efficiency and transparency as well as reduce emissions. In addition to those, we also would look at methane reductions at your landfills and other methane sources in the area, anything from dairies, digesters, and other projects that could be put in place to help reduce emissions and bring renewable energy credits into the county as well.
Okay, thank you. With the, who do you believe is either nationally or globally the leader that we should be trying to either emulate or look at to see what works, what doesn't work, either nationally or globally?
I think locally, you have a bunch of immediate area groups that are attempting to do what you're doing, and that's great. Tampa, Orlando, those are amazing. I think nationally, you can look overseas. We're seeing amazing things there. Thomas and our project in Kigali, Rwanda is incredible. We have a lot of projects in California that are similar to this, where there are leaders. Santa Clara County that you heard Randy speak to earlier, what they're doing in their vision is extremely impressive and rapid. They're trying to get that done by 2030. So I think you guys are on the forefront to become the next leaders of where you want to head.
What about globally?
Globally, we've done a ton of work in Oman and Dubai. Dubai is very aggressive about this right now, in particular because in these certain countries like Oman, they are running out of oil. Oman has 50 years of oil left. So something like resiliency, sustainability plans is critical to the future of their constituency.
So let me ask you,
Can I say something?
go right ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Thomas.
I have worked with many institutions and countries in Europe, Germany, France, and Italy, England, and currently in Costa Rica, just was working on the Nueva Asamblea Legislativa, which is 100% neutral operation. And you know, Costa Rica is already carbon neutral thanks to their hydrogen, their hydropower. And these are examples that are leading because it's a holistic approach. And I think we are very well informed with that because this is 30 years of experience in different communities with different languages and cultures. Culture is very important.
So let me ask the
Just wanted
question
to
this
jump
way.
in with one thing.
I'm sorry, go ahead. What?
Yes, Commissioner. You were asking about other countries. I think we can look to Germany as an amazing example where they committed about 11 years ago to go all renewables, and they have the cloud cover of Alaska. So we have a much better solar resource, but yet Germany has been this extraordinary leader. We all owe them a debt of gratitude because they brought the cost of solar down just globally. So it's pretty amazing. And then on your question about is there one community, as you heard me tick off, I'm super involved in lots of these plans and they're going on around. But what I would prefer is like an a la carte menu, because you can look at some place like Coral Gables. They're a leader in using a strategic leasing model. So they work with a private vendor who takes the tax credit and then leases them the cars. And so it's just, we want to be as open and as flexible. The technology is changing literally on a daily basis. So there's lots of great examples, but I'm going to go a la carte on that one.
So let me ask the question this way, that I know, in fact, if you go back into the 80s, some of you may not be that old, but I am. Back in the 80s, the Scandinavian Building Code actually took a lot of steps into address with indoor building air door qualities as well as outdoor air qualities. They've been doing that since the mid-'80s that I'm aware of. Do you have any experience with actually assisting local municipalities with writing codes in that regards?
Yes, I do have, yeah.
It should be an easy one for you, Thomas.
I was part of that Scandinavian project because that became the passive house principle in Germany in particular. and was then a driving law and policy in ordinance, in particular in Freiburg and Breisgau, many other places. You only could build the Scandinavian type. Otherwise, you would even not get a building permit. And the training and the workshops, they have already in the kindergarten and in the preliminary school. So kids learned how to become a manager of energy and how to save energy and when to open the windows. You know what I mean?
I sat through several of those workshops myself.
Oh, that's fantastic. See, here we go. I don't have to say much more.
Then let me follow up with this then. With the assets that we have, the landfill, the parks, rolling stock, various facilities, which one is our assets that most excite you all holistically?
You know, I've thought a lot about this. Me personally, because I've been working with you guys since 2015 and looking into projects that I think would be amazing and sustainable and renewable. The commitment that you have to your rural community and keeping that rural area, I think, is something that is similar to what we've worked on before in other areas. And there's ways to make research projects on land and return it to its natural habitat and state after a period of 20 years or 15 years. And we've done that on Native American reserves that's previously untapped land that we're not allowed to build on. So for me, I think the 5,000 acres that you have out by the landfill that I referenced in the presentation earlier is a really great opportunity to bring some renewable resources in areas that I know you have pain points.
One of you mentioned in your presentation that was similar to Indian County. Can you go into a little more detail? Why do you think we're similar, and how could we capitalize on that?
Similar to what county? I'm sorry?
I think you said it was Indian County. At least that's what I heard.
I don't remember saying similar to Indian County. I think that a county that you're similar to that we've done work for, although on a slightly larger scale, is Miami-Dade Fire and Rescue, and the vision that you have for the new courthouse. There we were working in the old Eastern Airlines building, and they had an initiative in place to try to get things done by 2020, which obviously they did not reach. In your particular goals, I know that you were one of the leaders, I think in the 80s, to build the renewable and resilient fire station. And now I know that you want to take those goals to the next level. And that's what we've been helping other counties do, and we believe we can help you do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else from any other commissioner? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it. As we have asked the others, you probably want to stay around because we'll probably have questions after we talk to all six. So if anybody, just to let you know, you don't have to, but you probably should.
Absolutely. We will be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, well, Mark Lee, while you're putting together the next group, we're going to take another 5 minutes. We'll get back at 1:35.
seen part of. I was just saying I would hesitate to move forward without Commissioner Zembauer because I don't know how he would score a presentation he hasn't seen part of.
I'm sure he'll be in a minute, but we'll wait. We'll wait. I think HKS is up next.
Yes, we're ready.
Please go ahead, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Chairman Constantine, and thank you, Commissioners. It is a great privilege to be here with you this afternoon to share our team's qualifications for this really important initiative, important project for the county and indeed for our entire region. We are so excited that the county has undertaken this effort and is moving forward to take the lead in such an important arena as energy efficiency and sustainability. My name is Nathan Butler with HKS Architects. My business address is 225 East Robinson Street, and that's in Orlando, Florida, 32801. And today we're going to cover some key items with you, as you see on screen here. We'll go over our team's qualifications and the makeup of our team. We'll go over some of our team's project experience and our overall approach and our workload and availability and logistical considerations associated with your project. So our team is comprised of myself. I reside, as I mentioned earlier, here in the Orlando office of HKS Architects. I will be serving as your principal in charge, and I will be a primary day-to-day contact along with my colleagues here that you see on screen. The rest of our team is rounded out by Tommy Zakrzewski. Tommy is HKS's sustainability project manager, so he and I will be working hand in hand throughout the course of this project, and Tommy resides in the Chicago office of HKS. Also in Chicago is Rand Ekman. Rand will be the policy and regulatory advisor for your project, and Rand also serves as our Chief Sustainability Officer for HKS. So we're very pleased to be able to bring the knowledge and the resources of both Tommy and Rand forward for this important project. We also have on our team here today with us Kurt Ostradka. Kurt is with VHB, and he will be serving as the community planner and community liaison with us. VHB's office in Orlando actually happens to be right downstairs from where I'm sitting now. So Kurt and I are passing each other in the halls all the time here, and we'll work very closely together to great impact on your project. Christy Walson is our senior sustainability consultant. Christy is with TLC Engineering Solutions, also based here in Orlando. Christy and I both serve on the Sustainability Council for the University of Florida, and we're really excited to be able to bring our combined resources together to benefit your project. So I'm going to turn this over to Rand Ekman to give you an overview of our firm's kind of position and our view from the standpoint of sustainable development goals.
Yes, thank you, Nathan. So hello, everyone. I am Rand Ekman. I'm Chief Sustainability Officer for HKS, and as Nathan mentioned, I am physically located in Chicago. I used to be much more mobile, but as we know, that's far less these days. So, the team is really quite excited about this opportunity. It's an opportunity to provide, not just our technical expertise, but our professional commitment to advancing your work around energy reductions and sustainability. It's a crucial effort aimed at creating value and impact for both the county and the residents, the community in the county. At HKS, we have a very sort of serious attitude around this topic ourselves. And last year, we signed on to the United Nations Global Compact as an organization, as a participant in the UN Global Compact. That brings with it a whole host of issues that are aligned with advancing both the projects that we deliver for our clients, like yourself, as well as the business practices that we deploy to conduct the business that we are. We find that important for a number of reasons. One is that it's a real commitment. It's an organizational commitment that requires us to take sustainability and energy efficiency and all the various issues of the global compact seriously. It is also something that we're finding resonates strongly with the business community at large. And I think that's worth mentioning in your context because there are currently, I think there are between 11 and 12,000 participants in the Global Compact globally, which are Fortune 500 companies, and it matters to them. It's how they think about what they do and how they deliver sustainability. So it's all about, as we like to say, designing the world that we want to live in together. So the Global Compact has embedded within it 17 Sustainable Development Goals. A few of these are really worth noting for this project. Number 7 is right in the sweet spot, which is affordable and clean energy. 11 is sustainable cities and infrastructure. 13 is climate action, which, as you all know, moves the question of energy into the realm of carbon. And the last that I think is most intriguing is 17, which is partnerships for the goals. So one of the things that I mentioned and that we consider to be an important component of this work, as well as the way that we would deploy ourselves in thinking about your project, is that it's, in addition to doing the analysis, it's the creation of a feedback loop. It's the creation of the information that flows back into the counties so that you can really have an ongoing program for continuous improvement. And that meaningful feedback loop is critical for figuring out not just the actions that are appropriate right now, not just the strategies that are the ones to deploy today, but the ones that could be deployed 5 years when market conditions are different, when technical solutions have evolved, and when policies that you may want to deploy are becoming more feasible and more real. So I'm going to turn it over now to Kurt, who can give us a little more insight into the notion of partnership for the goals.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to all the commissioners for hearing our presentation today. You've heard already that Orlando was named as one of the leaders in sustainability and one to possibly emulate. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about one of our projects that we've completed with the city there. So VHB first completed the Greenworks Community Sustainability Action Plan for the city in 2013. And that was meant to complement a municipal action plan that the city had done internally in 2010. The city, knowing that it could not accomplish all of its goals on its own, wanted to make sure it reached out deep into the community to get businesses, nonprofits, academia, and others involved so that everybody could try to improve the conditions of the city together. We then were hired again by the city to update the plan in 2018. And the reason for that quick update was because the city had made a lot of progress, so they wanted to make sure they reported on that. There was a lot of new technology that was available. So, for example, on the cover of the original plan, we had a compact fluorescent light bulb, which was obsolete by 2018 when LEDs became very much in the market penetration. So they wanted to make sure that they accounted for new technology as things changed. We also had to think about the regional advancements such as Sunrail, which wasn't available then. And then the city really wanted to put a greater emphasis on equity and incorporating those UN sustainability development goals that Rand had touched on. Now, both plans were built around 7 different focus areas. And what we did is we brought community experts in to talk at roundtable meetings about each of those focus areas. So those included water, clean energy, green buildings, local food system, livability or urban design, alternative transportation, and solid waste. And the engagement process was such that it wasn't just the government or the consultants telling people what the sustainability actions would be, but it was really a collaborative effort where everybody at the table co-created or developed those strategies together about how they wanted to solve specific actions for each of those 7 focus area categories. So we believe the plan has been very successful. The city has gone on to become certified as a Lead for Cities Gold by the USGBC, which is quite an accomplishment, one of very few cities that have done that. They've also been awarded a $2 million Bloomberg grant for climate adaptation work. And one of our other projects, the St. Petersburg Integrated Sustainability Action Plan, was also awarded a similar grant by Bloomberg. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Christy, and she'll talk about some of the more specific implementation actions that our firms worked on together.
Thanks, Kurt. My name's Christy Wilson. I'm with TLC Engineering Solutions, 255 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, 32801. And so we had the honor of working on the City of Orlando's 55 building energy audit project that supported the Green Buildings Focus Area in the Climate Action Plan for the City of Orlando. The 55 buildings incorporated into this energy audit included a wide swath of building types, including Orlando's own City Hall that underwent a massive gut and renovation during this effort, and then also the Amway Arena, which is also significant square footage. So what we did was we basically took this project from start to finish. We provided energy use, utility analysis, energy audits, energy modeling for each of the 55 buildings, came up with energy efficiency measure recommendations based on what we found. We also provided the design as an MEP firm for implementation of the energy efficiency measures, and we provided the commissioning of the implemented measures. All of this effort, which is actually still ongoing because these efforts don't happen overnight, resulted in $2.4 million in energy savings per year for the City of Orlando. And they then took those energy cost savings and turned them into what is now the new Orlando Police Department building. That energy savings partially funded the building of the new OPD. Which is also a LEED certified building in itself. Now I'm going to turn this over to Tommy to talk through our process.
Thanks, Christy. So good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Tommy Zacharzewski with HKS Architects, 125 South Clark Street, Suite 1100, Chicago, Illinois, 60603. So as Christy was mentioning, it takes time. And while we know that there's a sense of urgency to move fast, what we really want to emphasize is how integrative this team is, and how integrative we want to be with the county, because it is a partnership, like Rand said as well. We're in it together, and we need to work together to deliver on some of the necessities that are coming out of such an ambitious plan. So I want to talk a little bit about our approach. I wouldn't be a good project manager if I didn't align a perfect schedule with beautiful bar charts that shows a start and finish. Oftentimes it's not perfect. And I think what's good to understand is we know where we start and we know where we need to finish. And everything else between becomes a little bit fuzzy. And working with you and having that constant engagement to understand how we plan and get through this process is going to be paramount. Right now we have all the technology that we need to go carbon neutral. It's just understanding what are the pinch points, either in the economics or the social impact of those strategies. So we're looking to work with you because we're so invested, again, in making improvements in community. We may be located locally and elsewhere out of state, but we're a big firm or big firms that can deploy a lot of resources and thought-provoking, forward-thinking ways of advancing sustainability and energy efficiency with Seminole County. So I'm going to go through briefly some of the schedule, just to talk about how we're thinking about things, right? Of course, this all has to be flushed out and work with you to really come up with a kickoff and work plan. This is part of the project initiation. We really need to align what the needs are. We know your building inventory, we know the sites, but what we really need to know is understand, confirm goals, what does that work plan look like, what is that schedule that's going to work best for us and for the county, because we're going to be working together in this partnership for quite a long time. When Christy begins to do some of the energy analysis, that data request becomes pivotal. Part of the benchmarking that we need to do to assess where you're at right now is to make sure that we get all the utility bills and all the data information that we need, all the fuel sources that the county uses, to make sure that we do a comprehensive assessment. If we can't accurately measure it, we may not be able to accurately compound on reducing some of the emissions in the county. So the initiation becomes pretty pivotal. When we begin to review internal program processes and assessment, something that we may want to begin with is taking a look at the Vision 2020 comprehensive plan and really seeing where did it leave off and where does it need to go to, and understanding if there's any gaps and what can we do now forward looking with all the probable legislation that may be coming from the federal government. So we have to have this mentality of continually looking forward, but still use the past as a primer of know where we've gone and where we need to go. And parts of those future conditions is just understanding the market, the change in renewable energy penetration in the grid itself. And what we need to understand is what we need to do now in a 10, 20, 30-year viewpoint, and what could be probably happening on the grid side to make it more greener. One of our plan components that we want to emphasize is building internal capacity with Seminole County staff. We hold a lot of knowledge. We want to share that knowledge, and we want that knowledge to continue in Seminole County. Part of that, I want to say, really not enforcing, but empowering the individuals who are going to be running the facilities, are going to be running the programs. They need to think how we think about these solutions and come up with the same vernacular, same language to ensure that it's a success. So we all have to talk the same language. So there's a lot of education that's going to be happening throughout this whole process. It's probably one of the most important things. The whole thing is how do we educate and re-educate and continually educate the community about what the benefits are of this plan. So again, we'll prepare strategies both on the building side, renewable energy side, taking a look at alternative renewable sources. Fleet transformation is going to be really important. So what do alternate vehicles look like? Electric, or biogas, biomass, lots of options. And tie-in incentives and grants. Kurt already noted a couple grants, incentive programs that he was able to capitalize and bring in to help offset some of the costs. Stakeholder engagement. This is where we get into phase 3. A little bit more about the continuous education in the community and identifying priorities and values, right? Nothing's really going to stick unless we find a personal touch to what sustainability, energy efficiency, or carbon neutral means to the community. And that's why we're going to be doing a lot of engagement, virtually, in person. We have the breadth to really deliver on what's most appropriate and what's going to be most impactful. And through the GreenWorks plan that Kurt went through, facility and community workshops is very familiar, and we're able to deliver on that. This last little section thing, I really want to talk about some of the plan development, how we evaluate things, right? Part of the evaluation purposes of this, of the plan is to know which way the project swings in terms of environmental, financial, or community benefits. So we could take a look at the triple bottom line approach and evaluate those health benefits, those wellness benefits, environmental, even financial benefits of any of the strategies that we put forth and review with the county, right? This is where we're going to be communicating a lot to understand, again, the pinch points, the budgeting cycles, understanding where we could pull grants in, either from the EPA or Department of Energy, local utilities. Oftentimes I see working with grant writers within counties or organization works really well. Fundraising is another thing. There's lots of different avenues that we can incentivize the strategies. Again, it's not going to pay for it all. That's the realism behind it, but it's going to incentivize you to maybe reinvest in future projects by using those incentive money. Lastly, we're going to provide that ongoing technical assistance and training. Right? Those at re-education, I think I've hammered out a little bit now, and continuing educating everyone. Because if we don't keep focus of what the vision and goals are, we won't be able to realize those community benefits. I'm going to pass it to Nathan here to talk about more about our availability and logistical considerations.
All right, thanks, Dr. Tommy Z. Yes, in terms of logistical considerations, our team is locally based. We're supported by the resources of our national and our global practice, so we're ready to hit the ground running and to be there with you each day and each step of the way through this project. I think some of the differentiators for our team that we view are key. One is certainly our longstanding relationship with the county. We know we've worked with the county for over 20 years. Our deep policy experience as it relates to energy and sustainability, the verifiable, measurable results, and our impact as a team that we bring forward for you for this important project. So with that, I'll turn it over for questions.
Okay, exactly on the nose. I was beginning to get ready to say, you guys are a little late, but you right on, closed it right out, Nathan. All right, who wants to start off? Andrea?
I'm good.
Okay. I already know Jay's going to ask questions. And Commissioner Delory, so I'm going to go Commissioner Lockhart.
Thank you.
Commissioner Delory?
Sure. Can you give us any examples of what you've done with helping municipalities rewrite their building codes for sustainability?
Yeah, I'll jump in to give one of my personal examples, and I'll let one of my team members come in and follow up. So in Chicago specifically, we work extensively with Navy Pier Municipality, who operates the Navy Pier area, and we work with them to really redefine some self-governing rules on how they operate and how they procure products, their purchasing agreements with utilities, and setting goals to understand, how do they get to higher energy efficiency through the Better Buildings program to do a 20 or 30% reduction in energy use. So it's the policy driven internally in a very small organization that is a large load carrier in terms of their electricity consumption.
What about from a affordable housing impact standpoint from the transit? Because one of my biggest pet peeves here has always been when it comes to affordable housing, they talk that there is a transit element, but yet no one is able to define what that transit element is.
Kurt, you still on? There you are, but yeah, would you be able to address the transportation?
Yeah, I believe that when we look at sustainability, it's not just about the vertical construction of the building, but the site and surrounding area as well. And, to the extent that you can encourage people to walk to transit or use other alternative modes of transportation, that's going to have multiple impacts, the first of which being taking those cars and emissions off the road, which will help with our greenhouse gas inventories. It also helps to make people healthier by getting that daily physical exercise they may not have gotten otherwise if taking a car was the easy choice. So as architects and planners, we're looking at the whole site, not just what's inside of the building.
Kurt, I think to tack on to that a little bit, I think as it relates to affordable housing, it's a particular concern that having inclusive development that relates transportation to housing options and housing choice is a critical aspect of this type of plan.
And I was going to offer that I've been part of the committee in the city of Chicago that has been involved with developing.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Could you kind of get closer to the mic or something, please? Repeat.
Yeah, sure. Is it better now?
A little bit.
Okay. I was going to mention that I've been involved with a committee that's been developed and has been maintaining an ordinance that's through the Department of Zoning, and that ordinance is focused on creating a program, an incentive program that enables developments in transit-rich locations to be supported by the city, either through issues of sort of increasing FAR or enabling funding to flow to those projects differently if those projects are delivering sort of sustainability benefits in locations that the city has identified as being important for this kind of transit-rich development. So there are policy and ordinance tools that can be deployed as well.
Thank you. In your experience, what government has been the most successful and innovative for energy management and or sustainability, and who should we be partnering with or modeling us after, either nationally or globally?
I've got some recent experience, and I've worked really closely with Park City, Utah.
Okay.
They are leading the nation along with their ordinance or resolution to be a net zero community by 2030, including county operations. They're pushing the envelope, and that's through improvements in code, policy, having extensive planning review and development review to make sure that project teams, developers, owners are really making measurable results. I think that's important that contribute to that net zero ordinance, that goal. So they're out there. It's difficult. It's not easy. And it's just working together to make that realization. I'll open it up to anyone else who wants to talk about more counties that are really pushing the envelope.
Okay. What is your experience with finding funding resources and partnerships to match grants? And who is in your group that's the financial person?
With the grants, actually Kurt, Christy, and myself, we all have pretty deep experience in, again, local utility incentives. We often write grants through the Department of Energy to secure funding. There's also other federal incentives. We usually partner with a firm that does utility, or not utility, but incentive finding to find even the small amounts that could be extracted or submitted for. It's an interesting landscape to navigate. It's just understanding, again, it's an incentive, it's a grant. It gets you a little bit there, and there's got to be some strategic investment in place and understood of how to deploy it in an appropriate manner. And then, Nathan, do you want to talk about our estimating?
Well, yes, we've aligned with CMI here in Orlando for estimating and financial analysis for this effort. But in terms of who on the team is sort of responsible, I would say that you could look to me to be the point person in terms of marshaling those resources and coordinating across the team to bring the resources to bear, whether it's for grant pursuit activities or research from a fiscal standpoint to identify areas for opportunities for savings and for future investment.
Thank you. Seminole County has a large variety of assets, landfill, parks, rolling stock, various older facilities as well. Which is the one asset that you guys get really excited about that we should be the low-hanging fruit to get, start focusing on and looking at? What's that one thing?
I'll kick it off. For me, being a resident here in Central Florida, and someone who, although I don't live in Seminole County, I spend a great deal of time up there. And for me, one of the greatest resources is the natural lands. And I think the effort on the county's part to preserve and protect those is such an important asset, for the future of the county and for the citizens of Seminole County. And to me, that's very closely tied with water and with water management and water conservation. I think water and the land management go hand in hand in my view.
I'm looking forward to the worst offenders in terms of energy use. Those are the projects, the buildings, the areas that you begin to see the most immediate impacts and benefits, and you get to share those successes right away. And take a look at metrics like, well, we've reduced enough emissions to offset 5 other county buildings. That's impactful. So just diving into the data and just seeing where the biggest opportunity is in terms of carbon reductions.
So, of course, your greatest resource are your people and your children. And I would love to take these guys from Chicago on the mud walk through Seminole County, which all school children is one of their first experiences in your natural resources. And there's such a tremendous opportunity to leverage that experience into lifelong learning about sustainability.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, we all know that we're doing some 5-point projects with the courthouse and the parking garage. How would you catch up to that project and resolve any conflicts or resolutions with the existing team that's involved?
Well, I think, to start out with, being involved in the project as deeply as we are, from both the architecture and the engineering standpoint, with HKS and TLC engineering, I think, obviously being able to kind of hit the ground running is a great benefit that comes with this team because of our inherent knowledge of that project endeavor. And I think in terms of sort of catching up, if you will, I think it's important to look at the long-term vision for 5 points for it as a campus and think about it in a holistic sense. In that fashion, and to know that beyond the current initiatives of the expansion to the courthouse and the construction of the new garage and the central chiller plant, that there's a great deal of work that's planned for the future going forward, both vertical construction and horizontal improvements there. And the approach that's taken for those from a sustainability standpoint and from an efficiency standpoint is such a critical aspect for, I think, the team to be involved in. We're certainly in a good position to be able to influence and inform the discussion about that with the county.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zimbauer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What experience do you all have in microgrid configurations, both integrated and independent?
Microgrids are interesting. It promotes a lot of resiliency and independence, and takes a very long-term strategy to really realize. I was involved extensively at the Illinois Institute of Technology here in Chicago with help realizing their microgrid. They actually got funded through the utility and through some grant programs. But it's really understanding how you begin to best integrate different demand energy generators, whether it's renewables, alternative fueling, that promotes a self-sustaining grid. It's really important. With things that we saw recently in Texas, the idea of these microgrids are going to be more and more prevalent to understand connectivity and how you can heal your own local grid electrically and self-sustain power. It's a growing field. We've got some experience in it, but again, on the HKS architect side, we're not necessarily designing or engineering these things. We understand the implementation of.
So I guess my follow-up question to that is, what is your experience? What projects have you done with microgrids, either integrated or independent?
So with UC San Diego, they are their own microgrid, and we've been working with their central utility plants and facilities to help benchmark performance of their equipment as it relates to lead performance, among things, but also emission reporting and reductions, sort of forward thinking of looking at what's coming ahead in terms of emissions reporting for entities like educational institutions like UC San Diego and the UC system. So we're working hand in hand to understand how those generation sources are deployed, measured, and reported on an ongoing basis.
Okay.
And if I could jump in, so we at TLC, we work closely with the University of Central Florida, do a lot of their design work. And so when the UCF downtown campus was coming into fruition, they were actually considering a microgrid concept to power the master planned area that will be the whole UCF downtown. Ultimately, they decided, partially because of funding, to go with just a centralized chiller plant, and also because it's very similar to what they have on their main campus. But we went through all the analysis and life cycle cost analysis, moving toward that type of a microgrid system to support that downtown campus. And then we're also getting ready to start a pretty big endeavor with UCF to create and help manage their energy transition plan, to transition their whole main campus away from, high carbon energy into more renewable setting. So that as a setting in Florida is our experience, but we have walked down the road of microgrid, and UCF is a big leader in that area in our local Central Florida area.
Sure, thank you. Rule of thumb, what do you typically see benefits and resiliency on a RE storage diesel hybrid microgrid versus a standard generator resiliency program?
Can you, for those of us who have no idea what you just asked, can you tell us what you just asked?
I'm sorry, into the microphone. I laughed because I have no idea what the question was. So can you
My question
explain
is,
that?
Really? Renewable energy storage / diesel hybrid microgrid, batteries that store energy, supplemented with a diesel generator, versus the resiliency of just plain what we have today, which is a backup diesel generator system.
Okay, well, clearly Bob
rule
and
of thumb.
Jay are the two smartest guys on the dais, because Bob's over here going, of course, yeah, okay, got it.
No, it's
Thank
just
you.
that
I
dealt with
appreciate
it.
that.
No,
I
no.
appreciate it.
So when you say resiliency, I assume you mean capacity to weather some type of major event, major outage.
Resiliency
in terms of
meaning
resiliency.
what your industry refers to resiliency in. What is the rule of thumb benefit, if any, to going with the hybrid versus straight generator resiliency systems?
So I wouldn't be able to tell you a rule of thumb number sitting here, but what I can tell you is that the traditional setup right now is to have a fuel generator sitting there as emergency backup on your site. And of course, that's powered by a fuel tank of some capacity, right? Limited capacity always, because tank's going to have a finite volume. So if you were to combine, obviously, a fuel generator system with a renewable and battery backed up system, obviously, once your tank runs out of fuel and you still have that, let's say a PV array generating energy and stored in a battery system, you almost have an infinite, resiliency, depending on what that array was sized and that battery backup was sized to accommodate. So, obviously, when we talk about renewables, they have a better resiliency long-term than a finite fuel tank would. So there's a less rule of thumb, but more general answer.
Sure.
Yeah, and it's also very dependent on what you're aiming to back up, what the load is, the draw is of the, the systems, let's say, that you're attempting to back up.
Right. Gotcha. And to make sure we didn't keep in that equation the occasion where our fuel tank is not full in the case where we need to run our systems for resiliency.
Or maintenance or anything else.
So what is your experience with grid integrated buildings?
Do you mean like from a demand response type of program?
As far as a building that's integrated into the grid in its totality from a resiliency perspective?
We've done a lot of different types of studies where post-Katrina and continue looking at what the IPCC is looking at in terms of rising water levels and looking at the resiliency of the buildings on the coastlines to understand how do we reposition generators, how do we reposition systems in those grid-connected buildings in case that they do go down and have to be reliant on their own generating capacity. So there's always an evaluation done these days on projects to understand what is that risk and resiliency with those grid-connected buildings, to understand what are those likely events occurring, and even taking a look at grid outages as they occur across the United States. So grid-connected buildings now more than ever are inherently more resilient in understanding strategies, operation, and connectivity to the grid.
Is that it?
Yes,
I'm
I
sorry,
caught off the barking dog.
Intervene. The luxury of Zoom. I didn't hear anything in the presentation speak about biosolids, wastewater. What experience does your team have in that realm?
So another California-based project on the solid waste management side, we've integrated an anaerobic digester that handles dining waste and repurposes that waste into two sources, biogas. That's, I'm going to say unfortunately, but it's unfortunately used to heat fire pits. We would like to see that biogas turned into electricity. But then the other component that comes off the anaerobic digester is fertilizer. So fertilizer, that liquid fertilizer, we've partnered with the local community to give free fertilizer to them. So that solid waste management program, from a piece of technology that is modular, like the anaerobic, micro-anaerobic digester, is an example, again, to offset trucking emissions and even waste diversion, because we know methane is even more potent than carbon dioxide in terms of a greenhouse gas emission. So the waste strategy for any organization is going to be really important. I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in and talk about waste management.
I'll jump in. We are doing a food recovery pilot project for the city of Orlando. This is through what's called the Future Ready City Master Plan, or their Smart Cities Plan, because they recognize that food waste also ends up in the landfill. And we are working with a company called Gooder, which essentially is like Uber Eats for restaurants. When they have excess food, they can deliver it to a food pantry or shelter that's in need. And by having that connection, by removing the friction, it prevents that food from going into the trash, of course. Those businesses can get a tax incentive from it, and it helps to feed the people that need it most. So it's a good feel-good story for that.
Right, and it actually was part of my next question with the solid waste question when it comes to food particles, foodstuffs, wood products, et cetera, experience similar? Is what I'm to understand?
I am not aware of a specific grant for that. We are, like I said, we are in a pilot project, and we are hoping to scale it up if it is successful.
Okay.
There's also, the city also has a very large composting program as well to provide those free composters and help people, again, divert from their own households.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, HKS is currently part of the team at 5 Points, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you're acutely aware of that project and understand it, I would think, probably better than anybody that's presented today?
I hope so.
Yes, we're working on it every day. We're living and breathing that project.
If not, we got to talk.
So help me understand, that being the case, how would you distance yourself from the implementation portion versus the consulting portion if you're already on that project?
Well, I think from an implementation standpoint, it would, we would have to look at how the implementation plan lays out and how the timeline of that fits into the timeline of the current phase of the Justice Center campus expansions that are taking place. For one, some of these aspects of the implementation may be further out into the future than the duration of the 5 points current project assignment would run. So I think that's one thing to look at in terms of how this is all scheduled and how everything would play out. I think another kind of aspect of it is to kind of just look at each component of the implementation plan as it relates specifically to the 5 points campus. Determining which team members may or may not be involved in specific portions of the implementation effort.
Sure. So to explore that a little further, the scope of work that you are currently intending to do at the 5 Points Complex, the RFQ that we're here about today, would you agree or disagree that those areas that you're responding to in this RFQ would be some of the exact same areas of the scope of work you're already contracted to do under the 5 Points contract?
Yes, I think there'd be some kind of alignment there, some parallel activities.
Sure. Okay. I have nothing else, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I have one follow-up
Thank
question,
you.
if I may.
I think did Commissioner Hurd, did you have something?
I didn't catch the name of the firm that may be helpful for us to know for other endeavors. The name of the firm that picks up the food at the end of the day that you referred to as Uber Eats for restaurants.
Yes, it's called Goodr, Goodr.
Okay, I was always taught not to use that word, so that's what threw me off.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I have one
Good.
question. You all were talking about downtown Orlando quite a bit. Do you guys use 5G or LTE or virtual fiber on that? I'm just curious. Did you hear the question?
Yes, yeah. Kurt, do you happen to know what the details of that one are?
Well, I believe there's mixed deployment throughout the city. The city has been trying to, they can't regulate new 5G signals, of course, but they've been trying to work with the OUC owns all of the poles, and that's where they try to co-locate them and attempt to make sure they mitigate the visual impacts of those new repeaters.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to do a hard 5 minutes. So John Charles, get the next group lined up, and we're going to do it 2:30. Okay?
All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
That's fine.
We're going to call the meeting back to order, and we're going to go now to the fifth group, CMTA, and I think I saw Tracy on the line, so Tracy Stewart, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm Tracy Stewart. I live at 13624 Hunters Ridge Court, Prospect, Kentucky. I also have a home in Cape Coral, 5227 Stratford Court. And I'm going to go ahead and get started because I see our clock is rolling. So on behalf of CMTA and Mercury and Little Architecture and Pirtle Construction, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to share our qualifications to deliver you an energy efficiency sustainability plan and the development and implementation.
I'm sorry, Tracy.
Stop. Reset the clock.
Yeah.
Reset the clock. I cannot
Tracy,
hear
we
it.
couldn't understand a word. You might have to speak up, please.
Really?
So we're going to restart to 20 minutes. We've got your name and
Okay.
address, but you go ahead with the program.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes, better.
You can hear me now. Okay. Well, it's important to hear me. I don't want to sit here and talk and nobody can hear me. So thank you so much for speaking up and saying something.
Okay, go ahead, Tracy.
All right. So first off, I want to say, Tracy Stewart. I live at 13624 Hunters Ridge Court, Prospect, Kentucky, and I also have a home in Cape Coral at 5227 Stratford Court. I'd like to thank you on behalf of CMTA, Mercury, Little, and Pirtle for the opportunity to share our qualifications to deliver you an energy efficient sustainability plan, and also the development and implementation of those services. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go through the items that you had in the RFQ, and we're going to start off with the team qualifications. And that's going to start with myself, and I've already introduced myself. So I'm going to be your project manager. I've had over 25 years of industry experience. I started out in the controls business in 1993. I've been in consulting for 10 years. My expertise is zero energy design, and I'll be your primary point of contact all the way from today until we are tracking the energy as we are following through on this program. I also have with me today Jeremy Smith, and he plays a critical role in all of this because he makes the finances work. Many architects, engineers, planners, we can come up with great reports and nice things to put on the internet and share, but where Jeremy brings success is working through the financial options and developing a plan we are sure we can implement in the time frame that we want to implement it. We also have Richard Rodriguez, and he is the primary point of contact for the implementation phase. He's local to the Orlando area and is a contractor in that market. He has extensive construction management experience, which is much needed in a project like this during the implementation phase, and has delivered on many LEED Silver, LEED Gold projects in Florida, and we're currently working together at SDOC School District and at University of Central Florida. Paul Loria with Mercury Associates is also with us, and we understand that there are special considerations for fleet vehicles. And so we needed to bring in a subject matter expert for that because it's one of the 4 items that you really have a focus on. And so CMTA is really strong in high performance zero energy buildings, and Paul brings that same level of expertise to the fleet vehicles. And so we share some clients in Loudoun County and Fairfax counties and others, and it just was a natural fit to make him part of this team. We also have on the phone Philip Donovan with Little Architecture, and he enhances our local presence for the community engagement. And he's also very strong in the building envelope experience and brings that passion of sustainability to the architecture of any of the pieces of this project. So our success and our speed to reaching goals is that our team members have a lot of experience and knowledge and have done this for a long time. And we have consistency. So when you look at part 1, you're going to see Nick Rogers as assisting me as project coordinator, but then you're also going to see him leading the design team. The key is to notice that consistency from all the way from the beginning to the end, because that's what gets you there quicker, because you're not doing these handoffs and throwing things over the wall. So CMTA and Mercury are national firms, and we are a planning, a design, and a construction and energy service company. So we're really uniquely qualified to provide services to you, and we do have a lot of work that we're doing in the Florida area. And you can see that national leadership in multiple articles that are written on CMTA. And you can also look at, like I said, those publications are a great way to see our national expertise. But what we're really all about is we're all about the people. We have over 400 employees, and of those, 120 are PEs. And if you're not a PE, you're definitely something, because we do value very strongly continuous learning. And we believe that completely drives the innovation and collaboration that we need to get to carbon neutral in 2040. So that's a little bit about your team and who'll be working on this project. And so now we need to talk a little bit about similar project experience. We could have gone on and on, but we decided to pick a few projects to highlight. We are the national leaders in zero energy projects for the last 10 years. We sat on the committee for ASHRAE to write the book on cost-effective ways to achieve zero energy with the Advanced Energy Design Guidelines. And that was for both office buildings and K-12 schools. So if you read either of these guides on how to make zero energy buildings, you're going to come across a lot of things that were CMTA's input. So many of our clients have really already started to achieve drastic energy reduction and are in the process of tracking that success. So if you look over here to the left, where we measure success is at the meter. So if you look at the gray lines, that's where they were before we stepped in and helped out. And these are all projects with clients that had no upfront capital that needed to go through the energy process, energy reductions to use the savings to pay for these projects. And as you can see, our success is 100% measured at the meter. We've designed and achieved high performance success in really any type of county building that there is. We've been around for over 50 years. It's kind of funny, I worked on a net zero police station 5 years ago, and it seems like forever ago, but it's still winning awards. And we should have more of these buildings out there. The latest was Law Enforcement Design Award of 2020. And like I said, that's 5 years ago, and we need to have more projects within our counties that are achieving those goals, especially since that one was a design build project selected on low bid. Another project I'd like to highlight is where we were the zero energy consultant. We were not part of the design team per se. We were brought in because of our zero energy expertise for the Broward County Joint Government Center and with City of Fort Lauderdale. And when you start these projects, it's really very the same thing. So it starts out and, clients are really passionate and want to get zero energy. They want the wellness goals, but they still want to continue doing what they've done and expect different results. And so what we have to do is work with clients to change the mindset of you have to be willing to accept things a little bit different, a dedicated outside air unit with energy recovery. But you have to eliminate that fear, especially on the maintenance side, of having different systems in your buildings. And so with this project, we were very active in incorporating drastic energy reductions, eliminating combustibles, adding PV, taking care of the life cycle cost, and adding that resiliency through battery storage as part of their advanced design schematics phase. Jeremy, you want to jump in and talk with us a little bit about a few other projects?
Sure, yeah. So Jeremy Smith here. I am at 10411 Meeting Street in Prospect, Kentucky. So I am Vice President of CMTA. I lead our Energy Solutions Group, which Tracy and our team implement guaranteed energy savings projects. Tracy, you bumped me back. Can you bump forward on the slide?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So we wanted to show a project that this is an example. 5 years ago, they were sitting where you are. They were starting their plan. And so in 2016, we started working with this system. And the reason we picked this one, it's 2.4 million square feet. It's a similar magnitude. The other are slightly bigger, but they're a similar magnitude. And we've achieved a 35% reduction. And you can see the year-over-year reduction that keeps happening. And these are projects that we planned, designed, helped to finance, and constructed. So these were turnkey projects. The other thing about this is this was a guaranteed energy savings project, meaning that the savings are guaranteed, and if the savings are not achieved, CMTA writes a check for the difference. We are actually the only company you're talking to that is accredited by the U.S. Department of Energy and the National Association of Energy Services Companies to perform this kind of work. So this is a specialty of ours. We do this day in and day out. We guarantee massive reductions, and if we don't hit them, we are on the hook to write a check. Wanted to show this sample project in Fairfax County, Virginia. We're helping them with their goal of a 20% reduction in the next 10 years. And, you know, this one has all this, the libraries, the detention center and corrections, the courthouses, the office buildings, all the same facilities that you all do. And we are in the middle of about to go to construction on their plan. We finished the audit and the planning, and we're right there. But the thing I like about this one is the online reporting system. It's a public-facing system that shows the project performance, shows the baseline of where all the buildings were before and after as measured by the meter. There's no tricks, there's no models. It is a very transparent, public-facing website that, you know, creates accountability for us and helps show the public, you know, what you're doing with your tax dollars. We have a lot of these systems in play. If we had more time, we could walk you through some of those websites, but that is a tool that we like to use.
Tracy, are you still emceeing, or would you like me to proceed?
Oh, no, you go ahead. This is all about you. You're up.
All
I was
right,
waiting
good
for you.
afternoon, Commissioners. Paul Laria, I'm the president of Mercury Associates. We're the largest dedicated fleet management consulting company in the country. We've worked extensively in Florida over the years, including with Seminole County several years ago. This slide highlights one of many projects that we've conducted over the last decade, predominantly for state and local government jurisdictions, helping them understand the costs and the feasibility of integrating electric vehicles, hybrid electric vehicles, and other types of alternative fuel vehicles into their fleets. As I'm sure you're all aware, there's a rapidly accelerating interest in vehicle electrification and fleet electrification across the U.S. and around the world. In this particular project for the city of Phoenix, which we conducted 3 or 4 years ago, Phoenix is the 10th largest city in the country, has a citywide fleet of about 11,000 vehicles. We were asked to come in and conduct a fleet electrification feasibility study. We start by looking at use cases for different city vehicles, identifying vehicles that might be suitable based on their usage patterns for replacement with an electric vehicle. However, what's notable about this project, and this is something that is reflected in a lot of these types of studies that Mercury does, we didn't just stop at looking at fleet electrification. One of the things that we found once we got started is that the city had allowed its light-duty vehicle fleet to age quite a bit, so that we pointed out that to the extent that the impetus for looking at fleet electrification was truly to improve the sustainability of the fleet and reduce its carbon footprint, the city had to take a much broader look at fleet modernization requirements and costs. So ultimately, we ended up developing and modeling the total cost of ownership of the fleet, including the introduction of electric vehicles, if the city were to significantly increase replacement spending, drive down operating costs, not just fuel costs, but maintenance and repair costs as well. And as a result of that, the city did commit to a significant fleet modernization initiative.
Thank you, Paul. So we have plenty of other projects we could share, and some are highlighted in the RFQ, or you could look on our website. But this project experience was to just demonstrate that we're very results driven. And this is the approach that we're going to go over that has really proven to be successful for us at CMTA. So first off, we always want to make sure we understand your goals, whatever was said in the RFQ, but also have early workshops to really get in and define those closely and make sure we understand the path that we're going on. So we developed that path for 2040, but then how are we going to get there? And what are these measurable successes and stories that we have in 2025 and at different points? So providing these milestones to celebrate with the community is key to keeping the passion to continue that path of carbon neutrality. And so a big part of that is how do we share with the community? How do we receive feedback? How do we get excitement going? And those are all critical to success. And so, we'll look at, hosting some outreach with Little Architecture in person and in virtual. But we're really excited because we've been starting the Building Science Leadership, the BSL Institute, which is where we're really starting to centralize all our data and our research and our trends in the industry and the innovation that we're seeing on the building sciences. And as part of that, we're looking at putting into YouTube series. And so what I thought would be really fun is creating a YouTube series that communicates with your community, but also can be used potentially in the school system, and then they could go on field trips and actually go see these buildings that have learning components for them. So to me, I thought that would be a fantastic way to reach out to the community in a way that, engages a larger audience. But when you start to think about your goals, and when we start to talk about energy consumption, the engineered systems are really what are using the energy. So as engineers, we're really uniquely qualified to drive that consumption down. And we always look at driving consumption down before we add renewables, at least to do our best to do that, because there is carbon embodied in the renewables. So the less you use, the better. So first off, we start with audits. And we target the buildings in the greatest needs, and we try to simplify that so that you can understand it. So as you see here, there's color coding. I bet you could guess which ones are in bad shape and which ones are in good shape. So we try to do that, and then Jeremy's later going to talk a little bit about multiple procurement options that we can look at as well. So part of our culture is what we call the first 30. And it's really important to have thought leaders at the table early in the planning phases, because this master plan will be what drives the success of this project. After you get past that first 30% is all production. You're just trying to get stuff done. And so we are really excited to be part of this, and we feel like we really have a team that can get you over that goal line. So when you start to look at the steps to carbon neutrality, what we do is we see where are we right now. So let's say we're at a 65 EUI. And then we say, where do we want to be? Well, we want to be at a 25, because if we're at a 25, we can probably be net zero with all the solar on the roof and be very efficiently designed. So the next thing we do is we study. We're going to study the buildings, we're going to study the utilities, we're going to look at the sequences of operations, and then we're going to bring that data to the table and have shreds. Those shreds include everyone. They include the construction team, because we have to deal with what's cost on the cost side. So we'll get with Richard at Pirtle and have his team so we can understand what we can afford, when we can afford it, and how to plan that. And then you have to build it and commission it. So many times you have a great design and it's not operating the way it was intended. And so we are very conscientious of that, as well as energy tracking. I know Jeremy brought up earlier the energy tracking piece. Energy utilization transparency is critical. We measure at the meter. That's where it needs to be measured. We need it to be transparent. We want everybody to see it. We've made dashboards that have ties to learning and school systems. And guess what? They actually use that information to help with their curriculum. We had one kid up in the Washington, D.C. area who in Arlington was looking at what's going to happen during the solar eclipse, and he was using the dashboard as a tool to learn. So there's a lot of opportunities there. Another piece that you brought up that you were interested in is workload. We have capacity and resources to meet your needs. And then from a logistics standpoint, CMTA and Mercury, yes, we are national firms, but Philip and Richard with Little and Pirtle, they're there locally with boots on the ground and are both experienced in zero energy or zero energy ready buildings because they've worked on them with us in the Orlando area. And I don't know if you know this, but Disney's there, and there is a direct flight all the time going to Orlando. So getting to Orlando for a meeting, getting there for anything is really not a big deal. I was actually spoke at the FEFPA conference at Palm Coast just last week, and I'll be there next week. So just because we're not locally living there full time does not mean we can't do a great job servicing you. And then I'm gonna let Jeremy take over here.
Yeah, I want to talk quickly about the schedule. I see 2 minutes left, so we're getting to the end here. So this is the schedule we put in the proposal. So obviously these dates would shift back as needed to hit the actual start date. But what I wanted to really say here is that what I do on a daily basis is make sure our team adheres to these schedules. It's not pie in the sky, it is real, okay? So these durations are real. So if you want to be under construction in 8 months after a awesome planning phase, community involved, high ROI, quick construction schedule, high impact first phase, we can be there in 8 months from today, possibly quicker, depending on how fast you want to go. And that would not be rushing it. That would be the pragmatic approach that we've taken on all our projects. Tracy, if you go to the next one, you know, I want to talk briefly about the financing. And the financing of these projects is truly the easy part. I have multiple municipal advisors and lenders that touch base with me on a weekly basis asking for projects to finance. The market is, you're actually in a very good time. The market is hot right now. I had a $76 million project closed the other day at 0.9%. Before that, our projects were in the low 1% range. So it is a great time. So if you want to lock that in and have the guaranteed result on this schedule, you know, we're the pick for you.
Right. So we're about done, 30 seconds, or you just got under the wire. So I just wanted to share with you why, you know, we think that we would be the right choice for you. It's first off, we have a really strong and experienced team. We have a great subject matter expert in national fleet vehicles. We have a proven track record of reaching these goals of zero energy, of 30 to 40% reduced energy in, you know, 2 years. And we're very results and data driven. It's just not about a pretty plan for us. It's about the results of that planning that is really critical. And then also how you share that with the community and get them excited about it. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to have questions. I'm going to start it from this end. Commissioner Lockhart, you have anything right now?
I do not, thank you.
Okay, we can come back. Commissioner Delory.
Yes, I have a question. On one of your slides, you had similar project experience, and your units on the bottom of the page had numbers, but didn't tell us what the units were. It just said HVAC renovation performance as part of the energy savings performance contracts. Is that actual units, or is it tons, or is it tons per square foot? And then depending upon where you are, is that on the heating side?
Is it this slide?
No, keep going. Keep going.
This one?
Nope. Nope.
No?
The EUI chart, Tracy.
Keep going.
Okay. This one?
That one right there.
Okay.
So
yeah,
you're talking about
it's
similar
energy use
units,
index.
and I didn't know if, because you do work all around the country, there's a difference between north and south, because you're dealing more with heating degree days up north, and down here you're dealing with more of the cooling degree days, and I didn't know if those units, or is that per ton, or is that ton per square foot? There's a lot of different ways to look at that.
Okay, yeah, it's energy use index, so it's the kBTU per square foot per year. And a kBTU is a unit of energy that could either be kilowatt hours, or it could be therms, or anything that's of energy you can convert to a kBTU per square foot. And that's the metric that Energy Star and other people use to compare buildings' energy performance.
Okay. Thank you.
And yes, we do realize that it's different there than it is here, but we have, you know, Neo City right there in town is performing at a 21.7 EUI. Then you add the solar to it, which is underperforming slightly, so we're at a 1.3 EUI until we get some of the schedules fixed from May. But when we compare that to what we're getting up here, you know, we're around 18 to 20 here. But that building had increased ventilation because we read all these studies about student success, how that's tied to CO2 levels. And so we took a risk and we went ahead and added in increased ventilation in that building of 30%. And then we paid a penalty of about 2 EUI for having that increased indoor air quality. So we know we can do it in Florida. And we also have an office in Texas, which is the same climate zone.
Correct.
And we have a long list of projects there, too, that are high performance.
So imagine with that, you also do CO2 monitoring to your OA as well, correct?
What was that?
You also do CO monitoring, your monitoring coming in as well, correct?
Yeah, we do carbon dioxide monitoring inside of the spaces, and we've reduced that level from code required levels that you would typically have in there.
Appreciate it. So,
And then we do a building flush, so we're actually using more energy to flush the air out through the sequences of operation. So A lot of times when you see zero energy, people go, well, you got to get in bipolar and reduce the overall ventilation to the building. But if you see the studies on CO2, that's not helping you with student success.
Yeah, it causes other issues totally. So,
What's that?
let me ask another question, if I may.
Yes.
Bob, excuse me, Commissioner Doherty, she didn't understand the last thing you said.
No, I just said I understand what you said.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So Seminole County has a wide variety of assets. I've said this to many of the submitters, landfill, parks, rolling stock. What's the one asset that we have that you're the most excited of, and what do you think we could be obtaining with that?
I would say it's building stock. I'm excited for Paul to bring our expertise in for fleet vehicles, but buildings is, what I'm good at. It's where I really have the biggest impact on our environment and, carbon footprint, and I know we can do it quickly, and so it's very exciting for me.
So in ranking, what do you think is the most important? Environmental lift, energy savings, or actual dollars saved for construction?
I think it's a combination of all. When you're looking at this, you have to look at the financial metrics. You can't ignore the financial piece that goes into funding these. We want to reduce that carbon footprint, but we need to find the finances that work. I mean, Jeremy's team, they go in and they work with utility companies. Sometimes they change rate structures, but you have to find a way in some cases to finance it because the funding is not always available.
And with that, who on your team will handle the financial part of it? Because that is a very specialty area.
What was that?
Who on your team will be handling the financial part of it? Because that's a very specialty area when you're looking at bonds,
Jeremy?
if you're looking at net-to-debt ratios, all those things.
Right, yeah. So I'll handle that, and really, it'll start with the cash flow of what is the energy savings worth, and can you leverage that to pay for a portion of the project? So that is like the number one thing, right? So if you want to do whatever, an $8 million phase one, or can we pay for 4 or 7 or 8 million of that with energy savings through that phase one? So that's the first piece. Then once you get that piece, then you involve the municipal advisors. I have several that we work with. You may have folks that you like to work. We didn't bring one to the table because we're independent. We don't get any kickbacks. We just want you to get the best deal. So what those people are, they're licensed advisors. We and other companies like us cannot legally go out to a bank and get you a loan. You have to have an independent licensed advisor with a fiduciary responsibility to Seminole County and not CMTA. So what those people go out and do, and I have several that we work with, if you don't have one you like, they'll go out and they get the Bank of America and PNC Equipment Mortgage and those kinds of folks lined up and take bids on your project. And that's how we get the low interest rates. And all those lenders, they know us, we're pre-qualified by them. So they're confident that when we bring them a project and say, hey, look, Seminole's paying for half of this and the energy savings that we're guaranteeing is paying for the other half, they're very comfortable lending that money and we'll do business with you.
Okay, thank you. In your experience, either nationally or globally, who should we be looking at to try to look at best practices?
I always try to just keep up with the projects that are innovative that you hear about. There's a couple in DC that are trying new things. There isn't anyone. I know Arlington County. We work with them, and they've done a lot to try to encourage their community to be more energy efficient. We did a zero energy ready community center with them that has a microgrid, and that it's got a battery power sitting there ready for the solar to go on there, and they're doing a lot of studies. So Arlington County is very forward thinking, I think, on a lot of their energy stuff. What do you think, Jeremy?
Yeah, so I like that question because I can point to us. So ASHRAE has 55,000 members globally. When you look at the last 10 years and who has won the most technology awards from that group, a group of third-party engineers looking at efficiency, innovation, indoor air quality, CMTA is the number one in the world on those ASHRAE technology awards. if you have several large office buildings, you said, hey, I want the most efficient office building I can have. The book you would give anybody you hire is the one that we wrote. Our name's on the inside front cover. They have 6 case studies in that book. We designed 3 of them. So we are leading nationally. We do projects coast to coast. We're in those conversations. If there's a notable zero energy project in the country, we're in the mix to win it. And if we don't win it, we're very close.
Thank you.
And we did get 7 regional awards this year, and one of them went to Osceola County Schools, and I'll be presenting that in the April board meeting,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
which they're very excited because the indoor air quality, energy, and sustainability are all tied to that award.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hurd?
2 questions. The first that caught my ear during your presentation was the notion of a performance guarantee. How many have you done? How many have you paid out?
Yeah, we've never had to pay because we missed. We averaged 30% in excess savings. So on average, if we guarantee $1 million a year in savings, we achieve 1.3. That's because I want to sleep at night. I don't want to be looking over my shoulder because these are 15-year contracts. Sometimes they're 20-year contracts, and we have a major program and a big part of our staff to make sure those are sustainable. The quantity we have done, 50-ish. I don't have that in front of me. This was a group I started 9 years ago within CMTA. Up until then, we were just an industry-leading MEP engineer, and then we said we can do that better than the big boys, the Siemens, the Johnson Controls, the Honeywells. They're not doing that very well, and it's an awesome thing if it really worked, and we're going to do it and really actually meet the savings and make it work. So then we jumped in, and roughly 50 in the last 9 years.
And then we rolled in solar to the lead. And also, Jeremy, we rolled solar into an ESCO, which I don't know is very common either.
Right.
And Florida's kind of unique. You can roll in these energy savings and pull those out for a 20-year payback, so that if you don't have the budget in your capital to do the job, if you're partnered with an ESCO, they can pull out portions of that scope and allow it to be funded through the energy savings, which increases your overall budget for your project. So it's actually, you guys have a really good environment for that.
So somewhat related, you made the comment that you measure at the meter, and that's where it needs to be measured. Where do others measure, and how does that set you apart, and how does it relate to the performance guarantee?
Right, I'll take that one. That's
okay.
There's an international standard that the companies that do what I do look at. It offers 4 ways to guarantee a project. Only one of those actually looks at the utility bills before and after a job. I say to me, that's common sense. If I was to do a project at your home and I said, hey, I was going to save you $1,000 on your utility bills, you, as the homeowner, would look at your bills, do the arithmetic, and make sure that it's $1,000 less. So that's the common sense way. That's what we do. There is a modeled option. There is a modeled and stipulated option. And I don't use these, so they're not on the tip of my tongue. The other one is an isolation. Okay, that was the third one. So what it says, hey, I installed that chiller for you, and I'm going to measure that chiller, and that chiller is going to save you $3,000. And I do some calculations, and we measure the chiller, but we're not looking. If I don't control it well, then you're not going to see that savings on your utility bill. So that's kind of when we say that's the only way that matters. That's what we look at, and it's actually relatively unique in the industry, which is unfortunate because to me it's the only way it makes sense.
Yeah, lighting's a big one where they do the stipulated calculation. We went from this watts to this watts, and you're going to get this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zimbauer.
Thank you. I have a follow-up on that question. Is any portion of that savings due to contract pre-purchase of power?
It can be. That's not a focus. We're looking at nuts and bolts and making sure the roof and the boilers, the chillers, your HVAC, your controls, lights, all of that. On top of that, we pursue utility rebates and incentives, grants. That's a piece of the pie. We'll look at your waste management. We'll look at your printer copier contracts. We'll look at your IT contracts. It's a comprehensive package. But all that kind of stuff's kind of out here, and really the meat and potatoes of it is what's consumed in the building.
Sure. So currently, how many active clients do you all have? Roughly. I don't need exact, but
I was going to pull up the spreadsheet. Probably 30 guarantees out there in place, and they range from $2 million to $30 million.
okay. And next, I'm going to get into your fleet. It was Joe. Is that your fleet guy?
That's Paul. Paul, you're up.
I'm sorry, Paul. So talk to me about your fleet perspective when it comes to telematics. How much are you involved with telematics on your fleet?
Well, quite a few fleet owners, both in the public and private sector, have installed telematics over the last 5 years. Particularly since the start of the pandemic, they're actually now trying to figure out how to utilize the data that are captured in their telematic solutions to make more informed decisions, whether they're about pooling of vehicles as opposed to assigning vehicles to individual employees, divisions, agencies, reimbursing versus providing an employer-provided vehicle. We utilize telematics data in order to profile vehicle usage and trip-making behavior, specifically for the purpose of both right-sizing fleets, so developing a fleet right-sizing plan, as well as for identifying conventionally fueled vehicles that are good candidates for replacement with an electric vehicle or a hybrid electric vehicle. So assuming that telematics devices are installed on a sizable number of vehicles in the county's fleet, that's an incredible wealth of information that can be used both to look at the size and composition of the fleet, to look at the potential for replacing conventionally fueled vehicles with zero-emission vehicles or near-zero-emission vehicles like hybrid electrics, which have obviously, total cost of ownership implications as well as sustainability improvement implications for the county.
Sure. And thank you, because that takes care of my next two questions, which was fleet right-sizing and driving habits. Talk to me about emerging fuels. What's your take on emerging fuels in the fleet arena?
Well, hydrogen is kind of a pipe dream right now. There's some discussion of it, a little bit of experimentation in California, but not really, and in Japan, of course, but not really anywhere else. Right now, the flavor of the month is electric vehicles, which is a little bit unfortunate for two reasons. One is we see an increasing number of organizations that are really focused on zero tailpipe emissions, which rules out hybrid electrics. The problem with trying to just introduce more electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles, into a fleet is that we run into problems with both use cases, that is the operational suitability of the available vehicles, as well as commercial availability. And frankly, there are a lot of unknowns. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next year to 18 months because there's an increasing number of fleet owners, particularly in the public sector, that we work with counties, cities, states that are developing fleet electrification plans. It's quite unclear, frankly, that there's going to be enough product commercially available to meet those demands. For those of you who've been in government for a while, you may recall 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when counties and cities and states across the country would have loved to buy Toyota Camrys to put in their fleets. There's just one problem. Toyota could sell every Camry it built. In the retail sector, they had no appetite for providing discounts to fleet owners for Toyota Camrys. Frankly, our expectation is we're going to see a similar phenomenon as an increasing number of fleets try to buy more electric vehicles. They're going to be competing against retail consumers that aren't looking for any kind of discounts on the purchase prices of those vehicles. So there's a lot of unknowns. There's obviously a lot of research. There's huge investments being made by OEMs, by third parties, by private equity firms in the area of fleet electrification. So we do anticipate a huge amount of change and churn in this aspect of fleet management over the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. Next question is, are you a fan of CNG to LP on Class 5, Class 7 type vehicles?
It depends on the type of application we're talking about. CNG is a suitable fuel for refuse collection, solid waste collection trucks. It can be suitable, obviously, for transit, public transit buses, and potentially for school buses. It's not, for Class 5 vehicles, service bodies, for example, work trucks, they probably are generally not consuming enough fuel to make CNG or LNG, a good fuel choice. Larger vehicles that consume a lot of fuel, do a lot of idling. So trash trucks, buses, yes, absolutely.
And what about biofuels?
Biofuels, to the extent that they're available, again, are suitable for certain types of vehicles, biodiesel, renewable diesel. There are performance issues with biodiesel as you move to the northern states in the country. I'm not aware that that's as much of an issue in Florida or in the South. Obviously, in colder climates, when your fuel turns to jelly, that presents some problems when you're trying to roll out your trash collection fleet at 4:30 in the morning.
Thank you. I think that's all I have.
Did you enjoy that talk on vehicles there?
Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm just happy Paul was there. You've been wonderful, Paul.
Okay, is there anyone else that has any questions right now? Thank you very much. I did want you all to know that please, if you can, stay on. We might have questions after the end of all 6 presentations. You are the 5th, so you're luckier than the one that started this morning. But if you could stay on, that would be great. You're not required to, but you're welcome to.
I will gladly stay on, but we're going to lose Jeremy. I think he has to be at 3:30, I think, right?
I will pop back in. Will my Zoom link still work?
All right. Well, thank you very much.
That was a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you ask, sir?
I will run and I will be back. Will my Zoom link still work?
I'm assuming it would, yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to sign off here in about 10 minutes, so I can join back later
We don't need all of you. I just
questions
wanted
about
you to all, I'm sorry, we don't need all of you. We just wanted to let you know that there might be questions after all of the 6. But thank you very much for that information. Mark Lee, why don't we start the last one, which, as we all know, has to be GDS and Associates. We'll take another 5 minutes, or please, let's be quick on this one. And Mark Lee, would you also, I just can't remember if I asked GK or HKS to stay on the line. Or offer them?
I'll call them.
Thank you very much. I may have, but I just can't, it's all coming together. So please, if you would, just remind them. I know I've told everybody else. It was just them that I couldn't remember.
Okay.
So let them know that they are welcome to stay on, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and let's all try to be back in just a few minutes, everyone.
Andrea.
Thank you.
The last group, John Charles, Mr. John Charles is GDS and Associates, and thank you very much. Are they on the line? I see them. Angela Strickland, I see you. We're going to set the timer, and if you could, ask everybody that's going to speak on your group to state their name and address for the record before they start to speak again for the first time. But we're going to turn it over to you, and we won't start the clock until you give your name and address for the record. Angela?
All right, great.
Are you going to be the one that's...
Hi.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry?
You going to be the one that speaks first?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Angela Strickland with GDS Associates, and I'm located in Marietta, Georgia. So thank you, Seminole County Board of Commissioners, for this opportunity to present to you and to the community our commitment to support you in the development and implementation of the Seminole County Energy Efficiency and Sustainability Plan. We are so excited about the opportunity to partner with you on this journey. We know that every community has unique needs and goals, and our approach is to develop a plan that is specific to Seminole County and your particular goals and objectives for this plan. So let's get into it and introduce the team. So the project team consists of leaders and experts in their fields from GDS Associates and EcoPreserve with national, regional, and local experience. GDS is a multidisciplinary engineering and consulting firm based in Georgia with over 200 professionals and 10 locations across the country, including Orlando, Florida. GDS is very excited to partner once again with EcoPreserve, and GDS has a commitment to working with quality subs. EcoPreserve is a local woman-owned sustainability consulting firm in Central Florida, established back in 2009 with about 20 employees. They have worked with over 10 local governments in Central Florida, including Orlando, Orange County, Lake County, and others, to create sustainability plans. Our firms are currently working with various local governments in the Southeast doing very similar projects to the Seminole County Energy Efficiency and Sustainability Plan. So let me take a moment to introduce myself and the team members who are joining me on the call today. I'm Angela Strickland. I'm a managing director with GDS Associates, and I will serve as the overall project manager for this project. My current work includes developing sustainability and clean energy plans for governments, utilities, and corporations, as well as procuring renewable energy, primarily solar and storage, and developing electric vehicle strategies for our clients. In addition, in the meeting today, we have Josh Duckwall with GDS. He brings over 20 years of energy efficiency experience and electrification. Mithal Hall with EcoPreserve brings climate and resilience expertise, as well as a deep understanding of Central Florida. You will hear more from them a little later as we are tag teaming this presentation today. Rounding out the team for GDS includes a deep bench of expertise in sustainability, energy efficiency, renewables, policy, and financial analytics, as well as professional engineers licensed in the state of Florida. The EcoPreserve team includes Alexis Stone, who is the founder and president, who unfortunately was unable to join us today, but she will be deeply involved in the work for this project. The team also brings green building expertise and financial experience from a former City of Orlando employee who will be joining the team very soon. And as I mentioned, our teams have worked together on previous projects and have developed a strong and collaborative business partnership. Our combined firms have provided sustainability and resilience consulting to over 100 local governments, representing over 200 million square feet of space. We know how to support you and work with you and your community along this journey. We know that Seminole County has over 400 building assets, approximately 500,000 people, beautiful parks and natural resources, as well as providing critical infrastructure and all the services, including COVID vaccines, that you provide to the community, a key role. We know that you have many priorities. We have a team and partnerships in place to develop cost-effective and achievable plan that supports the development of a vibrant and resilient community. We are technology agnostic, recommending the best solutions without preference for any particular vendor or technology. We believe some of the keys to success are communication, listening, technical expertise, and a strong and transparent project management abilities. Our team includes PMPs, and we have effectively managed both large and small projects ranging from $5,000 to multi-million-dollar contracts. We will bring to Seminole County a team of engaged professionals in the industry. For example, I serve on the board of the Southeastern Energy Efficiency Alliance. Josh is active in the Association of Energy Service Professionals. The EcoPreserve team is very active in Central Florida with USGBC, UCF, and many other organizations. We also have a team that has extensive local government and utility experience. I worked with Southern Company, both at Georgia Power and Gulf Power, in energy efficiency, policy, emerging technologies, and innovation. Methel has worked with Broward County's Energy and Sustainability Program, and we, as I mentioned, have other employees that have worked for the City of Orlando. We have an understanding of how governments function, understand the challenges. We know how to implement programs, build business cases. And in addition, we have a deep understanding of utility programs and both the opportunities and constraints of being a customer of an investor-owned utility when achieving your sustainability objectives.
Hey, this is Josh Duckwell. Address is 1850 Parkway Place in Marietta, Georgia. Nice to see you all. I just wanted to talk a little bit about our similar project experiences to what you're pursuing. We have a lot of projects. We've listed a lot of them. The one I wanted to point out is that of the 6 facets of our sustainability plan you'll hear about shortly, they really fall into 3 buckets, and that's policy, governmental, and sustainability. We just wanted to draw your attention to a couple of them. Some that we've worked with EcoPreserve on, in particular in Orlando, the OUC Electric Vehicle Incentive Program was a great example of policy adaptations and making sure that what would be rolled out to the people would fit with current policies in the state and the city, as well as an OUC and City of Orlando Smart City Pilot Project we worked on together that looked a lot at municipal codes, what can be built on the street, right of way, a lot of these things that involve municipal construction and civil planning. On the governmental side, I'd like to draw your attention to the City of Tallahassee and the City of Durham, ongoing projects for GDS right now. Clean Energy IRP plan, which we do a lot of IRP, integrated resource planning work, is forecasting out decades. And this one in particular has a clean energy spin on it, which we're seeing a lot more of these days. And the City of Durham, some really aggressive goals, carbon neutrality and renewable energy, I believe by 2040 and 2050. Another one category I'd like to draw your attention to, in sustainability in particular, some non-conventional clients for us, like MARTO's, Atlanta's Rapid Transit Authority. We are their contracted energy consultant on a multi-year contract, so we get to deal a lot with fleet, a lot with EV, and a lot with traction power and streetcars and larger transportation, moving that to electrification. And JEA in Jacksonville, we did help them with a resiliency battery storage program. And further, on our team, we do have experience with a particular county project, the Orange County Resiliency and Sustainability Plan, that Methel Hall can talk about.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Methel Hall. Windermere, Florida is my local address. Just very briefly, I wanted to also mention, before I talked about Orange County, is that our team has been able to support and develop award-winning programs that serve as models for other communities. Some of our work that we've done with Greater Orlando Aviation Authority has received recognition. In our earlier years, we helped develop an EPA award-winning regional energy reduction program called the Kilowatt Crackdown, and then several leadership awards for Orange County government and the City of Orlando, and also Jacksonville Transit Authority. With regards to the Orange County Sustainability and Resiliency Plan, which was just recently released, we supported the staff in the development of the plan, where we convened focus groups to gather input and best practices about what's needed and prioritization of initiatives. We conducted quite a bit of benchmarking and analysis on areas such as fleet, NEVI, greenhouse gas inventories, energy benchmarking analysis, where we were combining over 100,000 fields of data to develop an electric utility master plan, further government operations, sustainable design strategies, and reviewing several of their plans for sustainability integration. We're also been able to support them and other clients as well in looking and reviewing their CIP projects and budgets and their comp plans for further integration. So, our project team really does bring a vast amount of experience, as you can see listed here. And, we are really ready to get started and initiate complete phases 1 through 4 by the end of this year, December 2020. And we really hope, and we're intending to develop a plan that's actionable quickly so that we can move on to implementation. And we want to also make sure that the plan incorporates resiliency measures. As many of you are familiar, the ability to bounce back or forward from environmental and human associated threats. And the plan and its implementation will build up the community in an equitable manner, reduce emissions, and prepare for future impacts. The key components in doing this is through collaboration with Seminole County government, the community, business partners, nonprofits, and universities. So clear stakeholder engagement plan is going to be really important to this process. And listen, we really know that a lot of local governments are struggling right now with the pandemic and resources are very limited. So focusing on all aspects of the plan is important, but we really want to focus on programs that are going to bring you the biggest ROI. And that doesn't necessarily mean just in dollars, which dollars, of course, is big, but we also want to look at the ROI from a community impact standpoint and a carbon emissions standpoint. So we really look forward to working with you and developing and enhancing regional partnerships, finding opportunities to procure additional funding for implementation programs like we've done with OUC and their EV hub that you guys may have heard about with VW funding. We've helped support them in developing business cases for that. And several other local governments we've helped with COVID response plans and getting additional funding for that. Our team has a strong local presence. EcoPreserve is based out of downtown Orlando. In fact, we have several staff members that are Seminole County residents, and GDS also has an office based out of Orlando.
So we know that part of the purpose of this plan is to help identify strategies to help Seminole County become more efficient and self-reliant with respect to energy, and to develop a plan that focuses on the 6 critical areas that were identified in the RFQ. So we know that energy efficiency, renewable energy, and fleet transformation are really the key elements of a plan to reduce greenhouse gases. And again, a firm understanding of the governmental resource constraints. We'll evaluate the ROI, as Mithil said, to look at all funding sources, look at CIP, public and private funding strategies, bond financing, and other incentives. And as you know, green infrastructure and green investments are increasingly focused on right now. So I think there will be ample opportunities to secure funding. The plan will also include a decision matrix to help prioritize the various initiatives and to balance the demand for competing resources. This plan is not one, again, to sit on a shelf, but really to help guide the decisions that the county makes moving forward. We'll also identify any synergies or gaps based on existing work and want to leverage the work that's already been completed. In addition, the outcomes of the plan will be a more sustainable, resilient, and vibrant community. The plan will be based on a firm foundation of initiatives that are technologically feasible with an analysis of the policy and economic considerations associated with those. The plan will be actionable at the local level, so things that the county can control directly, yet adaptable to external factors such as federal or state legislation policy, utility policies, and others that may be out of your immediate control. And we also know that ongoing education and outreach to all the key stakeholders are important factors to both develop and implement plans.
So this slide really outlines our approach. I'm sorry if everything's pretty small, but one of the key elements of success as well is effective project management. And so, and this will keep us on schedule within budget to complete this scope. We'll also be using strong project management methodologies along with a project management software that the county will have access to and visibility to task assignments, owners, due dates, communication platforms to increase overall efficiency and transparency for communication. Several of our phases overlap, which makes sense since they work in tandem with each other, and oftentimes one critical path affects another, and this will also increase efficiency. During our project initiation phase, we'll start off with the kickoff, establish a work plan, have regular meetings scheduled, create a feedback loop, in addition to several data requests, and really kick off quickly to doing informational interviews and documentation collection. And that kind of falls into the efforts with phase 2 as well. And then phase 3 with the stakeholder engagement process, we will work with the county and the local community to identify stakeholders and develop a stakeholder management engagement plan. And we've done so with other communities to include strategies such as virtual and in-person meetings, mind mapping, social media, press releases, surveys. We are exploring gamification opportunities and polling. We really see this step as critical to the process, as we want to ensure that the community's voice is heard and the plan also reflects the community's needs. And commissioners, we really welcome your participation in this effort as we really, in developing this plan, we want to make sure we're hitting all of your districts and also in a very equitable manner. And then part of the plan development, of course, this is going to be a living document. We know it needs to be effective in decision making to meet what your mission is, their finance needs, initiatives that bring ROIs, health, safety, and all of those considerations need to be there. So it'll be a time-based plan. And we want to, in the initial plan, really create a plan that includes the short-term immediate action items so that we can get going right away. And then in phase 5, we'll develop a more detailed implementation plan to address more of the medium and long-term items. And phase 5 is a strength of our team for implementation. And one of the first things to do is activate a green team so that we can really get things moving as a full team, whether it's consulting and also within the county, to handle issues, implement actions, and conduct training. We'll do monitoring and evaluation as part of this process to see where we can improve, and creating a dashboard and doing annual reporting. And we like to do that in a report card format, about 5 to 10 pages. And we absolutely expect that we'll be working with you to identify and procure grant funding on local, regional, and national levels. I was accepted into the National Renewable Energy Executive Program this year. So we actually have a project that we need to pick and work through in a community, and actually think that this might be a really good opportunity where they will work with us to bring in all the NREL resources. We develop a plan and a project, and then they're going to help us execute that and also look at future funding opportunities as well at a national level.
Okay, thanks. It's like I get the clock run. Just a couple of things we wanted to point out that's important to a local government approach. You guys have heard a lot today. You got to know what you have and measure it before you can do anything with it. It pertains to auditing any level. We've done hundreds of them. Aggregating portfolio to portfolio manager or other tools we can expand upon. Funding sources and policy. You've also heard a lot about, and here you can see some of the covers of the plans done in the last handful of years throughout Central Florida. Next slide, please. One example I wanted to bring up, work we're doing right now through municipal governments and counties and cities in Georgia. We're actually doing facility level, hourly battery and solar configurations, board and conversations with NREL about their REOPS program. We developed our own model. It's open source, Excel-based, that actually looks at the hourly performance in and outage of the facility, and we're sizing and costing batteries and solar for these facilities for resiliency purposes. We can expand on that more as well. And the last slide, a little bit about Durham. We can also expand upon later some of the things that we see as applicable to your efforts as well, to focus on buildings, fleet, and transportation, anywhere from faculty and facility, fleet vehicles to light rail and transit. Street lights and smart street lighting that we've discussed before, and water, wastewater is one of my favorites. The biggest impact of bank rebought more commonly. So with that, I'd like some questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Josh. Right on time, just like another one. We're going to start this time from far end of the dais to the closest to me. So Commissioner Zimbauer.
Yes. In your presentation, you talked about in your fleet process, the EVs. What experience do you have in the CNG for the Class 5, Class 7 type vehicles?
I can take that, Angela, if you like. We actually just recently completed an electrification study for the state of Colorado. Included a little bit of the Class 5 through 7, particularly industrial yard equipment, as well, and the potential for forklift fleets and light trucks and industrial yard equipment to be electrified and cost impacts there. We are working, as I said, with Metro Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, with MARTA, anywhere from their passenger vehicles all the way up to the buses. They're rolling out CNG buses. I know I'm jumping all over classes here. They're also rolling out, they're letting their CNG bus fleet die out. They're bringing 8 electric as a pilot. We've been working with Delta Airlines, I think we can talk about Delta Airlines to investigate changing over. They have a mix of diesel and LPG shuttle buses for the pilots and the stewardesses to get to the planes. We're looking at electrifying those, and at the same time dropping in level 2 chargers to that same parking lot that the shuttles serve. So quite a bit all over the place. At the city level, we're analyzing Durham's fleet from top to bottom, which includes a mix of those. Their waste trucks and things like that are just as what I've heard today. There's very little potential. They're usually highly maintained for a very long time and very hard to turn over and electrify from the business case. So what we found is that the tendency is to keep those alive until the next capital cycle allows for a purchase of the new. So a little bit of experience in the city and even in the private sector and the quasi-government sector.
Great, thank you. Nothing else, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Commissioner Herr?
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioner Delory?
Thank you. In your list of similar projects, they're mostly in the state of Florida. Can you talk about projects that are similar either nationally or globally?
Sure, I can, I'll take a stab at those. We have, as I mentioned, our firm is across the country. We don't have any global projects, but we've recently acquired a firm in on the West Coast, EES Consulting, and so we have offices now in Washington State, Oregon, and California. So there's a tremendous amount of work going on there with community choice aggregation, with sustainability plans, and clean energy work. There's work with City of Los Angeles and a number of other entities that is ongoing as we speak, or that are, just kicking off now. So we also do a significant amount of work in Texas. We have an office in Austin. where we do a similar energy work. And then in addition, in New England, we have a large presence in energy efficiency that Josh may be able to speak a little bit more to.
Yeah, our New Hampshire office, based in New Hampshire, is primarily serving a building energy services group. It's a field group involved in sustainability at the individual facility level and consulting to Eversource, Liberty, and Unitil utilities, as well as some of the municipal governments like Westfield, Massachusetts. So, but other than that, the most similar plans for this style of work are ongoing work with Durham, the city of Tallahassee, and I think Utah has probably some other similar sustainability plan.
Great, thank you. Seminole County has a wide variety of assets, including landfill, parks, rolling stock, various existing facilities that some of them are quite old. Which one of those assets are you most excited about, and tell us why?
I'll take a stab at that and then let my colleagues answer it. I think it would be hard to pick one, but for me personally, where some of my passion is around right now in terms of renewables and solar development, and pairing that with some of the great natural resources, parks and facilities you have to maybe do some demonstration projects or some educational projects where people can come and learn about renewable energy, battery storage, look at there's some really cool kind of portable EV chargers. There are solar flowers that you can put out that are really meant to, help educate and attract people to want to learn more about that. In addition to, the obvious things that need to be done with energy efficiency in buildings and electrification, but, looking for creative ways to help spread the message about what the county is working on. I'll just ask Josh or Mithil to add any comments.
Yeah, since you said historic, Commissioner, I will bring up one is Jones County, Georgia, a historic courthouse that we just analyzed for solar and battery backup as part of our GEFA contract. And one of the most interesting things about it, historic buildings are hard to modify depending on your legislation. So what we ended up finding out is that they wanted backup power. They have generator, and everyone we're running across doesn't trust their generators. They want to put in battery storage, and so we were going around and saying, well, we have to find out what you want to run off these batteries is step one. And ironically, the courthouse room we had checked off the list, and in a power outage, you're not going to have court. That'd be the last thing you would think to do. And they said, it's actually the number one thing on their list, because that power goes out when they're in the middle of session. In a historic courthouse with not the most advanced security, if they lose power in that courtroom, you're going to be chasing somebody, and they're going to be going to the front door. So a really interesting project we've had in the last year that made us rethink resiliency, particularly in historic buildings. It is not something that's conventional. It's pretty takes some outside the box thinking, particularly.
Great, thank you. With everything that's going on, either nationally and globally, who do you think we should be trying to emulate to try to take the best practices from? Who should we be looking up to?
I'll start, Angela, if you, Natal, if you want to jump in. We have talked a ton about Orlando, and I think everybody else has too. It's just fortunate they're close to you guys, are regionally appropriate. They just happen to be one of the most progressive city and utility combos that I've seen. Their list of initiatives is quite long. I think their track record holds well. All three of us on the team are pretty close with Chris Castro and Mike Hess and the guys that run it, and I think they're genuine. And absolutely, my vote would be Orlando, Orange County. So I'll stop there. Anybody else?
I think just to add to that, in looking at some of the other areas of the country that are taking some aggressive measures, such as Boston or San Diego, again, a lot of work in California along this line. So really, and City of Atlanta too has also done a clean energy plan, and I think there's some good best practices out of that as well. Ethel, anything from your perspective?
Yeah, it's been interesting in terms of who do you look to? Like, do you look to who's doing, I don't think that there's any one county or city that thrives above all else, right? Because there's so many aspects to sustainability and resiliency that to say any one is the most amazing at all of those, everybody's trying and it's a journey. So I feel like depending on what aspect you're talking about, there's going to be different leaders to look at. And I think too, from a county standpoint, like when I think about who to look at, I think about also being forward thinking and realistic. I mean, for us to compare you guys to a densely populated large city doesn't necessarily, I mean, sure, we can learn from that, but it doesn't necessarily and completely apply to the culture and nature of Seminole County. So I think that being able to look at cities and communities or counties that are more similar to you and are innovative and progressive is going to help speak to the community and perhaps to you as commissioners as well, to look at leaders. And, you know, it's fairly urban, but I liked Montgomery County. They have some interesting things that they have going on in Maryland. I really love how they're using this concept, which the federal government have developed, but I don't think that are using so much, called the social cost of carbon, into all of their CIP funding. So right when we talk about when we're looking at return on investments, right, we're doing the financial aspects, you know, what's the return on energy efficiency? They're also measuring the cost of carbon. And there's a calculator and a tool that they've developed, and they do it on every single project they use. And I think that that's pretty innovative and very creative in terms of how to look at that and trying to quantify that impact on the community.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lockhart?
No.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I do want to tell you that we are now going to open this up for questioning in a moment. You're welcome to stay. We have already offered to the other 5 to stay also. So please, we don't need everyone, but if certainly the project manager can stay and anyone else that wants to can stay, I would appreciate it. Jean-Charles, did you get a hold of HKS?
I did, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, here's where I'm thinking, if you all want to just know, we have to finish up this meeting after the questions, then the rankings, then we have to finish up the morning meeting.
Right.
Then we, David Johnson, our property appraiser, is here, and we will go into that. Now I'm being told something else. I understand. And then we will be going into to that first, and he said that he could stay, but you know, we do want to get to our property appraiser. We also definitely need to get to Mr. Durr and both the East County Trails as well as Deer Run, so I'm going to put them one after another so we can get to them today. And we do want to have a few minutes with Melanie and just where we're looking at for future meetings, because we knew we were going to talk about that. The other 2 items, we'll see where we are. You know, we either get individual presentations or we can continue on with that. We do have a number of people, thank you, that wanted to speak on Deer Run, so we definitely want to get to that. So what we're going to do is, if everybody's okay, do we need 5 minutes or do we want to go right into it? Okay, we're going to go right into it. Mark, can you put all of the 6 members and Brandon on all the 6 different groups on here? Are they already on?
I can't hear.
They are on, so we can ask them questions if we need to?
You don't know.
They should be on,
Okay.
Chairman.
All right, fantastic. With that, I'm going to, remember, we have to rank the first 3.
That's what we have to do. We're going to make the questions first, then we will have some discussion, and hopefully we'll be able to make a motion and get to that with the top three. Are there any questions? I'm going to start with Commissioner Lockhart.
Thank you. I did have a question for, I think it was Atlantic Energy. During one of our breaks, I had an opportunity to reach out to my folks at Seminole State, since they were referenced in their presentation. And I'm wondering if someone can tell me who they actually worked with at Seminole State and what the scope of the project was.
Atlantic Energy, that's your question. Did you hear the question?
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Are they on the phone?
They are. She's right there. I see her.
You need to take yourself off of mute.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. I think the rest of my team is just now coming on board. Dagny and Dave, can you hear the question?
I'm happy to repeat it if that would be helpful.
And please remember, folks, we need you to say who you are and for the record and your address, okay? Please. I've asked everybody to do that today numerous times.
This is Madeline Fazzolari with Atlantic Energy Concepts in Raleigh, North Carolina.
So my question was, during one of our breaks, I had the opportunity to reach out to my team at Seminole State because you referenced that you had done work with them. And I'm wondering if you could tell me, please, who you worked with at Seminole State College and what the scope of the project was.
Madeline, hi, this is David Burt, Bowling Green, Kentucky. There was not a project that we worked with Seminole State. We got a verbal commitment from them, nothing official, but a verbal commitment, and they were very excited for us for the opportunity for us to bring them on and have their faculty and students have real-world experience in what we do, and the actual person that I worked with there is a guy that is the name of Chris Beener. I believe he was head of.
He's a professor. He's a professor. Yeah. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go down, back, if we have to. Any other questions, Commissioner Lockhart?
No, that answers my question.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Delory?
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Herr?
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Zimbauer?
I do have a question for Atlantic. We heard one of the other presenters talk about a guarantee return. What is your perspective on that?
We offer a guarantee return. That's something that we can certainly offer, and didn't have time to touch on that in the 20 minutes that we had. And that's not a problem for our team. And I think it can be a good opportunity for the county to look at. I think there's lots of opportunities for the county to look at, just like the billing auditing, the guaranteed return, and energy savings was another thing we heard about today. I think something that is unique to Seminole County is the opportunity for the new 5 Point Center, which is so incredible, but it's also not going to give you those retrofit savings that some of the other groups talked about. Those savings come from redoing older buildings and implementing that type of project.
Thank you. I do have a question for Hansen.
Hansen, go ahead. Hansen, are you on?
This is Bill Bradford. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Commissioner Zimbauer.
Yes, thank you. The same question for Hansen. We heard about some savings guarantees or commitments from some of the other presenters today. What is your take on that?
We are a third-party engineering firm, and we act as a third-party engineering firm. As we said before, we are technology agnostic. We are also agnostic as to what we recommend to you. It is not something that we will come in and guarantee. Those are energy services companies and other types of firms like that. So we will provide our recommendation based upon our best engineering judgment and the analysis and the investigation we do, but that is something that we do not guarantee. We do not believe that is part of what we as a professional services firm should do.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, Commissioner
Nothing
Zabauer? Commissioner Herr, anything? Commissioner Delory, anything else? Commissioner Lockhart, anything else? Okay, I have one question to all of you, all the property managers. In one sentence, and I mean one sentence. Why do, and I do not want paragraphs. I want one sentence. Why are you the best company to work with Seminole County to improve our energy efficiency and our future sustainability? And I'm going to go backwards and ask first GDS. Y'all heard the question, right?
Next.
GDS, you're on.
They are.
She's muted.
Hello. Yes, hi. That's a great question. I think the one sentence I would say is that our collective teams bring soup to nuts, energy consulting, energy efficiency, electrification, fleet, policy, greenhouse gas reduction, and a vast array of experience both locally and nationally, and a team that has worked together and has a proven track record of results. And we would love the opportunity to work with Seminole County. Thank you.
CMTA?
Commas and conjunction.
I would say CMTA because we have a proven track record. We have the data and the research behind it. And we know that we can get you to your goals that you have in front of you based on past experience and past data.
HKS?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, we know the county. We are invested in this with the county. We're certainly the team that can bring the local horsepower backed by the national and global expertise to deliver this project with real impact for the county for the long term.
Thank you very much. Next would be Atlantic.
We cover every footprint that you need and go beyond. And I feel very personally about helping Seminole County achieve these goals.
Hansen?
We are an innovative third-party team which is technology agnostic and leaders in our field with respect to research, and we are vested because this is where we live.
Thank you. And finally, Blue Strike. And thank you for staying this long on there.
Yes, I have been listening in. Thank you again. We are really passionate about the state of Florida. We have opened an office in Fort Myers in the last 5 years. We have a lot of work in nearby communities and counties. And so we'd love the opportunity to work with Seminole County. We're bringing a set of specific experts to our team that cover all of the pieces that is listed in the RFQ. And I think that working with us, you'll see a sense of passion and commitment that is unique.
Thank you very much. All right. All of you are welcome to stay on, although I'm going to close the question and answers. I do want to open it up to the public. Is anybody from the public wish to speak on this before we start into our deliberation? Anyone? Clint, you got anybody on the line?
No, sir.
Okay. Who wants to start this off? Okay, I guess, go ahead.
I'm happy to.
Okay.
I think that what we have to ultimately decide here as a board is, what direction we want to go. I think we heard a lot of good discussion, a lot of good ideas. There's some questions that were asked that I'm not sure we received answers to or straight answers to, quite honestly. I think we have some that are outside their expertise. I think we have some that are trying to be something that they are not. There are certainly some that have a lot more credentials and a lot more experience than others. So I think ultimately we have to decide, what direction we go as we rank these. I would only emphasize on my fellow commissioners that, this is a new page for Seminole County as we go down the decision-making process of what this county may be for the next 30 years and what our infrastructure is going to look like for the next 30 years. And we have an opportunity to make that shift now and get ahead of the curve. As we've heard from some of the presenters today, there are, a lot of municipalities that are doing some of this. Some are dabbling in it. We heard some that are local to us that have already, kicked that ball down the field to get started. And I think we owe it to our community, we owe it to the future of this county that we make the decisions to consider the energy efficiency and resiliency of this county moving forward. And I think we're in the best position to do it right now.
Commissioner Delory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know Commissioner Zimba said we're turning a page. We're not turning a page. We're opening up a new book. It's not even a new chapter. It is totally a new book. And it's going to give us a fresh start on so many things. And when you're looking at a fresh start and a new book, you really can't look locally. Sometimes you cannot even look nationally. You have to look globally. I will tell you that globally, on several things, that we are behind. The team that I'm looking for, I believe, should have a global experience because there's a lot of different things out there. And I'm not trying to chase the new shiny bauble. I'm trying to see what's really working and what can be done. And to do that, you really have to look globally and nationally to do that. And that's what I'm hoping that we do. Instead of turning the page, instead of turning the chapter, I want to open up a new book.
If I can, and I've been rather quiet
Yes,
for
you
most
have.
of the day, because I did want to, I think all of you may, or maybe some of you do not know, I served on the Florida Energy Commission for a number of years. I've worked with a lot of individuals on this particular group, in this particular groups, not necessarily all the groups, but many individuals within the groups and some full groups. I'm excited about the opportunity that we're putting forth today. I think Commissioner Delory has been here the whole 9 years now that I've been here, and I've been saying this, I think, since day one, that this is something, it's not just the right thing to do, it's also this is the second highest costs we have is energy costs from, after employees. And this raises such a panacea of opportunities. And I look at this, that I want us to be holistic. We want to look at fleet. We want to look at environmental opportunities. We want to look at renewable energies, biofuels, waste to energy, solar energy. And we also want to reduce, eventually eliminate our carbon footprint. I'm not saying we're going to do that in 10 years or 15 years, but I think that is a goal that we should make as a group. And so I look at this as the holistic, but I look at it with 3 ideas. Number 1, the practical application of this. Let's save money. Let's save money and let's potentially make money. That's number 1. Number 2 is aspirational. Let's look at it from an improvement of the planet, reducing our carbon footprint. Do what we can as a community
And number 3, inspirational. Let's motivate others to do the right thing, not only in our community, but other communities around, not only our individuals within our communities, but other communities around the state and hopefully the nation. Let's be a leader. Now, I think, quite frankly, that all 6 of them could do a good job, and could do a good job, and could do, a job that we could be satisfied with in the long run. Listening to this, to kick this off, though, and that we have to do 3, I personally saw 3 that I felt were better than the others, and could get us, in my opinion, further along the line. And those 3, in no particular order, although I could give you an order, is Hansen, HKS, and Atlantic. Those are the 3 that I saw as the 3. And I could, I'm doing that to kick it off. I don't mind anybody else throwing in, their 3. And then but that's where I wanted to do to start it, so that we could look at it from a standpoint of ranking 1, 2, 3 through this thing. And with that, I'm going to go down the line again. Commissioner?
Sure. So I do appreciate the opportunity to have gone through this exercise today. I did learn some things, certainly, and one of the things I learned is that our staff did an incredible job of doing the original ranking, because I think what going through this showed me is that they were looking very much at many of the things that I would be looking for. So kudos to you who sat on that committee, who have now sat through it twice. Several things were said by different companies that caught my attention. Public engagement, I think, is going to be very, very critical. Many of the companies mentioned that. Some, I think, had a bigger emphasis on public engagement and stakeholder buy-in. Sustainability will mean different things to different people in this community. It certainly means different things to different people on this dais. I don't think that there is a one-size-fits-all approach, and I liked that there were some companies that pointed that out. I certainly appreciated those who had specific timelines, but understood that within those timelines there was going to be some flexibility, and I think it's important for us to be able to recognize that. I appreciated the companies who pointed out that scalability is important. What may be best and best of class, best practice in another community may not be applicable here, perhaps. Scalability is going to be important. The microgrid conversation and fixation was interesting to me. I find it very interesting that UCF looked at it very heavily for their downtown campus and took a pass, mostly because of cost, was what we heard. And I'll tell you, if UCF can't afford it, I'm not sure where our budget is for this particular, what our thought process is and some of the financing that might be available to us. I'm looking at 3 things in terms of feasibility. The feasibility of cost for what it is that we're looking at, the feasibility of implementation, and the feasibility of stakeholder buy-in. I am very comfortable with the work that our team did, giving us the original criteria and the original scorings and rankings, and mine will be quite similar.
Okay. Commissioner DeLore?
Well, I will tell you that when you look at sustainability, energy efficiency, a lot of different aspects of compatibilities, it is far-reaching in many different levels. I've had some experience with it. I've actually lived in a couple of countries that have embraced it more than we have in this country. And it's important that you look outside, not just our Central Florida area, but globally, to see what works and how it actually works. I can tell you that the building codes in other areas are far-reaching for sustainability purposes, and I can keep on going on and on. And with that, the three companies that I'd like to see move forward on no particular order would be Atlantic, it would be CMTA, and then it would also be Hansen. Those are the three that I would recommend to go forward, in no particular order.
Commissioner Hurt?
I look at the project quite differently than I think you all are potentially going to look at it. I'm just going to be quite frank and tell you that I'm not convinced that we're in this ballpark at all. I think we're behind. We're behind local neighbors, and therefore, when we start to discuss the notion of looking globally for what's working in other countries, I think we're creating an aspirational goal that we will never achieve, and therefore we will get further and further behind as time goes by. So I had a very careful ear after reviewing all of the proposals and the material provided to the notion of which firm did I think could move this board ahead in this endeavor, because quite honestly, I think we are the biggest challenge to forward movement.
And there is that.
There is that.
Can I get an amen?
Amen, as my son said when
Amen,
the preacher
sister.
went on too long. And so there was, for me today, one firm that stood above the rest in terms of being able to move the conversation very succinctly through the process, and I think would be able to move our constituents through the process very well and move this board forward without us being in a perpetual spin of what are we going to do next. The pursuit of perfection is often the complete halt to progress. And that's where I see this going if we set goals that are too big. We can dream big. We need to set goals that are achievable, and one firm stood out in my mind. And quite honestly, we don't even agree on the process for what we're doing. You mentioned them, you didn't mention them. I'm actually not sure whether I'm supposed to or not. This is an amazing process to me. Bryant just gave me the nod yes. So I've noticed that in no particular order, I'm at CMTA, I am at HKS, and I am at Hansen.
What was the second one? I'm sorry, what was the second one?
HKS.
HKS.
Okay. Commissioner Zimbauer?
So I think one thing we have to remember is we have a multi-pronged approach here. I've heard from my fellow commissioners, not sure we can afford it, not sure where we're going to go, not sure that what the savings are, resiliency, and things mean different things. The benefit we have here is by stage 4, a plan's going to come back to us for consideration. And when that plan comes back to us for consideration, then we as a commission have to make a decision. A, can we afford it? What are the benefits? B, are there some things that we can do now or some things that can be done later? Are there things that are co-opted through other funding partners? So I think there's a lot of things that have to happen before we're ultimately going to pull a trigger on implementation of any suggestions that are going to be brought forward. And so with that said, I've got 3 picks and I'll explain. HKS has been a vendor contractor for this county on many projects. As you heard my inquiries, the problem I have with HKS is they're already on the 5 Points project. I believe, and I want our council to weigh in, I believe that there's going to be a conflict at best. If not, they're going to be held up in the process. Their own folks admitted that the scope of work actually overlaps, and there may have to be some kind of juggling to try to figure out what they're doing under the existing contract versus what they might do if they're selected as this person who does the consulting and implementation management. So I ruled them out right out of the box for that reason. Then I picked Atlantic, CMTA, and GDS.
Okay.
And like normal, we are all over the board. This is what I have, and I've done this very quickly. Because no one gave rankings in any particular order. 4 of us mentioned Hansen. 3 of us mentioned HKS. 3 of us mentioned Atlantic. 3 of us mentioned CMTA. 2 of us mentioned GDS. So with that, I could open it up again, or could I say, is there a consensus that we, going number 1, that we select Hansen? I'm moving this forward, folks. I'm not trying to, subjugate anybody. I'm just saying we could sit here all night.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you're on the right track, and I need to answer Commissioner Zembauer. I believe that was a question you asked me.
Yes.
I believe staff's already made a determination that there would not be a conflict. Otherwise, they would have been ruled out. They've been allowed to make the presentation. I think if they were selected, there might be issues down the road, but that would be something for the overriding staff to make a determination.
Okay.
All right. So again, I say, Hansen, is that good enough for most of us to put 1? Okay, I see 3 nods.
What do you mean it's number 1?
Yes.
I vote no.
Okay, that's all right.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's what it is. We haven't gotten there yet, though. I'm trying to get the 3 of the, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 that have
You're not
either
listing them
3.
in any particular order.
We have 3, we have 3 that have 3, and we have 1 that has 4. And I'm saying the 1 that has 4 is Hansen. So I was asking everybody, would they feel comfortable in putting them number 1? And I see 1, 2, and I would be comfortable in putting them number 1. So I see 3 as number 1. Now, I have HKS, AT, and CMTA with 3. Does anybody want to put one of them ahead of another right now? I'm asking any one of you. All 3 of them have 3 votes.
I would put HKS next.
Okay, we have 1 for HKS.
That's who I had.
We have 2 for HKS.
I would move for Atlantic.
We have 1 for Atlantic.
So we're picking the second rank?
Wait, was Atlantic
We're
one
doing
of
a
the
group
solutions?
We're trying to work
Doing a
this
group
together.
project, yeah.
We're trying to make a team decision. So far, we've got 3 that say that Hansen is 1.
Okay.
Okay, now we're looking at 2. We've got 2 people that say HKS. We have 1 that says Atlantic. Do you want to choose in that one, Bob? Commissioner Delory, I'm sorry.
I'll go with Atlantic as well.
Okay. That leaves me. I would go with HKS as number 2. I would go, and then I would go with Atlantic number 3. I'm open to suggest that could be a motion, or I'm open to other suggestions.
I would prefer CMTA or GDS as number 3.
What are we
Okay.
supposed to do with this document we were given at the beginning of this meeting? We just
Well,
putting it to the
I've
side
been
now.
working on it myself the whole time.
So have I. I thought we were
But we weren't going to put 1 through 6. What we were doing is...
Just asking.
No, and we talked about this at our last meeting, that we were going to have an open dialogue, not a closed paper ballot dialogue.
Oh, yeah.
And I hope that you all like this, because I think that we owe it to the folks that, as we're going through our thinking process. Whether we like the final decision or not may be another story.
The only reason why I'm questioning Hansen, because I think that they're more HVAC-based instead of sustainability-based. That's what I got out of it.
I didn't get
What
that.
I got.
Yeah, my belief
to each
is,
his
I mean,
own.
they've already said they're a third-party engineering firm, and I don't know that they have the expertise in the arena of sustainability and efficiency. I understand they have the ability to engineer things, but I would say they in no way, shape, or form have the experience of CMTA nor Atlantic.
Well,
in
they
my
wouldn't
opinion.
be here if they weren't qualified.
And our
So-
staff ranked them second, right? So one of the things that is a little bothersome to me is that we have experts that we employ that actually are typically the selection committee. And so throwing their thought process completely out it just seems I'm not going to do that. So when I look at the ranking from staff, mine is a little bit different from theirs, the final for mine, but their aggregated ranking had Hansen as second. Some folks had them ranked first, et cetera. So to say that they're not qualified is, there's multiple opinions that would think that they are.
Well, and I
No,
think
and
the
I got
interesting...
that.
Hold on, Commissioner Lockhart, then
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Cabell.
So the interesting thing, to your point, is that with staff ranking, the delta between 1 and 2 was 1 point. The delta between 1 and 3 was 1.5 points. And then the delta between 1 and 4 was 4 points. And then we got down to Atlantic Energy Concepts where the delta was 4.62 points. So I went back and I looked at it all and I read it all and I watched the presentations today and I took notes, and I thought it was very confirming for me, for our staff, that I felt they did an excellent job. And I really was uncomfortable with the idea of bringing this whole process back to us anyway, but I was willing to do it for the good of the order because some people wanted to do it. I'm glad at the end that we did it because I just is very confirming for me that our staff did such a great job. And honestly, 1 and 2 for me, I think Hansen did a fantastic presentation, and I think their partnerships were impressive.
Okay. Commissioner Zimbauer.
And all I would say is I've looked at the original presentation to our staff, and I don't want our staff to take this wrong. I don't think our staff has much experience in this realm, or why would we even want to go down this path and have a consultant? I think we have good staff, we have good engineering people, we have smart people, but when it comes to energy efficiency and when it comes to resiliency, I would argue that we do not have the depth in staff that has that knowledge. I think they have a cursory surface knowledge. Don't debate that for a minute. I'm also troubled by the way the presentations were originally done, and then it was right up against the holiday of Christmas, and then there was a big break, and then the grading was happening long after that. Not fresh on the minds, and that's why I questioned when I looked at several of the presentations that are actually given to our staff, and then the rankings, I scratched my head, my opinion, how did they arrive at some of these ratings based on the presentation they watched? And like someone else has said here today, the presentation I saw today confirmed what my thoughts were. And that's why I've graded them differently, for what it's worth.
Is it possible that we're just coming at this from different vantage points, and so we see it differently?
Well,
I mean, is that not a possibility?
And the reason why I'm going to say we could be, Commissioner Lockhart, for me, it's raising the bar several-fold. It's not what's happened here in Central Florida that I'm interested in. When you talk about sustainability, resiliency, seeing what's happening truly in the marketplace, and that marketplace is far-reaching. I can tell you right now that there's products that are coming out of different markets around the world that engineers are looking at all the time. And if you're not willing to look at other areas of the world at what they're doing, you're missing the boat. I can tell you that. I can go point and case on different materials, and you have to look at this on a holistic basis. And it's not just construction and building. It's about how to get carbon neutral, how to understand the resiliency of not just our market. Our market now is globally. If you think we're not globally, then you need to throw these away, because this brings us to a global market.
Okay, I'm going to...
The longer we talk, the more we make my point.
Yeah, the point that I want to make is this.
I disagree.
Originally with the recommendation, I, like Commissioner Herr, do want to err on the side, if there is an error, but on the side of the staff when they bring in recommendations. However, in this case, I thought the Commissioner Zimbauer made a very good point. This is something that is extremely important to the long-term vision of this county. And that I had, some experience, as Commissioner Dory knows, with the building codes of Florida, And with the Energy Commission, I felt it was important for an education, not only, because you can always learn more. Commissioner Lockhart is correct. We are coming from this in a much, every one of us is looking different. Me, I'm looking at it from a, like I said, the practical, but also the aspirational and the inspirational. And I'm looking not what we can do tomorrow, but what we can do 10 years from now. And I think that that is extremely important for this county and 20 years from now. Although I want us to have cost savings, I expect more cost savings than the cost of this contract, within the first year. I mean, I'll be very honest, that's what I want. That's a practical application. And so when I was listening to this and listening to the questions, I was trying to look at it from that aspect, but also one is you are trying to build a consensus. And as I looked at this and listened to everybody, that's why I put my 3 out there first. And the consensus was that 4 in their top 3 had Hansen, and then 3 in the top 3 had HKS, AT, or Atlantic, and CMTA. And so we've got to make a decision. And so, that's why then I'm going to put out 3 that I could go for right now on a motion, and if somebody else wants to make a motion, that's fine. I'm not making a motion. I don't feel comfortable in making motions as chairman. But I would go Hansen, HKS, and Atlantic.
Do you want that as a slate, or can we go one by one?
Well, if we want to go, does everybody want to go one by one? Okay, we can do that.
Not going
Is
to
there a
get to use
motion?
your fancy spreadsheet.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion for Hansen as number 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Motion and second. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
Okay, 3. Vote 3-2. Do we have a motion for number 2?
I'll make a motion for Atlantic as number 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-2. Is there a third?
I'll make a motion for HKS for number 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Is there a discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
3-2. Hey, we've come to consensus, 3-2 on all 3 of them. But you know what, folks? This is a whole lot better than that piece of paper. We actually discussed it and came up with an agreement, regardless of the fact that it was not unanimous, it was an agreement. Okay, staff, you've got it? Okay, we're not going to 4, 5, and 6 today. All right, not
So
at all.
the motion, Mr. Chairman, the motion would be for staff to negotiate with number 1 and take it from there.
Got that? Does somebody want to make that motion?
Make a motion for our staff to negotiate a contract with Hansen Professional Services, Inc.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Passes. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, everybody that
And just for
did all this.
clarification, that if they cannot come to an agreement with Hansen, they will
Go
move
to
down the
number
list.
2 and go to number 3.
Just so everybody's clear.
There you go. Everybody got that?
Yep.
Can we take a 5-minute break, please?
Absolutely. David, can we take a 5-minute break since we're at your timing now? Do you want me to close the meeting? Let me first close the meeting and then we'll take a 5 minutes. Is that okay? Because we haven't even gotten to the work session yet. We're still in the meeting. All right. In the meeting, we've done the motion. City manager, our county manager, we're going into future agenda items. Do you have any requests for future agenda items?
I have not received any requests, no, sir.
Okay. Is there any public comment on any agendas not related on the work session coming up or not related to the meeting that we've just had? Seeing none. I just have a few things that I've got to do for the good of the order. Number 1, the Seminole County Sheriff's Office has asked for a board appointment to the Animal Control Board, replacing Detective John Monk, or replacing Bob Hunter with Detective John Monk. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Commissioner Herr has asked for an approval of an annual proclamation on the Victim Services Center. I have no problem. Does anybody have an objection?
Good here.
No objection. Does anybody have any others that they want right now at this moment? Seeing none, fine. Number 3, I just wanted to compliment you, Commissioner Zimbauer, on your suggestion of the lunch for the operations, emergency operations. It's wonderful. I think all of us
Appreciate
have
the
agreed to it. Fantastic idea. Thank you very much. Number 4, I think you all know that I hosted a Florida Association of Counties meeting in Tallahassee for legislators that used to be commissioners and commissioners that used to be legislators. And I was the host, and we had about 30. Unfortunately, the legislators that are now commissioners outnumbered the commissioners that are now legislators. In fact, I just want you to know, when you're talking about home rule and all the bills that we really can't stand right now, there are less county commissioners in the legislature than ever. And I think that unless there's something else that I've forgotten, I don't know, then if there's nothing else, we are going to close the commission meeting and have a 5-minute break and go right into the work session with Mr. Johnson. You are up first.
television and that are live. If anybody thinks that they've waited long, we've been here since 9:30. So I'm going to open up the work session that was supposed to open up at 1:30. And this is the work session portion of the meeting. The work sessions may be viewed in person by the Board of County Commissioners Chambers, in the Board of County Commissioners Chambers, on SGTV, on YouTube, and by registering to participate in the Zoom webinar. Residents can provide public comment in person or by registering to speak on the Seminole County website and the Board of County Commissioners webpage. There you will find a link to register for the webinar entitled Meeting/Webinar Registration and Helpful Hints. If you are unable to join via a computer online, interested parties should call 407-665-0808 for additional information on how to participate via a telephone. We will take public comment on each item as it appears on the agenda in order to be recognized to speak. In order to be recognized to speak, if you use a computer or iPad, you will need to use the raise hand feature. Or if calling in on a telephone, you will need to press *9. The first item on the work session is our distinguished property appraiser, Mr. David Johnson, and Tim Jelks, our deputy CFO and budget division manager. And they will provide a presentation on projected revenues. Mr. Johnson.
Well, thank you very much. It's always an honor to be with you, and I promise this is going to be less complicated than what you've been going through for the last 5 hours, because I got lost a long time ago trying to listen to some of it. But anyway, a lot of you have seen this, and it's all good news, so we'll do the executive summary up front. It's good news, and we're going to go through the presentation. When I get done, Tim has a couple slides that he's going to go over also. And certainly as we're going through the slides, if you have questions, that does not throw me off. We can ask right as we're going along. So let's go ahead and get started. I always like to try to give you a real quick little glance about what the tax roll currently looks like. This is your 2020 tax roll and what my world looks like. So at the end of 2020, the market value was about $53.5 billion. And our taxable value was about $38.1 billion. That is the highest taxable value and market value in the history of Seminole County. And I will be remiss, like your staff, they have really stepped up to the plate this last year. We did a lot of this work remotely because of the investments that we've made in technology over the year. I know you guys have done the same thing with your staff, and certainly working with Tim and his folks has been a great pleasure, and we didn't miss a beat, so I'm very proud of that. And by the way, and I know most of you know this, but for the audience on Zoom, TV, whatever, the difference between the taxable value and the market value is really all the exemptions that are out there, the primary one being homestead exemption. So here's what your tax roll looks like. About 68% of it is residential in nature, and 32% is commercial, industrial in nature. In 2020, again, no one knew what we were going to be getting into when I gave this presentation a year ago in February. No one knew that where we were going to go. And it all ended up being better than a lot of us thought it would be. But we had $3.1 billion worth of residential sales in this county in 2020 and almost $400 million worth of commercial transactions. So what I want to do is I want to dissect for you, and you're going to see the logic behind my reasoning here when I go through this. I want to kind of break down your tax roll a little bit for you. There are some vulnerable parts of the tax roll that we're going to talk about in a second that have been affected by the pandemic, but there's a big portion of it that has not. So your residential market looks like this. There's about 156,000 pieces of property that are residential in nature. About 102,000 of those have homestead exemption, and that makes up about $25.2 billion worth of taxable value. This number is a moving number because we're still doing reappraisal work currently. So those are not finalized numbers. That's just a snapshot as of a couple of days ago. From the commercial perspective, we have about 4,500 parcels with about almost 55 million square feet of space between, and that's office and retail is a big chunk of that. So that's a significant amount of space that's out there in the county. I think as we drive along and stay in our little bubble, we don't really realize what's all out there. And this is, as I say to people, none of this happens by accident. This has been done with good planning and good forethought over the years. And so there's a lot out there. And it makes up about $5.5 billion worth of taxable value. Industrial market, about 1,500 parcels, almost 29 million square feet of industrial space. That number is growing exponentially. That's one of our really good areas, the industrial market. And right now, it's currently a relatively small portion, but it's going to grow over the years, about $1.5 billion worth of taxable value. So let's get to COVID. And, you know, no one knew what was going to happen. And again, when I did this presentation in February of last year, we knew something was happening, but no one knew we were going to be in lockdown or anything like that. And when I met with you in June, after we had lived through COVID for a few months, I had some predictions, and then I have some additional predictions now, which are even more positive than ones I gave you in June. So, as we all know, January 1st is the date of assessment set out by the state constitution. So everything that I'm going to talk about and everything that we're doing from a value perspective is based on the property status as of January 1 of 2021. So all that nasty stuff that happened in 2020, after I certified the tax roll for collection, then we hit COVID. We had, we're still in the middle of COVID, obviously, at some level. But from a property values perspective, a lot of that happened after we certified the 2020 tax roll, and I'm having to react to it on the 2021 tax roll. So where are we at with the residential impacts? Amazingly, the residential market has never been stronger and healthier, not only in Seminole County, but in Florida in general. And there's lots of reasons for that. Historically low interest rates, very, very low inventory, intense demand, okay? And there's lots of reasons for that intense demand. We've always had a high demand, but it's even become more intensive after COVID started. Very strong renters market. About 34% of the housing units in this county are non-homesteaded, and you can make the assumption that they're rental in nature. And, just in general, it's very much a seller's market. About 1,000 new residents are moving to Florida daily. And, of course, Orlando is considered one of those top areas, and we're obviously part of that metro area. This gives you an idea of the inventory of homes in the Orlando MLS. It is down to basically 8 weeks, maybe, probably 7 to 8 weeks. So what that means is if no one listed their house from this point forward, everything that's in the MLS would be gone in 7 to 8 weeks. Some of you have heard me give this presentation before when the realtors would love a 6-month inventory. They get really nervous at 3 to 4 months. This is, unbelievable numbers. So as we're hearing those stories again, when you list your house, you get multiple offers and it's gone. So let's look at reasons for that. Average interest rates, we went back a few years, and they've climbed a little bit since I made this slide, but we're still less than around 3%. So that's historically low when you consider January 2020, it was about 3.5%. So what has the effect been on median sales prices of homes in this county? At the end of 2020, remember I'm looking at the 2020 sales to determine what's going to happen for the 2021 tax roll. At the end of 2020, December 2020, the median price of a single-family home in this county was about $314,000. That's up 6% over the previous year during the heights of a pandemic, okay? That is for existing homes only. Those are houses that are already on the tax roll. That's not new construction. If we fast forward down to new construction, you can see what happens there. It's almost $410,000. And of course, the product that they're building today is different than the product they were even building 3 to 5 years ago. But as you know, because you struggle with this every 2 weeks or twice a month, there's very little land left to build houses on. It doesn't mean that we're built out, but certainly the types of neighborhoods that are being built today are infill 25, 30, 50, 60 lot subdivisions. You'll fill a room up with folks who don't want to see that property that was, 10 acres that was always vacant there for a number of years when you're having to make those decisions. But it's definitely a supply and demand issue. We're adding about 1,300, almost 1,400 new homes to the tax rolls for 2021. Townhomes, similar type of issue. It's about $100,000 less from a median perspective for buying a townhome. That's why you're seeing so many townhome type developments coming through your development review folks. About the median price is about $225,000, and again, that's about 6% increase over 2020. For a new townhome, about $314,000. Again, about $100,000 less than an average single-family home. So commercial impacts. This is what I call our vulnerable area of the tax roll. And the good news for you folks here in Seminole County, as we talked about a few minutes ago, you have a fairly diverse tax roll. We do not have all of our eggs in one basket like some of our neighbors to the south. We are not a tourist-dependent county. We do not have 4 major theme parks and 125,000 hotel rooms. And I know sometimes we go, well, we wish we had that. Well, no, we don't at this point for lots of reasons. But the good news is your tax roll is pretty well diverse. About 12% of it is what I call vulnerable. And those are those areas that we're looking at: hotels, restaurants, retail, and office. And you can see how much that represents. Now, that doesn't mean all of that is going to have a problem, but that means that we're having to really work with our property owners in some of those areas, especially, I will tell you, some retail, not all retail, a lot of restaurants and our hotels have really been impacted. We have not seen it impact the office market just yet because that's a long-term situation typically. And a lot of those, especially our Class A office spaces with grade A tenants who have long-term leases. Long-term, we'll see what that looks like. This whole prediction that no one's ever going to go back to the office is not, I don't believe that. I think when someone has to renegotiate a lease, they may not need 100,000 square feet, they may need 75,000 square feet. The good news for us here in Seminole County is we're a growing area, number one. Number two, we did not have an overbuild in our office and industrial market. So even if there's some, inventory that gets let go, the absorption will occur. So, and the market's very smart. They're not, as you know, they're not turning dirt to build new office buildings right this very second to see how this all fleshes out. But to give you some perspective, and some of you were here, Commissioner Delary, you and I, and certainly went through this, during the bad old days of the Great Recession, about 65% of your tax roll was what I would term vulnerable. So there you go. That gives you some perspective about what we're having to look at. So what are we doing in the property appraiser's office to address some of these issues? Well, first of all, we're having a great dialogue, both formally and informally, with our property owners. We're exchanging information about income and expense information, especially on our income-producing properties. See a lot of, there's some vacancy issues, but there's collection issues there. And we're having to work with those folks because we value those properties based on the income approach to value. And we're certainly monitoring industry data. New construction is something that we keep our eye on all the time. And we have about $1 billion worth of new construction in the pipeline that is not on your 2021 tax roll that will be coming on the 21 or 22, 23 tax roll. That's a moving number. It moves constantly. As you know, your building department, when I walked down here just a few minutes ago, you had a line for people trying to get building permits, and that just is a moving target. But that's a very good indicator. You can see what's happened over the past number of years with the amount of new construction. And again, let's go back to the bad old days of the Great Recession. We had less than $100 million worth of new construction in some of those years. So that gives you some perspective. We will be adding over $550 million worth of new construction to the 21 tax roll, which is good and for lots of reasons. One, it spreads out tax base, plus it helps mitigate some of those adjustments that we're going to have to do on that 12% of the tax roll that we talked about.
David, with that $500 million, how much is that in the cities?
That's, about half of all the new constructions in cities and counties, but you as a county get the value, get the
I know
taxes
that,
from all it.
but it'd be nice for us to know that the cities, that's about half in there.
Yeah,
and the majority of the commercials probably in the cities.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's all.
Right. And of course, Lake Mary, along the International Parkway there, that's, people don't think that's the city of Lake Mary, but it is a big chunk of that. So,
That's good news.
Save Our Homes. That is the additional benefit that you get once you receive your homestead exemption. In addition to the $50,000 off of your homestead exemption, you get the benefit of your value not going up more than the consumer price index or 3%, whichever is less. We just talked about median sales prices of homes going up about 6%. For 2021, the CPI, as set by the federal government, was 1.4%. So what's that mean? That means that all those 102,000 homesteaded properties that we just talked about, that make up a big chunk of your tax roll, that did not sell, no matter what I've done to the market value, if it went up 6 or 10%, you're going to only see it move 1.4% because of the CPI. You can see the past couple of years, it's been relatively low anyway, but it was historically low for 2021, and we all know why. Everybody was sitting at home, so we don't want to relive that right now. But anyway, so that gives you some perspective of what will happen to those 102,000 homesteaded properties. There's about $6.1 billion worth of value that is not taxable, that's under that Save Our Homes cap. To give you that perspective, and that's an average about $60,000 per home at the end of 2020. We have not calculated for 2021 because we're still doing reappraisal work, but my suspicion is that $6.1 billion will go up a little bit for 2021 when we come back here to talk in June.
Mr. Chairman, one more question.
Sure.
if I may. David, is there any more portability, or is portability done?
So this is their portability. Okay. So if I am an average taxpayer in this county and I decide to sell my home, I would be, on average, be able to take $60,000 worth of portability to my new home. Okay. That's what that figure represents. And you can see how that number climbs every year because market value is climbing and the differential becomes more.
Thank you.
This is the 10% cap on non-homesteaded properties. Obviously, that's not as significant as the homesteaded properties, but you still have $1.2 billion worth of value that is not being taxed. So what's that mean? Even if I'm lowering the value in some cases of these vulnerable properties, if there's still a cap on their property, they may not see a net reduction, okay, depending on how much we reduce it. But again, this just gives you some perspective about what's sitting out there off your tax rolls, actually. So here's what you've been waiting for. These are our projections for 2021, 2022, and 2023. I'm sorry, 2022 was a little bit blurred out there, but you'll get the general idea here. We are predicting a 5% growth in your taxable value for 2021. When I was here in June, I told you about a 3% growth, but after we've started looking at things and doing some more analysis and starting to see real sales, that's what we feel comfortable with right now. That number may go up a little bit, but that's where we are starting with, and that's what your budget folks are going to work with going forward until told differently, which will be the June when we give a preliminary estimate. Going out 2022 and 2023, I bumped that up a little bit to about 5.5%. Now, I'm not too crazy. I don't get myself too far out there on the limb because you can see what our average change in taxable value has been over the last 5 years, which is about 7%. So I'm still being somewhat conservative, but I think those are good, healthy numbers for you to do some good conservative budgeting with and have a projection about making some decisions, long-term decisions. I always do this because the question becomes, so how's that translate into tax dollars? And we're doing this at 96% because the statute says that we're supposed to budget at, actually it's 95, but this county we budget at 96% because the assumption is that everybody pays their taxes in November, which they don't, and there's 1% for errors and insolvency. That's your 4%. So I just checked with the tax collector's office this morning. Over 92% of taxes have been paid. And they are not delinquent until April the 1st. So that's very good. How does that translate to other years? It's right on par. In fact, it's a little bit above where it has been over the last year or so. So the value of one of your mills is about almost $40 million. So for every millage dollar rate that you put out there from a taxable perspective, you're going to generate about $40 million in revenue to your county, to the general fund. And you can see what that looks like moving forward over the next couple of years. And you can see where we were in 2017, so it's gone up significantly. This is what it does to the fire fund, same thing, and the value of $1 million. And this is your road fund. These are your 3 funds that you control here in Seminole County. As we've talked about, and as you all know, we have one of the lowest millage rates in the region. I pushed this out there because you have a large amount of capacity. And what do I mean by that? There are 2 parts to this equation from a tax bill perspective. There's the value that I come up with, and there's the millage rate that you and your fellow taxing authorities are responsible for. You have a huge amount of headroom and I know no one wants to raise taxes, and I'm certainly not advocating that, but you're in a very healthy position. There are counties across the state, and Chairman Constantine knows, that are at the 10 mil cap that's set by the state constitution. You are about 4, just over 4. So you're nowhere near that, and you're in great shape. 4.8, I think, is the number. And this will give you an estimate about what we are looking at as far as final taxable value. Again, these are estimates with that 5% growth for your 3 funds that you're responsible for. And I always put this out there, challenges. We have lots of challenges or opportunities for solutions, as we might want to say. None of this is foreign to the folks that are sitting here, but certainly, as we've talked about supply and demand for housing, and then how that translates into attainable housing. I know you're relooking at some of your development code to address some of those issues, and those are certainly things that we will be looking at going forward. And with that, I am finished, unless you have some questions.
Questions?
Nope.
First of all, Ms. Johnson, thank you very much for your patience.
No problem.
And thank you for the, I think we're all not surprised, but pleased with the, with your presentation.
Well, it's much better than I thought it was going to be, like I said, a year ago. And I think, that doesn't negate the fact there's folks out there that are hurting financially, but overall, because of our diversification of the tax roll and what you've done from an economic development standpoint over the years, I think we're in very good shape, so going forward.
Good job.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
very
David.
good. Thank you.
Mr. Jelks, I think you've got, you're up next.
Bring it back up.
I'm Timothy Jex with Resource Management. So David covered our property values, which generate ad valorem revenues. And now we're going to go over 5 major non-ad valorem revenues that the county relies upon to generate services. All the slides will be in this format. It starts in January 2019. It shows the percent impact of the economic shutdown that occurred in March and April of 2020. And it shows, most importantly, how revenues have been trending since we reopened in May. The arrow on the right shows the most recent collection period that we have on our books, and the arrow on the left shows the collections from the same period 1 year ago. So these are our half-cent sales tax revenues. These support general fund operations. In FY20, we collected a total of $25 million, which was approximately equal to our 5-year average. We had a 25% reduction when we shut down, and we've been trending about 2% below FY19 levels since then. So using that 2% trend, we're forecasting FY22 half-cent sales tax revenues to be $24 million. These are our locally generated infrastructure sales tax revenues. These are not in the general fund. These support county infrastructure, but they're also based on sales taxes. We collected $42 million in FY20. We lost also 25% during the shutdown, but we have been trending back to the exact same levels that we were recording in FY19 since the reopenings. So that gives us an FY22 infrastructure sales tax estimate of $43 million. Next, we have utility taxes, which go into our general fund. FY20 collections were $7.8 million, which was more than the 5-year average. These were not impacted by the shutdown, and we are up 7% over 2019 collections. Our FY22 estimate is $8 million. Gas taxes for FY20 were $14 million, which was down from our $15.5 million five-year average. We lost 29% of our collections during the shutdown, and we remain about 10% below 2019 levels. This is a trend that we expect may continue into FY22, where we're estimating $13.5 million in collections, and these revenues support our road and traffic operations as well as our mass transit system. Finally, we have tourism taxes, which had been growing pretty significantly for the 2 years prior to 2020. We had an average collection of $5.8 million. We lost 62% of our revenues during the shutdown, and collections remain about 45% below FY19 levels. We are projecting a partial recovery going into FY22 with collections of $4.6 million. This is a very preliminary five-year general fund forecast that incorporates the estimates provided by the property appraiser as well as our other non-ad valorem revenues. The FY22, fiscal year 22, is highlighted in gray in the middle. We're projecting $8.7 million in additional revenues. On the expenditure side, we won't have final numbers from our BCC departments or the constitutional officers until May, but we can make some assumptions for personnel and operating growth. But our current projections show about a $5.6 million deficit, so we do have work to do. That would leave us with a 21% ending reserve in FY22. Also included in this forecast in FY24 is an estimate for a debt service payment on our 5 Points project. It would be structured around existing debt, so it would start at $4 million in FY24 and would grow as our existing debt payments are paid off. I'm going to pause now. That's the end of our financial discussion. See if anyone has any questions on the forecast or the major revenues.
If I could just ask one question. The gas tax down, I think that consistently we see that probably that trend's going to continue. Where are we with our gas tax? I mean, how much lower do we, what's the limit that we could do and what do we have?
We have an additional 5 cents that we could levy.
I just wanted everybody to know that the county, this county is 5 cents below what we could levy, just like you talked about, or David talked about, Mr. Johnson talked about the ad valorem, and we're only at 4.8 instead of 10. In this case, we are 5 cents below in the gas tax. But we just want everybody to know, and we also need to remind people that a lot of that gas tax is paid by visitors when they come here. Commissioner Zimbauer.
And that's going to continue to drop all the studies that we've continued to monitor through Metro Plan Orlando, FDOT, their studies. As vehicles become more fuel efficient and alternative fuels are used, whether it's EV, hybrid, so on and so forth, and I think there's going to come a time where we're going to have to look at, that's going to be a revenue that continues to dwindle, and how we continue to pay for the infrastructure it's supposed to help pay for.
When Ford, Chevrolet, and Volvo and others are saying that most of their cars are going to be electric by 2030, Okay, Commissioner Delory.
Okay. Tim, can you ask, I don't expect you to have a number here today, but can you ask the tax collector, is it possible to see how many electric vehicles are registered here in Seminole County?
Sure, we can do that.
I don't need to know who, I just want to know the number.
We can do that.
It'd be interesting to see what it's done in the past couple of years. If you get the past couple of years, that'd be great.
Definitely.
Be curious to see how it's increasing.
I'm wondering how they sort that.
Don't know.
I don't think, it's done by VIN number. Maybe it can run an algorithm on the VIN
You would
numbers,
know
which
better
will
than
tell
I.
you whether it's
So I'm asking.
EV or hybrid, but I don't know
know
that
if
they
you
keep
can.
track of.
Because like I have an
This
electric,
is
but
the
it's a
amount.
hybrid, so I don't think that they register it as anything
Right.
but a normal car. All right.
Curious to know if you could do it.
Anybody, any other questions? Mr. Jelks, thank you very much.
One more slide, Commissioner. This
I'm
is
sorry.
our budget development timeline. Budgets are due from the departments this month. We're going to present those to the county manager for decisions in April and May. Constitutional budgets are due on May 1st. We'll have our BCC work sessions on May 18th, June 15th, and June 29th. The trim adoption, where we'll set the maximum millage, will be at a board meeting on July 27th. Our first public hearing is September 15th, and then we'll have our second public hearing to finally adopt the budget on September 28th.
Thank you. When you said the current budget looks like it's going to be about $5 million before you get to work on it, is that correct?
That's what I said.
Okay, but does that include constitutionals?
Yeah.
David, you got some work to do.
I don't think David's the issue.
I don't think David's the issue either. David has the smallest budget and always comes in
Without saying.
with the least amount of increase, but I just had to say that to him.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this? Do we have anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on this issue? Seeing anybody in the virtual world? Clint?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. All right, for those that are here, and I think a lot of you are here for Deer Run, I want you to know that we're going to, for your purposes, move it up into the agenda. So Mr. Durr has number 6, the next item, which is the East County Trails and Master Trail Plan. And then, Mr. Durr, you're going to go right after that into Deer Run. Can you do that? You want to do Deer Run first? Great. I'd do that even better. Okay, we're going to do Deer Run first, so that's coming up right now. So everybody in Zoom know that also. Then we're going to go to the East County Trails, and then we'll evaluate where we are.
Good plan.
I assume it's okay for me to take off my mask while I'm down here.
Yes.
For the record, Richard Durr, Leisure Services Director, and today we want to give you a little bit of an update on where we are with Deer Run. This was the timeline that we put together to get us to today. So the highlight or the red star on your screen is exactly where we are. I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on the February 9th public meeting, as well as information that we've received from the public since that meeting, and give you a full update on that process. So at the February 9th meeting, we were able to walk everyone through a series of slides, giving them the general overview that as the county has looked at the property, making sure that everyone was on the same page of exactly what we were looking at versus what we were not looking at. So in this case, it was the 134 plus acres of the golf course. We walked them through the background on the development, as well as the county is looking at the property for a potential park, again, kind of following the same process that we did with Rolling Hills. We know we need to look at what's the minimum going into it in terms of what could create a park at this location. So we've got this particular draft list on the left-hand side of your screen that basically says these are the things that we would do coming into the project. So stabilizing the property, all the way on down of what could be the minimum investment, if you will, in creating a park out of this project. So it's what we would consider mainly passive uses, except for the community building. And as an aside there, unlike at Rolling Hills, where we had a building that was constructed originally in the 1950s, we don't have that here, and there is some concern that the longer we would leave that building there, it would continue to degrade. So the need to be able to rehab that building might be something we do right out of the gate. And then a lot of stormwater improvements. Improvements that would help, obviously, the surrounding neighborhood as well. So we looked at what that might look like. And we walked the public through a multi-purpose trail that would ring the property somewhere between 2 3/4 to 3 miles worth, as well as possible opportunities for both wetland restoration and environmental plantings as we went through the process. So we also looked at what might come later on in the future. Again, kind of following the same script that we did with Rolling Hills, and said there's still the opportunity for other types of recreation there on the property, but as we know, there is no current budget for those, and it would be something that we'd look at into the future, again, following the same script that we had with Rolling Hills. But there's a number of different things that could possibly be on the property. including the possibility of helping to create space for sports fields. So in this case, there have been a lot of discussion about how Redbug, which is not too far away from this location, has overloaded fields. Where could that possibly be on the site? So we talked about right there in the center, that at the high and dry location where you could possibly fit that, as well as making sure that regardless of what we did, we need to make sure we buffered it from the adjacent residents and so forth. So looking at, again, this is just the opportunity of what could be at the site looking ahead going forward. So running some big numbers right off the bat, knowing that we really haven't gone into the detailed due diligence of running new appraisals and so forth. We had an estimate before we got into this process of what that might cost. So on the low end, it was around $90,000. On the higher end, it was closer to about $138,000, and we'll talk about that in a moment. We've got the dollar figure in place as a placeholder based on conversations with the existing owner of what it could possibly take to acquire the property. We do not know the number for environmental, it's a long word, remediation. And we know we'd have to have something in the budget to begin to take over maintenance of the property. So these are, again, very early, very working numbers, but we're trying to get our arms around what the order of magnitude might look like and going into this with our eyes wide open. As well as, if we were to purchase the property, that gets us that far, it gets us to day one. Beyond that, out of the gate, we're looking at about somewhere closer to about $6 million for doing the first phase one. Right now with Rolling Hills, we're at about $4 million-ish, based on the configuration of that property as well as some of the items for phase one. Other things down in the near future, whenever that may be, could be another $5.5 million. So you start, again, to get an idea of what the level of investment could be both now and down the line. So lastly to do, again, those are real broad numbers, real broad assumptions at this point. Trying to compare those to known numbers with Rolling Hills to show you at least comparatively where we are at between the two properties at this time. Going on down the list, again, the unknowns of environmental remediation. We don't believe, based on our early discussion, that we're going to see the same type of contamination that we saw at Rolling Hills. Number one is it's a much newer site. So we know that there are certain chemicals that were just not in existence or not used by the time Deer Run came into existence. But regardless, you see the order of magnitude of where we are between the two projects. The other thing that we really needed to do at this point was, because we started having conversations about what had been done at Rolling Hills, was the fact that the MSBU was created out at Rolling Hills to help pay for the environmental remediation. That phrase got me again. All in at that point, it looked like that the contribution that the Rolling Hills neighborhood had basically paid for about 15.3% of the project. If you were to say, we want to look at something equivalent at this site, based on these numbers right now, that's kind of the ballpark of where it would be, about a $2 billion investment. Now, again, there's a lot of unknowns that we need to figure out if we were to go forward with this, but at least at this early stage, that is, again, the order of magnitude of the ballpark that we're talking about.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Durr, while you have that slide up, could you describe the dollars that were used, the fund sources for the property acquisition at Rolling Hills versus where you expect us to, what funds you expect us to use to purchase Deer Run?
I'll answer the second one. That's a great question.
Okay.
regarding Deer Run. And I think it's the TBD at this point.
Okay.
The Rolling Hills project, as you know, we had the dynamics of the Jetta Point site. We had the state involved with a grant swap and a relocation out to that particular property. So we had dollars that were already received from a grant with the state for the development of Rolling Hills. Some of those dollars were able to be used. So there was a lot of different moving parts to that particular project that's not here for Deer Run.
Right. Do we know, not nailing you down to a specific dollar amount, but approximately how much of it was general fund versus the grant?
We could give you that number down to the penny, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, because there is, like I said, there's a lot of moving parts to that one in different funds and so on and so forth. So
Okay.
yeah, we could give you that.
Okay,
No
that'd be
problem.
great.
Yep.
Commissioner Oliver, you're bringing
anticipation that whatever was spent out of general fund and partially out of the natural lands fund would be repaid upon the sale of Jeddah Point. So there was that connection there that isn't present in this scenario.
Okay.
So in addition to the grant money, there's that Jeddah Point.
Okay. So you can provide us the breakdown of how that all went down?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So once we were able to talk about the comparison, again, in general numbers between the two projects, we talked about what is an MSBU, what does that look like, how does it happen, and we're able to provide a few details on that, at least enough, hopefully, information so that as we were asking folks to give us their feedback after this particular meeting, we gave them a couple of different ways to do that. One is we had an online survey that we had left open. I want to say we actually left it open another week beyond the February 22nd, so we left it open until March the 1st. And then we had the ability for folks to go ahead and email our office as well as your office, so they certainly found your office as well. So let me tell you a little bit about what we've heard since the meeting. So at the meeting, the February 9th meeting, we had 146 folks in person. Because you needed to register, we were able to confirm that we had 146 people in the crowd. We had 513 people register for the Zoom meeting itself. Since then, we've received, and this was as of this morning, and I'm even told that this number's gone up since this morning, so 458 individual emails have been received. And we had, as of March the 1st, when we cut the survey off, we had 1,549 individual responses to the survey. Now, the survey was pretty straightforward, pretty short. The first question was, are you a resident of Deer Run? So we'd like to know who exactly is responding to the survey, and about 80% said yes. Second question is, based on what you've heard, would you be interested in exploring the creation of an MSBU? And about 3/4 of the folks said yes. So far, we're tracking, we did a Survey Monkey back in 2016 with Rolling Hills early on, and so far, we're almost tracking pretty close to what we did at the Rolling Hills Survey Monkey as well. Lastly, we had the ability for folks to take all those lists that I showed you and go ahead and select something if they thought that they would personally like to see the potential of this happening at Deer Run, to just go ahead and press yes. You were not limited to how many responses you had, so, and we weren't asking you to rank your preference. It was purely to see what kind of volume that we had of folks replying to the message. So if you go down the list, everything on the left-hand side of the list were pre-selected slots where folks could go ahead and say yes or just ignore it going through. So out of the 1,500 respondents, we had 1,000 folks click nature trails as their number one, or better yet, their preferred piece, going all the way down the list. So again, let me revise that. This is not their preferred. The volume starts to tell us is what sort of resonated, or what's the temperature out there of the folks who responded to this survey. What are they thinking in terms of the kinds of things they would like to see there at a park? The things that you see at the top of the list are generally passive items. So trails, picnic areas, playground areas. Again, from a park standpoint, this is very similar to what we saw at Rolling Hills. And quite honestly, anytime we've gone out to the public to ask them about some of their priorities in the community, that included the preference survey that we had at the beginning of 2020 and another survey that we did back in 2016, these always go to the top of the list. Trails are always the hot button item. So we're tracking pretty comparatively to all the other projects that we've looked at in the past. One of the items that we did allow people to do at the very bottom of this list was, if we've missed something, please fill in the blank. So these are the types of responses that we received in the fill in the blanks question. Some of them are repeats. So we did have disc golf on the list, but other folks decided they were going to type that in as well. So you see that these are the different lists. Just to note, we do have golf course on the list, so that was inserted 32 times. So if you were to combine those two, and we took a little bit of license, if disc golf was appearing on this list and it appeared on the other one, we combined those two just to show sort of the whole list and the whole breakdown of where it is. Again, you start to see more of the active recreation items sort of falling right in the middle. Again, very predictable in terms of other responses that we've seen in the past. So what does this all mean? Basically, it allows you to give a little bit of a temperature, again, of what folks are thinking in terms of a preference of the kinds of recreational opportunities they'd like to see there. It isn't necessarily a yes or no, but it's definitely show you the temperature of the room, so to speak. So with that, where we're at today is way back when, last summer, which seemed like about 4 years ago now, we provided this breakdown list of a process that we would go through, as well as a timeline estimate and a dollar estimate in terms of what it would take to go from a full due diligence process from original coming right out of the gate to being able to make a final decision. And these are the steps that are left, or where we are on the timeline. We're right at the spot where if we're going to move ahead in the process, we're going to need to start to get other folks involved, like our property appraisers, or doing a phase 1 environmental study and getting more detail that you would typically go through the due diligence process pretty much on any property that we would be evaluating for purchase. Again, based on this list, the cost range varies between 90 at the low end and about 130 at the upper end. And to be perfectly honest, where the variable comes in is if we're required to do a phase 2 environmental, obviously that's a lot more detailed. We don't know whether or not that will be required. That will be an outcome of the phase 1. So how that all works out on the timeline basically says we have about 3.5 months or so to be able to come back to you to meet the timeline, or at least I'll call it a deadline, for lack of a better way of putting it, where we are able to ask the existing owner to be able to put his process in abeyance and hold until January 1, and whether or not we could go ahead and answer these questions to be able to bring this back to you to make a formal decision on prior to the July 1st deadline. And that's exactly where we're at in the process right now. So with that.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner DeLore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you, Rick. And I also want to thank everyone else that's associated with you. Because I know it's not just a one-man
No, it is
stand-up
not.
committee.
I'm not the only pretty face here, yes.
And I know there's a lot of people that's supporting you. So I don't know who they all are, but I know they all did a phenomenal job. And when you did that presentation in front of the Deer Run community, I would definitely say that you carried Joe Abel on that. That's a joke for the public. Joe Abel knows that I'm kidding around with him on that respect. But I will tell you that I've heard a lot from the community. They were very complimentary, both you and Mr. Abel and your entire staff. So that is something to be said for that.
Thank you.
Very professional, very matter of fact, and that's what we, I think, wanted, something just matter of fact. You really don't have a dog in the hunt, which I think is a good thing. I will tell you, I asked Kendra to give me a number of how many emails I received at 5 o'clock today. She's been counting them all day, and I received a total of 504 emails as of 5 o'clock today. I think that says something. I think the survey says something. Myself and Commissioner Zimbauer was at the community meeting and heard very favorable response from everyone. I know that a couple other commissioners was on the Zoom call. I know that. I think it's important for us to continue moving forward. I want to make sure that we're looking at this holistically. I know that the existing property owner has thrown out a number. I don't think we're going to get there, but I think we need to figure out how to negotiate. We need to figure out what that real number is. And I'd like to ask this board to move forward to the next level and to ask the community to be involved with that as we move forward.
Commissioner Zimbauer?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My office has received, I think, about 517 emails as of our last break related to this. I was out in the Deer Run community, met with several of the people out there, and it was an overwhelming that folks are very interested in this project, no question about it. And with that said, and by the way, I will support your desire to move forward. I would like to understand the survey that we've done, just so we're clear, that was only done to the Deer Run community, correct?
anyone, as we saw with the response from question number 1, which was, are you a resident of Deer Run? I mean, 3/4 of everyone who responded was from the Deer Run community. That's correct. Yes.
And the replies to what they would like and the things they filled in, the majority of that came from Deer Run, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
You know, I would like to see a larger survey done from within the county, because it's pretty clear to me what we're dealing with here is the golf course is in one community, but the entire community is going to have to flip the tab should we move forward or a decision is made to ultimately move forward, which arguably some that we heard in Rolling Hills, it benefits that part of the community, not us. That's where we had the whole conversation about Jetta Point's going to be sold to replenish the coffers, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think it would be unfair to all of our citizens not to be able to have the capacity to weigh in and say, yeah, we like this idea. We would support it or we don't support it, et cetera, et cetera. You know, I was one of the ones that brought to attention about many of my constituents have complained about the lack of accessibility to soccer fields at the Red Bug Park because it's so backed up and so busy. And then we ultimately have to decide as a commission, and I know I've often said one of the things that government should be doing are things like libraries, things like trails and parks and those types of things. Where are we going to identify parklands in the future? They're disappearing as far as in the urban area. Now, you come out to my district, you could arguably say you got a whole playground of thousands of acres. But when you get into the urban areas, notwithstanding some of the cities that have their own parks, the county is limited on where we can put parks or have some kind of recreation. I think this is an ideal place, but I would also like to hear from all of our community as to what their thought process is.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Lockhart.
Well, I think that's a really good point. And I think that, many years ago when I was in this organization as a staff member, there was a map down in planning and development. And it was down I remember walking down there, it was as big as the wall. And they'd identified all of the parks and open spaces all over the county, because there was a concerted effort at that time, a plan of making sure that there were a certain number of parks accessible to a certain number of people. And I was reminiscing with Rick and Sherry about that the other day, and they were like, yes, we did. Rick wasn't here at that time, but it was a plan. And then we got to the conversation in the community of how do we pay for that plan. And so I think it was put on the shelf. I don't know, it might be up there somewhere, somebody can find the plan. But I think that along with the discussion of do you want it, because yes, we want it, I don't think there's one of us up here that doesn't want adequate open space and play space for our community. It's so critical for our families to have. The follow-up question to that should be, are you willing to pay more for it? Because we just talked about our budget. So I'm all about having the brainstorming session. I'm all about staying open-minded about the possibility of doing this. I just want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that makes the most sense for the most people, and that's what I'm hoping will glean out as we move forward.
Go ahead, Commissioner Simmons.
Agreed, Commissioner Lockhart. And I think, as we saw on the slide, I think this conversation is a bigger conversation because it involves two golf courses. One that's the Wekiva Golf Course, and which is part and parcel of this. So again, moving forward, we would have to have that discussion as a community and understand what the community ultimately wants and what the value is. And we always hear, well, it benefits those folks, not us. Well, it does until your children have a soccer game somewhere or have some kind of outing and want to go to that part of town, which we know, those of us who have had children that are in these leagues, you're bouncing all over this county and multiple other counties to use recreational areas. So I don't know when the right time of that is to pull that survey. But somewhere in this timeline, I think we should probably insert that inquiry to the masses.
I just have a few observations that I'd like to add to this, because I am in agreement with the, I guess we would call it a consensus now to move forward with this. But a couple of things. Number one, we've mentioned Wekiva. Wekiva, the good news is it's still an active golf course, number one. Number two, it also is in the Wekiva Protection Area, which means that there could be a valuable resource there that is, just like the Rolling Hills is in the Wekiva Protection Area. Secondly, the Rolling Hills, when we were going through this, I and Commissioner Lockhart share Rolling Hills. There was an overwhelming outcry, if you can remember, I know Commissioner Delory does, from around the county.
Oh, yeah.
That wanted to protect that particular area. So your comment about getting a wider spectrum of the county is right on target, Commissioner Zimbauer. I agree with you 100%. The other things that I wanted to say is, number one is, I'm a little bit skittish, and I told this to Mr. Durr and the county manager, that we're throwing out numbers before we really know the numbers. Because we all know that there's an expectation once the citizens see a number, that's not the low, that's the high. And so we've got to be very careful to limit the expectations here in the cost, because we really don't know how much the environmental is. We really don't know how much it's going to cost for the property. We don't know how much it's going to cost. And plus, this is a much more of a dense area. So how far we go out with that MSBU could be very, it could be very, positive. So that there would be a limited amount, because I think that everybody in that community will benefit directly on the valuation of their property if that becomes a permanent park. Also, I would look at, how far we extend that MSBU when we're going out. The last thing I just want to say is, every time we do this, folks, Abel puts in pickleball. It's time to get pickleball off of there, Joe Abel. And put volleyball in. Yeah, put volleyball in.
Nobody typed in volleyball.
Nobody typed in volleyball because it wasn't there. I'm just telling you.
But they had the option to put whatever they want.
Regardless, that's just to getting Joe, because he's always putting in pickleball, hoping somebody would want to put it in somewhere. But all kidding aside, the fact of the matter is, I don't want to limit expectations, because I think all of us would like to see, or I think the majority of us, I don't know all, and I'm not going to put put my beliefs in anybody else, but I think I would like to see this happen. But I also would like to say we've got to be careful about, really, as Commissioner Delory said, we've got to negotiate to the penny.
Well, I said it.
That's what I said. You just said it with the owner. And we've really got to look at the MSBU and how far we extend that and what we actually, cost, because we don't have all the costs. Now, we have a lot of folks in the public that I want to speak, because we're only looking at direction, not a vote. But I want to get to anybody else that has. So, Commissioner Herr, you haven't said anything. Do you want to say anything right now?
I'm supportive of moving forward with investigation. I like the idea of an expanded survey. I would move on the survey dog park onto the survey as a listed item, because I think there is tremendous interest in that, and it's sort of misrepresented in there with 127 because it was an add-on after the fact. There may be additional interest in that. I do think we have to quantify, we have to ask whether people are willing to pay for it, and for me, that means some quantification, because as a average dude out in the community, I'm not sure what that means when that hits my mailbox. So is that $10 a year, or is that $1,000 a year? Because I can tell you my mind's going to go to $1,000 the minute you tell me that. So I think we have to figure out how we quantify that.
And how far we do the
in some form or
MSBU.
fashion. Well, that'll play into it. That's my thought.
Commissioner Lockhart.
Two questions, and it may be actually a Rebecca question, but I'll let someone decide how they want. While we put the development plans in abeyance, did we get far enough that we know how much open space is still required in the PD and how many homes would actually legitimately be reasonable to request?
I'd be happy to defer to Rebecca on that one.
Sure you would.
Because I think that's a critical part of the negotiating is, most of the emails that I received said, we don't want 200 homes. Well, I understand that, but are 200 homes even feasible? Have we gotten to that point yet?
For the record, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director. We have not. We've only been through one cycle of review, and the comments at that time were that they still needed to demonstrate that they have the required open space. And so they have not done that yet, and they have not resubmitted since our first initial round of comments.
And they don't have the zoning.
And no, well, they have a PD, but right now that property is on the PD as golf course, so they were requesting a major amendment to the PD. But in order to do that, they had to demonstrate that they had the adequate open space. But because it's an older PD, that's proving difficult.
So can I push a little bit on that answer? Is that, okay. So if they've not been able to demonstrate it, does staff suspect they have the open space that would be left?
So there is it's been a while since I've looked at it because it's been put on hold for some time, but there was a previous amendment to the PD, I believe for townhomes, and they had to go through the same exercise where they had to demonstrate that they had the 25% open space. And at that time, they showed based on those calculations, and I'm trying to remember back now, would only have been, I think, 3 or 4 acres left of open space based on the calculations they did previously. So staff was saying, well, how are you going to develop all this additional acreage and have the required amount of open space? So the current applicant was going back and through the PD and identifying areas as open space. So, including areas around stormwater ponds, areas within different segments of the PD. It looked like open space tracks within certain types of development. So we're still going through that exercise, trying to have them validate if it truly is open space. And if it wasn't dedicated as open space previously, do the current owners want to dedicate it as open space?
We're getting way ahead of ourselves.
No, I think it's important because I think...
But we also got to be careful.
Well, I know, I understand.
We're not negotiating open space here, and I want to make sure that whatever we're doing, it doesn't jeopardize any further negotiations.
I think what I think is what I said also is we want to be tough negotiators.
So my second question, my
It's tough
follow-up
enough
to
to get an
that,
answer out of all 5 of us.
my follow-up to that would be, and I'm going to ask it, is will the appraisal take into account whether or not houses could be built on that? Because I would imagine that would affect the value of the property.
The appraisal is going to calculate highest and best use of the property, as our experience with Rolling Hills did as well. So there'll be consideration given during the appraisal. And that will be detailed in the appraisal as well.
And Commissioner, as a realtor, or real estate, and used to teach at UCF and everything, appraisals always do that, and that's something that I've always had a problem with, because the appraisal comes out as what you could use it for in your dreams, okay? Essentially, what you could use it for, the highest and best use, if you could get everything together, that's what they come up in the appraisal. Doesn't mean they have it or anything else like that. So I sympathize with what you're trying to, I think what you're trying to ask, so.
Well, it's more valuable if he can put more homes on it, and so
Right.
I'm just asking if the appraisal is going to take into account whether or not he really has the ability to put more homes on it. And right now, I'm being told we don't know.
That's correct. We don't know. They have to demonstrate that to us. I mean, right now, they could, based on, of course, it's also subject to a PD amendment that has to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners.
Right.
So there is no guarantee, but based on the open space, they could perhaps put some homes, but not as many as they're requesting.
Just like Rolling Hills.
Thank you.
Commissioner
And I hope I
Delory?
didn't give the county attorney heartburn over my question.
No, I think it's time, though, to move on to,
Commissioner Delory, last word. Oh, I'm sorry, not the last word. Commissioner Zimbauer after Commissioner Delory.
You go.
On that point, highest and best use, you might want to just do a little research, which I've been doing. and you'd be shocked how much parkland goes for in urban areas. I was astounded.
Yeah.
So it's cheap out in my district comparison, but when you get into the urban centers, look at the trends around the country. It's getting more and more valuable because there's less and less of it. I was actually taken back quite a bit.
All you have to do is ask Florida Communities Trust.
Yeah.
That.
Right.
Commissioner Delory.
Just have a question. Is consensus good enough to move forward?
It depends on what you want to move forward with.
Right.
I want to move forward with Rick's recommendation to the next level.
So the next level.
I have no problem making a
Can you
motion.
pull your microphone down just a little bit?
Sorry, I'm sorry, I was trying to, so the next level, now, the next thing we could do kind of easily, based on consensus, is to do a broader survey. And you'll have to tell us what you need to know in order to move forward, and if a broader survey is the next step, we can do that. But if you want us to start negotiating a price, you're going to need to give us direction that you want us to negotiate a contract, because to start getting into some of these more detailed due diligence items, typically that occurs when you have a contract for purchase.
So, Mr. Chairman,
So I think we want to go back.
Is that the next step for?
I want to, so there's 10 things here, 11 things here that Rick Durr had to
Right.
do for due diligence.
Right there.
I want to move forward all 11, including the 12th, which is the broader survey, as Commissioner Zimbauer said.
So these are typically things that you do once you have a contract for purchase. So I'll ask the question again, do you want us to negotiate a contract for purchase?
Well, we still have to figure out what the value is for the groundwater, right? Remember we talked about the wells? We talked about TMDLs, we talked about the wetlands, we talked about all of that stuff.
So you're talking about these 11 things.
Do you want to take them by steps?
So some of these things, like the environmental studies, the boundary surveys, those kind of things are things that you would do as part of due diligence after you have a contract for purchase. So do you want us to, all of these things are going to require all of them except for number one are going to require cooperation from the property owner. So.
Commissioner Zimbauer, then Commissioner Herr, if Commissioner Delory is
So
finished.
I think you're...
Wait a minute, if Commissioner Delory is finished.
I'm
you're
sorry.
Fine so far.
Okay, go ahead.
I think you're in a catch-22 because what you're trying to do is identify the actual true cost. You need some of these phase one, and possibly a phase two, which then you're not going to know the quantifying entire cost. At the end of the day, what I see is it's estimated $138,000 to get through this process, correct?
Correct.
So it's $138,000 to do this due diligence without negotiating, or you can negotiate. But I think we are going to try to give some kind of certainty or answers to the general public. I personally would support moving forward with all 11 items and an expanded survey so that we understand what we're actually up against when we negotiate.
And what, if I may, the exactly what Nicole just said, even at Rolling Hills, however, before we got into this depth, we still had a contract for purchase, at least signed with the owner. That way, we could always go back to that, and as we were having to get on site and everything, that was all enumerated in that as well. So,
But at the same token, as Commissioner Zimbauer stated, and that's what I was trying to do here, there are some things you need to figure out on these 11 items that you're not going to know what the value of that contract is unless you go into some of those items.
Man.
Commissioner Herr.
I'm just a little bit baffled as to why the property owner would let us do this before we negotiate or even enter into the intent to negotiate. It doesn't make any sense. So I'll just weigh in as a business person and say, why would I let you do an environmental study on my property prior to an intention to negotiate or somewhat of a deal? I think we have broad enough ranges. If we need a bigger survey in order to determine whether or not we want to spend this money and we have the funding for it and support for the community for it, maybe we figure out how long it's going to take because we haven't heard what's the duration in terms of a larger survey, which may not be easy to answer today. But from my perspective, doing this prior to knowing whether or not we're going to negotiate, I don't think puts us in a position of strength.
Commissioner, let me ask the county manager, do you have anything to weigh in here before I'm going to recognize Commissioner Lockhart? But I want us to get to a point. I don't mind negotiations as long as they know as we're going through this, just like you do with any contract, that could affect the value of the contract.
Absolutely.
I've been in contracts before, and quite frankly, Rolling Hills was one, that once they got the price, they did not want to go down. And then there was additional costs that we had to carry on with. So I just want to be careful that everybody understands this, but Commissioner Lockhart and then the county manager or the county attorney, if you all want to say anything.
Well, one of the things that Mr. Durr and I spoke about was the fact that all of these things on this timeline appear to be happening concurrently. And that was because of the need to meet the deadline of the property owner to get back to him, correct?
Partially, yes. A number of these items can happen concurrently. Pretty much the only one that can't is the Phase 1 and Phase 2, obviously. So we've given you a window of when those can occur.
My concern, talking about the community and setting expectations and not having there be disappointment, is that MSBU process is not an easy one, and it is time-consuming, and it requires a lot of staff time, and I feel like it would be inappropriate to start our MSBU division down the path of establishing an MSBU for a property we don't own yet. That to me felt very out of kilter. So that was the one item that I thought that probably needs to be staggered somewhat, at least. Like we're sitting here still debating about whether or not we want to have a contract for purchase. So why would we be creating an MSBU?
I think we know that the majority, go ahead.
So I've done probably 500 or so eminent domain cases in my career. And what I would suggest, and I'm going to, these are policy decisions, but from my experience, it may be better just for now, because I don't want to be negotiating against ourselves in a public forum.
I'm trying not to do.
Okay. So perhaps have Rick or Nicole, say Rick, Nicole and her staff contact the owner and see what we can and cannot do to begin the process. So you at least have some information, whether it's 2 weeks from now or a month from now, that you can make another more or better informed decision on what the real big next step will be, which is either you're going to say to staff, go negotiate and lock it in, and come back with what the best price you can negotiate, and we will make that decision at that time. But I think maybe just at this point, Nicole, and again, I don't want to get into policy, but I'm just...
No, I think we've had discussions with the property owner. Joe believes that we may have an agreement to be able to do these things without a contract for sale based on, and we did have discussions with them, and we do have sort of a letter of understanding of how we were going to move forward when they initially put their project in abeyance. So I think that Bryant's suggestion is a good one. What we can do is go back and see how far can we go without a contract. If you're willing to spend the resources to do this. If you'll recall back when we first started talking about this, you wanted us to gauge community interest before we spent any more money.
Right.
That's correct.
And so we went through that step, and so now the question is, are you prepared to invest we had originally thought 90, now it's about $140,000 in these activities that are normally part of a due diligence of a contract that may be done outside of a contract. I don't know, and I would like a little time to talk to Bryant offline about the wisdom of doing some of that outside of a contract and what that might mean negotiation-wise, but I also think it does merit a discussion with the property owner about it.
And that's my point. I don't want to discuss it here.
Mr. Chairman.
So Commissioner, if I could just say, Commissioner, the only one, I think that's a prudent way to go down course, but I, for one, because we don't know the exact price, but we do, since we've gauged the citizens in the area, we do know their willingness to participate We don't know if the final vote will come out to 65%. We can never assume that, but at least the willingness to consider the MSBU process, that we shouldn't engage any further on that until we have an exact price.
Understood,
Now,
agree.
that's something that I would not want to go forward. So the first one, I don't think I would want to go forward with until we know all the other answers.
Well, and of course, if you go back to the Rolling Hills scenario, if you all will remember,
that was the last thing.
one of the sticking points was, after we got in the contract and agreed price, then did the impact studies, then found out
Right.
that there was a bunch of money, then they didn't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So.
The owner didn't want to deal with it.
Correct. They're like, hey, too bad, you got environmental impact cleanup, that's on your nickel, not ours.
Yep. And that's when the citizens came in and picked it up.
Right.
Yes.
As a businessman, if the county wanted to do impact studies on my property, I'd give you the keys and go right ahead, give me a copy of it when you're done. You can spend your money.
I think we've got a direction. We're going to, prudent, we're asking, the county manager feels that they have a discussion with the owner that many of these things can be done now. I just wanted to put on the table that I don't think we should go any further into the formal process of the MSBU until the citizens know exactly how much they're talking
Agreed.
about.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think there's any argument with that, Mr. Chairman.
No, okay, good. All right, so I think you've got,
Let's hear back from our staff, hopefully in 2 weeks.
Right. Well, do you want to put that quick of a time frame on them?
I'm hoping
All
we
that's-
can.
Well, I mean, we can tell you in 2 weeks if we're able to move forward with that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I
That we can
thought,
tell you.
my impression was, maybe I'm wrong, that the owner went into abeyance and basically said, go do your due diligence. We'll give you X amount of time to do your due
That's what I
diligence
heard.
and come back to us. That was my understanding. Now, maybe the due diligence may be misunderstood from one part or the other, but it's my understanding, we were able to go out, look at the property, walk on it, do whatever we wanted to within reason. And if that's not the case, then we probably ought to know that too.
And Commissioner Zibel, Commissioner Delory, if I was just saying, to answer all these questions, I wasn't 2 weeks, no. If you want to come back with a report in 2 weeks, yes, but we're not going to get through the St. John's water
I'm not asking
matters
for an answer
process.
for all
or-
this. I'm asking for an answer from the property owner.
Right.
That's what
All
I'm
right.
asking for.
The clock's
Fantastic.
ticking based on the abeyance that he's agreed to go in. If we blow through that,
All right, everybody understand the consensus of the commission?
So I'm going to add to to clarify the consensus, that we're talking about letters B2 through B11.
What are you talking about?
I'm looking
that
at
list
the
right there.
golf
Yeah.
course acquisition
different.
benefit evaluation procedure.
Well, first thing
two
is
different
that-
documents.
talking to the owner, if we could start doing all this.
B, letter B, if supported by community, which we know it is, and the BCC, which sounds like the majority of us are willing to walk through the next door, then we've agreed that the MSBU process should probably be delayed until we have some hard figures. So that's B1. So I'm saying B2 through B11 is what's been outlined. It's on the screen, and it's in your book on page 21.
Correct.
Is that what we're talking about? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about.
Is that a motion, Commissioner Lockhart?
I don't
it's
know
a
where I'm
work
making
session.
motions in a work session, but if it were, yes.
It's a
Then I'll
consensus.
second
Okay, and that's a consensus second. And I see people shaking their heads.
We have sufficient direction.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have feet people.
And before we get, just one more thing. Are we going to try to go ahead and click the survey, the wider survey,
and the
as part of
survey.
this?
Yeah, the wider survey.
Yes.
That would be great. All
At the
right.
dog parks.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and I also have hands raised, you know what we just did, yes? Or are you more confused? Okay, you guys probably know more than we're trying to do. All right, so you understand where we're going. I have everybody here that wants to public comment in support, including a written in support, which I thank you for saying you would help me read it if I couldn't, whoever Toby is. Thank you. Thank you, Toby. So I'm going to offer you to speak. You can wave in support of what we just did if you want to do that, though, also, okay? Just to let you know. So, Toby, I'm going to book it, okay? And you're president of Fairway Oaks Association. And she writes, just today, Deer Run neighbors passed pictures of otters in our ponds, bald eagles, gopher tortoises. Water's becoming very rare commodity, so the opportunity is now to take advantage of it. Deer Run is one of the last green spaces areas in Seminole County left and very worth preserving. Passive parks would be an enhancement in keeping Seminole County the natural choice, especially for our many young families here and those moving in. All good reasons to vote yes. Did I say it right? Good. Okay. Now, the others, I'm going to call your name, and you're welcome to come up here. Or you can say, wave in support. Debbie Gembacki, wave in support. John Gembacki, wave in support. Dr. Deborah Bauer. Sure, Deborah? No problem. We're not going to think the worst of you. After that, Alan Sutton, wave in support. And Randy Stowell, wave in support, unless Deborah Bauer says something that you want to say something about. No pressure, Deborah.
I'll try not to disappoint. Good evening. My name is Dr. Deborah Bauer, 423 Eagle Circle in Castleberry, and I'll try and make this as brief as I can. 50 years ago, in a room not so different than this one, 5 of your counterparts voted in favor of approving the final development order that would create what is now the second oldest planned development in Seminole County's history. It was a decision that would have significant ramifications for thousands of Seminole County residents over the next 5 decades. Since that time, Deer Run has grown to encompass more than 25 neighborhoods, 22 homeowners associations, 2 property owners associations, and a housing association. Approximately 3,000 homes encompass the entire Deer Run planned development, and between 6,000 and 9,000 Seminole County residents live in those homes. To put it simply, in 1971, county commissioners voted to determine the fate of what is equivalent to the population of a small municipality. Today, this board has the opportunity to make history, which I'm very happy to see we're going forward with. In 2019, I worked with the neighbors to form the Save Deer Run Citizens Action Group as a nonprofit organization dedicated to preventing residential development on the former country club at Deer Run Golf Course. I speak to you now not as the founders and the president of Save Deer Run, nor as one of the directors on the board of the Sterling Park Housing Association, Deer Run's oldest and largest HOA. Instead, I speak to you as a simple Seminole County citizen who has always called Deer Run home. Several months ago, Commissioner Zimbauer made a statement that the county owed it to Deer Run residents to see if we would, quote, put our skin in the game, and to see that if we would do our part to make Deer Run Community Park a reality. Now, months later, we have turned out at a public meeting that registered almost 600 participants in the age of COVID-19. We sent over 500 emails to county staff and you commissioners, which I know you were all individually ecstatic to receive. And we participated in a survey that shows more than 2/3 of Deer Run residents support the idea of Seminole County purchasing the former Deer Run Golf Course to be turned into a public park. We think we have, as Commissioner Zimbauer asked us to, put our skin in the game. We are here and we are ready to do more. We hope to continue to partner with the county on this project. As a vast majority of Deer Run residents support this idea and want to proceed with the project, including an MSU agreement at the proper time. 2 weeks ago, Save Deer Run volunteers made contact with over 2,000 homes in the PD. We spent our Saturday afternoon canvassing all of Deer Run, telling people to complete the county survey and send in their emails. Time and time again, our volunteers heard the same thing from all of our residents. We want a community park. But more important than our wants are our needs. We need to prevent development of one of the last remnants of undeveloped and open green space in southwestern Seminole County. The county's purchase of the former golf course for conversion to a public park accomplishes this goal. To each of you, Deer Run may be just a PD or a series of neighborhoods. To us, it is much more. Deer Run is our community. Deer Run is our home. Deer Run is our future. Please help us to protect it. Please help us to preserve and safeguard our future. And please continue to support this process of examining the feasibility of Seminole County purchasing the former country club at Deer Run to be turned into a public park. Thank you.
And Dr. Bauer, thank you for all the work and effort that you've been putting in. Thank you very much. We all know how hard you've been working. And now that she has spoke, does anybody else that has already filled out a form want to speak at all? Okay, thank you all, wave in support. And Mr. Abel, I just want you to know that John Gembecki and I used to play volleyball together, sand volleyball together a long time ago, so just want to let you know that.
Not pickleball. Not pickleball.
Huh?
Not pickleball.
No, not pickleball. I don't think that
Did he
existed.
request volleyball for the park?
I think he did, but it was just thrown away by Joe Abel once again. I don't trust Joe Abel. I think he just throws them away anytime volleyball comes in.
You know what, Commissioner? Why don't we ask staff to put volleyball on the survey?
It won't go very far. We just put, we should, but I'll tell you what, we put two, I think the dog park is a much better.
Absolutely.
We put 2 volleyball courts, sand volleyball courts from the Sand from Charity Challenge at Redbug Road. So we do have Redbug Lake Park. We have 2 volleyball courts, sand volleyball courts right there. Okay. Thank you very much. We have 2 people, or we have people out in the audience that wish to speak. So I don't think they're going to wave in support, but let's try it out. Clint, who we got?
Kimberly Warner.
Okay, Ms. Warner, you are welcome to speak.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just wanted to say I am the one who has provided the photos of all the different species here. I absolutely support restoration and a park. We have many protected species that I've seen in a very long time of living in this community, and I just wanted to make note of that.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. And I'll put you down as a yes for volleyball. Okay. Thank you very much, Patricia. Any questions of Patricia?
It's Kimberly.
Kimberly.
Oh, Kimberly, I'm sorry, I've got Patricia down. Please forgive me.
Been a long day.
Yes, it has. All right, now we have Patricia. Kimberly, thank you very much. Patricia? Clint, who do we have next? It says Patricia H.
Yes, sir. She's coming in.
Okay, I have lived,
Patricia, please state your name and address for the record.
okay, my name is Patricia Hanna. I live at 1544 Cut Hill Way, Castleberry, Florida, and I have lived on the Deer Run number 9 for almost 38 years. This is our home. We love this place, and we are sorry to see the golf course go, but we certainly want to continue having a green space behind us and for all of our neighbors to enjoy. So,
I think your sentiment is shared by many of your fellow neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for allowing me to share this. I've been watching this all day while I was at work.
Well, you're a trooper because
And thank you for staying late.
thank you very much.
I'm also the woman behind Save Deer Run signs and T-shirts. I paid for those for everybody.
Sweet. Super.
I think Patricia's asking for help here from all of her neighbors. She's going to set up a concession stand for T-shirts. All right, thank you very much, Patricia. We appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we.
Bob.
Thank you. I think we finished with everybody in the virtual. Anybody else? Clint?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. All right. Excuse me. We'll move right on to so we're concluded with that. Everybody knows the direction we're taking. All right, East County Trails. Bye, John. See you on the volleyball court.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, fine with me. Rick, you got 5 minutes to get it all together.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. You got a little time, sir.
So we'll be back at 25 after, guys. Joe. Meeting called back to order. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Richard Durr, Leisure Services Director, Seminole County Leisure Services. As the item, just as a quick recap, lists East County Trails Master Plan. Obviously, we looked at the whole shoot and match. It's really hard to just look at one without looking at the other. So we tried to integrate the information that came out of the 2018 update that we had done with this new information. Where I'm going to take you very briefly as a quick overview,
Which page?
Last.
We just started.
We just started, yeah.
Page one.
Page one.
First page past the cover
Yeah.
sheet.
There you go.
It's page 151.
We last met with you in early October, and we were just partially through the public review and comment phase. As a matter of fact, we made quite a number of pitches at the meeting to make sure that folks could still visit the website and collect additional information. Since then, we've done a lot more groundwork to make sure that we had a good implementation plan coming forward, and that is what we're going to be showing you this evening. Just to note, all of this information is still under staff review, and when I mean staff, I mean county staff, so Public Works, Leisure Services staff. We still have some additional groundwork that we're doing, and our Parks and Preservation Advisory Committee is still in the process as well of reviewing this information and sending us comments. We've started to receive comments back from them. The idea being is that this gives you the ability to go ahead and comment as well, and then we'll distill all of those comments and make updates and finalize the plan going forward. So very briefly, just to recap what you saw back on October 9th, we looked at the original foundation of our trail system, and it goes back to the mid-90s with a vision that talked about linking and making connections countywide, both to existing neighborhoods and future neighborhoods. And part of that system would include recreation, obviously, walking, riding, biking, equestrian uses, that we would create connections to neighborhood schools and so forth. That obviously this would be a part of our transportation system going forward. So not just the idea of being able to access these areas, but to be able to do so without being in a car. And then lastly, certainly but not least, that it would enhance the quality of life. And I think as we've continued to talk to folks every day, they love their trail system. So part two of the steps going through of updating the master plan was then mapping all of this. So we didn't just take a look at what's inside Seminole County. We took a step backwards and looked at both regional systems where we plugged into our neighboring counties, as well as some of the statewide connections that we will be a part of. And all of these, while I'm not going to go individually through here, we have mapped and we understand our role in all of these, and thankfully, or the way you look at it, we've completed our portion of all of these. Everyone else is racing to catch up to connect to us at this point. So the next major step, and through the help of our GIS group, as well as the 7 cities updating their data going forward, we mapped all of those. So that confetti you see on the screen is just a placeholder for all of those different elements that you see on the right-hand side of the screen. So schools, public and private, all the way down the list, including making sure that we had the Sunrail stations all updated going forward. The last piece that we talked to you about back in October was in trying to create a trails hierarchy of dividing it up kind of like the way we would talk about our roadways, where our signature trails were sort of our highways of the system. And then all of these, as you went down in scale. So the pathways were fed the interstates, the connectors were those smaller pieces, so your local roads in the system, and then all the way down to wilderness trails, and mapping both existing as well as proposed. And at that point, we had the 2015 and 2018 efforts that we had done to update those. And we've also updated them talking to each of the cities, making sure that we had their proposed trails projects into the mix. Then we opened it up for public comment. As you so know, we had launched this project just before the pandemic hit, and then obviously having an involved public participation program needed to change. So we adapted all of that and went to an online, mainly an online platform that had a number of different ways for folks to be able to send us their comments, participate in an online survey, participate in discussion forums, and so forth. Overall, between September 5th and October 25th, we had over 6,200 total website visits, all the way down to almost 1,800 unique users came to the site. And obviously, you could come there for information, or you could leave us various ways to send us your information, one of which was to go ahead, and this will be the next thing, go ahead and leave us comments directly on a map.
Mr. Chairman, on the total
Commissioner?
website visits, can you actually give us more data on that? Because there's a lot of analytics that you can get from that.
Oh, there's a ton of data that you can get from that, correct. Well, what in particular, just...
I just want to make sure how many are local residents, how
Sure.
much are non-Seminole County residents?
Yep.
I mean, stuff like that.
We can do that, certainly.
The analytics of that stuff is important.
So of the comments, the specific comments that folks were leaving, they've kind of fell into these particular categories. One was comments on our existing system, so we had a lot of good input from folks saying, hey, by the way, I travel this particular stretch of trail, would you look at this? All the way down to suggestions of, yeah, I travel this trail, and it'd be great if I could get from point A to point B. And then lastly, some highlights on the survey responses. Again, you look at the analytics. These are just some items that we pulled from those just to highlight going through them, such as things like over half of our respondents were between the ages of 31 and 50. You start to get an idea of who our repeat customers are, as well as the characteristics of the folks that are on there. We did ask some questions about their overall opinion of the trail system. So you see the top one on there, 65% perceive the trail system to be very clean. That's also very good. So again, we have a lot more information that'll be in the package, in the final plan, to back up a lot of these recommendations. So out of all of that input, the next question was, okay, what falls out as in terms of recommendations and major projects going forward? I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview on that, because again, with as many corridors as highlighted on the map, we could talk for hours, and you don't you don't want me to go there. That being said, is that we've organized this in terms of our trails hierarchy going forward. So looking at our signature trails, we've got characteristics of each one of those, so we went over these at our last meeting as well. One thing that I did want to highlight on here that we certainly don't want to forget is the idea and the importance of shade on our existing trails. We've been very fortunate to live with sort of a kind of a mature tree canopy in a lot of areas of the county, especially along the trails. And with both storms and aging out of some of this canopy, we've seen a lot of holes opening up. So one of the ideas that as we continue forward with our recommendations is making sure that we are plugging in both replacement trees where we lose them, as well as just good management of our urban canopy, if you will, going forward. It also is very important as we get into some of these other trails where you don't want to build a new trail and then ask someone to walk across the desert, so to speak, where there's not a tree in sight. So as we program these, making sure that we do provide the full breadth of the amenities that we would have that makes the trails desirable for people to use. So the only piece that I am going to break apart in this presentation is the signature trails.
Can I
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So when you say signature trails, that's the S, all these ones that have S's on them?
That is correct.
Okay.
So the signature trails are the ones you know by name and you know by heart. So the Seminole-Wekiva, the Cross Seminole, the Flagler Trail, and then out of this one, we've pulled out two that we're proposing to be possible signature trails, and I'll talk about those in a little bit more detail so you know exactly what it is we're proposing there. But we certainly didn't want to forget about the ones that, because quite honestly, the Seminole-Wekiva Trail, the main trail path is pretty much completed in terms of the county's work. We have some projects that we're looking at on the south side of the county. In Altamont Springs, for example, the tunnel project or that you saw just a few meetings ago. We do have recommendations in here for filling in a couple of gaps and look at for future projects of proposed trailheads. As well as potential intersection crossings that we heard and saw in the field that were more problematic, such as maybe the existing trail crossing at H.E. Thomas right now, where folks are asked to do two different trail maneuvers, crossing maneuvers. So we've got a list on the right-hand side of your screen that is, with all the backup that you received, is starting to flesh out into an actual project list and some costs that may be involved with that, if that's where we're going with the recommendations. And we have those for every corridor listed in the system. So then moving to the second one, the Cross Seminole Trail, there's a listing of some of the major elements of that system. We do have a proposed trailhead here at an existing county facility, both at Wayside Park. That's something we've had in our CIP and looking at, and now that we've made the DOT has made the crossing for us into Volusia County, that may be something we look at sometime sooner than later as we have trail visitors coming across.
Rick, real quick,
Back
I'm
and
sorry
forth
to
in the
interrupt you.
Yes.
Before I got here, I knew everything about trails, I thought, but I didn't know what a trailhead was. And there might be people that are still out there listening, so could you just
Good point.
very
yes.
briefly tell us?
So
what
trailhead is basically the location where you would access the trail. And generally at a trailhead, think about it as being sort of a small park for a trail. So you'll have generally automobile parking. You may have a place to work on your bicycle. You'll have signs, wayfinding. You may have restrooms. You may have other facilities there. So great.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's not the Panera Bread in Lake Mary.
Yeah.
It's not the Panera Bread.
Yeah, that's
part
not,
of the
no, that's a
Appreciate you
feature
clarifying.
along the way, yes.
Yes, Commissioner Delory.
Thank you. Hey, Rick, in some of
Yes.
the areas that are pretty wet, where by Soldiers Creek, you talked about putting some boardwalks in there. I've actually seen places of the country where they actually do tree canopy trails, and they've actually elevated it. I actually have photos for it. I'd be more happy to share it with you. You can share it with the other commissioners, and it's actually pretty significant when you actually take it where you're not disturbing the wetlands, but you are disturbing it very smallly, minutely, and you're actually putting it up in the tree canopy, and you're making a signature trail. Be more than happy to give you
Love to
that.
see it.
Like Swiss Family Robinson tree canopy?
Yeah, we could add
or-
zip lines to it, too. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, that is cool.
Flagler County's got some of those.
Here,
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
yeah, can we just share?
I want to make sure Rick gets those. I'll have Kendra email it to everybody tomorrow.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so moving on to the next one, the Flagler Trail. And this is where we start to get into the whole name of the East Trails Master Plan. The Flagler Trail, and I've got another slide here that I'll show you, while it is part of our signature trail system, there is a significant gap in the center of it, so basically connecting where the Geneva Wilderness area connects up to Geneva proper. There is a gap in that system. We do traverse a slightly different terrain through this area, where in some parts we're within a state forest and it's an unpaved trail, and in other parts we're in the middle of Chuliota with development around it. So where we started looking at this one in particular, and I mentioned this at our last meeting going forward, and I'm about to turn the world sideways on you, so if you bear with me, north just went to your left on the screen. What you see is a existing path of the Flagler Trail through Chuliota. You've got the Snow Hill Trailhead on the, in this case, the north side or the left part of your screen, and Lake Mills Park being on the far right or the south side. Parts of this are paved, other parts are not, and it kind of weaves its way through Chuliota and then makes a turn to the east out to the Chuliota Wilderness area.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
In some of these areas, we really need to be paying attention and actually paving it where we can pave it, where we have right-of-way. And then some of this area needs to be cleaned up because it is a disgrace in some areas.
You are studied ahead, definitely, because that's the next piece of this is the existing condition of the Flagler Trail. In some cases, if you did not have a mile marker or a sign, you probably wouldn't know that the Flagler Trail was there.
That's my point.
Yes. So the recommendations that we developed, at least in draft form out of the plan, say this is a fantastic project going forward, that if you were to pave a section of the Flagler Trail, this might be the place to do it. You have a much more dense development around it. We do get a lot of folks who walk from their neighborhoods to Lake Mills Park, for example, and in some cases, they're walking on the side of the road or they're walking in the road. And in this case, because as you begin to move south, it's a little bit more rural as you move through there. That's okay, but in the sense that as we continue to see more and more folks using this area, this might be a great place to do that. So you've got a couple of different options on how you would do that. You could retain the existing route. You could move it to 419. You could do both. But the bottom line is that where the Flagler Trail used to end, or it does now, let's put it that way, used to make a connection with Orange County with a proposed trail down Fort Christmas. That proposed trail on Orange County moved several years ago, and it is now out on 419. So if the desire is to go ahead and link up to the future trail on 419 with Orange County, then that's a connection we would look at going forward with the Flagler Trail. We would still leave the existing alignment that's in there. That would be more of a spur, if you will, but right now, the trail, as it's marked, kind of goes to nowhere, and it pretty much ends at the county line. Other elements to this say this would be a fantastic route to then go ahead and invest in trailhead-type facilities at Lake Mills to kind of bookend this whole thing. You've got an opportunity with some county-owned property at Lake Catherine where we could have a stop and call that a mini trailhead, if you will, and link up that whole stretch. Regardless, this makes up a nice bookend that says this really deserves additional study and additional looking at in detail to clean up that whole alignment. And in areas that should be paved, that's something that we need to look at going forward. So that's exactly what it is we're looking at doing in this particular
Because
area.
Oviedo's trying to clean up their end in downtown as well.
Yes, that is correct.
Connect it all.
Yes. So I'll talk about Lake Mills going forward here in just a minute. I've got another slide on Lake Mills, but I wanted to continue on with the signature trails. What's called the Lake Monroe Loop Trail, we've talked about that in name. What it actually consists of is the existing Riverwalk, the construction of the extension off to 1792, the Riverwalk extension that's underway, as well as on the east side, and again, these are working titles, if you will, the Mellonville Celery Trail that is currently in design and I believe some property acquisition is being looked at to continue that on all the way over to Lake Mary Boulevard crossing over the St. Johns River. This is going to be part of the 26-mile loop when connected to Volusia County. So this may just be simply delineating this as part of the Lake Monroe Loop Trail, and then we just basically finish the projects that we have in existence. But this could be very much the next signature trail by name moving forward. And then lastly, this is a trail that you have started looking at in pieces. The very north end is a piece that was looking at from Wheel Park, or the proposed Wheel Park improvements, up to 1792, and you saw this a couple of different ways where we were looking at different alternatives going up 1792 through the Spring Hammock area and so forth. The idea being is that this could be the northern leg of the next significant trail corridor, but it needs additional study. The center section, we have programmed to start a feasibility study for that one here in the next few months. That project will start. We do not have programmed in the southern leg, but there's the potential for doing exactly that. So we've listed this on the list of potential new trails, if you will.
Mr. Chairman, with that, can we give this a name? I mean, not today, but can you figure out a real name for this thing instead of just?
Oh, yeah, that'd be fine, yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of working titles in process, so yes.
Just pick
It
one.
needs something
Zippy.
jazzy, yes.
The Lori Trail.
He's not dead
I
yet.
think we voted on that yesterday.
And we have to wait a year
You have to
after
be
it
dead.
dies. That was his
Trust me,
record.
Very
anything
sorry.
but that.
So moving on, the next two groups of trails, if you will, both the pathways and the connectors, I am going to go through pretty quickly, and there's a primary reason for this. As you look at the map, this is where we start to look at almost a spaghetti network of potential trails, existing and potential trails. Both the pathways, and I'm going to skip forward down to the smaller connectors, over 90% of all of these corridors, as they've been designated in this map, all take place within road right-of-way. We are now down at basically into the roadway system that we have in Seminole County. Where these connections and these pathways came from is previous maps and new maps where we've made connections from our existing trails to parks, to schools, to Sunrail. These would basically be, if you were to look at our roadway system and our network of right-of-way in the county, where part of this process looked at, said these were the areas that need pedestrian and bike improvements, right up at the top of the list, if you will. Like I said, more than 90% of all of these corridors, you start to look down this list, some of these names, again, these are all working titles, but they all have to do with basically the destinations. You see a lot of schools, a lot of parks listed. These were basically to complete the sidewalk and pedestrian network of going from a trail corridor down to a school, if you will. Like I said, the bulk of this would move its way from this plan really into our right-of-way plan, and our roadway project plan going forward.
Mr. Chairman, I know we skipped one of these pages, but when it said pathways existing and proposed, Metro Plan is looking at 1792, starting June 1st, for cycle tracks, and that's going to be Seminole, Orange, and Osceola, all up and down 1792, so you may want to coordinate with them as well.
We will do so.
Bicycle trails?
Cycle tracks. It's an actual trade name.
It's a protected bikeway, kind of like taking a bike lane and moving that a little bit further away from the travel lane and putting a physical barrier between it. Am I correct in?
That is correct.
Pretty
Yes.
much dedicated.
So it's a dedicated bike lane to some degree, yes.
And so this what you're talking, so we're putting this in our CIP for road projects then?
That would be one of the recommendations coming out of this, correct?
Perfect.
Which is obviously why a big piece of this is in Public Works right now under review, so. Okay. So that, to show you our consultant, Bruce Hall. Bruce, are you here? Yep, yeah, there he is. Who's done a great job waiting patiently back there for me. Has been putting and ground truthing and putting dollars to this to try to, again, wrap our arms around what this looks like in terms of both rehabbing existing areas that maybe just have a narrow sidewalk and it needs to be widened, to it doesn't have a connection and it needs a brand new project. This was our first pass at dollars looking at what the breakdown would be. Again, let's say if we were to do all of these, and we're talking about $91 million worth of improvements in this, again, a master plan level, again, over 90% of that would be dollars spent in an existing road right-of-way to improve the facilities within those. So the last piece of this is something that is brand new that we're bringing to you today. And it is what, again, another working title, if you will. This would be part of our trails hierarchy. We're calling them destination trails. So what do we mean by this? And I'll use I'm going to jump right ahead to this graphic right here. I'll use this as a fantastic example of what we're talking about. Where rolling hills fit into all of this, it always felt like an oddball type of thing. It's on county-owned property. It is a circular route. It isn't linking necessarily one county to the next or one neighborhood to the next. It is within the neighborhood. But yet it plays a really important role in our trail system. And obviously, we've got a lot of effort that's going into this to make this a destination place, that's the name, for folks to want to drive here to take this trail. The other thing that it does is if what we're trying to create there is the kind of atmosphere that we have and the kind of use that we have on our Seminole-Wekiva Trail, for example, or any of our other signature trails, the ability for you to travel to a low-stress environment, not a lot of road crossings, to have that same type of trail experience and to do it for just about every type of user and not have to cross major roadways while doing that is somewhat important, and it would make a pretty significant impact into our trail system. So looking at that, and one of the objectives of this plan as well was to look at things like either underutilized or non-utilized county lands going forward. We took a look at, and I'm going to go backwards back to this map, we identified potentially about 11 different spots. Some of these existing parks, some of these are projects that we're looking at right now, for example, Deer Run. That's another fine example of this kind of concept of what a trail would be. And we showed a couple of examples of how that might work. So right now, this is Kewanee Park, for example. Directly across the street from that is a stormwater project, an enhancement project, which does have fantastic literature out by the road, displays about the importance of the wetlands that were created there and the restoration that was done. We looked at the possibility of could we connect this to the Kewanee Trail and make use of this existing county property by creating a trail extension, if you will, or a trail loop within the county property. Right now, we've got the existing aging out boardwalk system that goes through the wetland on the west side. And could we connect that so that if you arrived at Kewanee Park, instead of going the 1.8 miles back and forth, could you have a more leisure experience, if you will, of taking into account all the county's property there and having your own loop. So measuring that out, you could take a 1-mile loop around something like this and make that part of your overall trail experience or your exercise or whatever it is that you're coming to the trails for, as we saw a big piece of them are, is for recreation and for exercise. And then do that, and not necessarily building a brand-new boardwalk system. We would look at building a trail through the wetland area using either composite construction and or concrete, for example, to create the system that you would be above the water. Many trails around the state and around the country use that kind of construction, using something that's more permanent that we wouldn't have to try to rebuild after every 10, 15, 20 years. And that something could then be used because of the materials that you're using. Folks on bicycles could still use it. Folks that are strolling along could still use it, and so forth. So kind of looking out beyond what we currently have in our system and being able to pull that idea into this project. So that's one potential use for creating a destination trail, if you will, at Kewanee, and pulling in a piece of unused county property. Another potential out there, and this is something that we've heard through the years of an idea that was floating around out there. This is, we're in the Midway area now. On the screen, you see Midway and Roseland Park. Some other county properties that are in that same location. We've got the Lake Monroe Loop Trail or the Celery Avenue Trail running across from east and west along the north side of this, and Millennium Middle School down at the bottom. But what if we looked at doing something so that you could create a loop trail around that lake, which, when measured out, comes close to 2 miles?
And Rick, you can actually connect that because there's right-of-way to get up to the Lake Monroe loop.
That is correct. That is correct. So that's a possibility. Taking the same concept that we had at Kewanee, could we create something at Lake Mills that would create that same kind of a trail feel within the county's property, and we could generate probably a 1-mile loop trail through that? It would take the place of the old boardwalk system, which is now basically degraded and closed, but we would look to basically recreate access in that area using a concrete and composite construction. Same at the softball complex. Right now, those two particular parks, from a pedestrian connection standpoint, there is none. And matter of fact, a lot of folks don't realize they're actually back-to-back based upon the way you access them. We could potentially do something through there of taking the walking trail that's in San Lando, creating a new trail, and then popping that up through the softball complex. That whole thing creates a 1.5-mile loop.
Because when you walk the Wakava Trail, a lot of times you don't even see those two.
That's correct. That is correct.
So you're trying to build a 595 on 95 is what you're
That's a
doing.
perfect example, yes.
On every one of these.
That's exactly right. Sylvan, at Sylvan, we all remember there used to be a system of boardwalks out there. There is a walking path that is a basically shell. We could look at the same type of loop system out at Sylvan, and that would create a 1.5-mile loop. And then last, in taking a look at existing county properties, this came up to us a couple years back, and it came out of actually Terry's group, where we've got a closed landfill site right up against 417, kind of between Upsala Road and there's Oregon. You see just barely off the map off to the left. We had some interest from a local mountain biking group. We visited the site. We walked the site. You could basically go through there and cut some really neat mountain bike trails on this piece of property. Right now, the property is fenced and closed, but it does have the opportunity that if we wanted to do something with that in the future, we have the opportunity to do that. Right now, as you know, we only maintain one mountain bike trail in the county, and that's at Soldiers Creek. This would be number 2 if that's something we looked at doing in the future. And then certainly, last but not least, that's exactly the same kind of thing we're looking to do at Deer Run going forward.
Can you put a note there to Weiser Park?
To where? I'm sorry?
Weiser Park over at Castleberry? No, I'm talking about Deer Run.
Oh, Deer Run. Oh, yes. Oh, Wers Park. Yes. Yeah, Wers Park is, I point at the screen, but that won't do anybody any good. But yes, off to the west. Yes. So adding all those up, there's some opportunity that's out there that we could potentially develop an additional 20 miles worth of trail there, give or take, within both existing county properties, some existing parks, and other county properties that we currently have there as opportunities for development.
Rick, stay right there.
Sure.
Can you include the cities and identify them with a different?
Yeah, those different shades, they're not labeled, but those different shades are the cities, yes. Yeah.
Other than the green.
Oviedo, you
Cities
don't
of
show
the
any
state.
of Oviedo's trails that they're planning.
Yeah, correct. That's correct. That's correct. So overall, this would be the, everything that you saw on all of those broken down maps. These are the different layers, if you will, that would make up the proposed Trails Master Plan. Again, this is all currently in review. We wanted to present this to you today to get additional comment, additional ideas, additional input. We'll then take all of those comments as we continue to move forward with this and distill those down into the final document and then be able to have that for final plan presentation and review going forward.
I like the 595 idea.
Do it. Mr. Chairman? I think staff's done a great job, as well as the consultant. Commend you all. The only additional comments I would have would be, you should be, and you probably are doing this, review existing walking sites, websites, because if you go to other locations, they're actually highlighting their trails in different ways. We're not doing that. And they actually have interactive maps with wayfinding purposes, and it's actually pretty cool to do it. And then I'd like to know which areas could potentially, somewhere in the future, actually use Wi-Fi. Because I can tell you, there's a lot of places, like I'm planning a trip right now in Vermont, and they're telling me I can do Wi-Fi most of the trails.
Wow.
And at some point, you're going to need additional staff who are going to want to get this done. So hopefully, we're looking at that as well.
Rick, the markers that we talked about before, the GPS, have we gotten them throughout the trail system?
That is correct. They are now all at 1/4 mile increments, and they have all been deployed and out in the system in use.
People like them. Yeah, just so Commissioner Herr, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but we had some accidents, and we asked that the Leader Services put GPS every 1/4 mile. First it was 1/2 mile, then 1/4 mile, so that, there's never any place that you're not 1/8 of a mile from one of these markers if you're out in these trails and something happens, because we did have some situations that could have been deadly.
That's correct, yes.
Commissioner Zimbauer, please.
We need to look at the connection between Jacobs Trail to Willingham Road. I see it's not on the map. I'd also like to see some rendering of equestrian trails, especially on the eastern loop and eastern side, with some thought given to the fact that it's not always safe to interact bicyclists with equestrian users and so forth and so on. Also, I think Commissioner Delary brought up, we really need to take a good look at our eastern trails that exist now, because there's infrastructure that has been planted in the trails. And there's mailboxes, there are homeowners who have planted trees, there are all kinds of things in those trails that we really need to be looking at and putting those property owners on notice. They really should be removing them.
Obstacle course.
I mean, Lake Mills Road is a prime example. From Lake Mills, from 419 along Lake Mills all the way to Fort Christmas Road, there's all kinds of stuff in the right-of-way.
That's correct.
Also up in my district, when you get up to Avenue C in Geneva, up in that area, that trail has got cars parked all over it. We really need to get that taken care of.
That is correct. And we will have in the final, we have that in draft form now, specific recommendations for all of those pieces, if you will, to upgrade them, or better yet, to take better care of them going forward.
Commissioner?
Talking about equestrian usage, and this is actually Commissioner Herr's district, but hearing Commissioner Zimbauer talk about equestrian in the eastern side, there's a fair amount of equestrian usage out in the west side in Sylvan Lake and Markham Woods corridor, and I didn't know if we have trails out there that are usable for equestrians on the west side.
Most of them are all within the state properties or the properties that are we manage on behalf, so that we have a lot of agreements with the state on the west side of the county. There are a number of trails back within there that are much more suitable for riding through there. Through the west side right now, we have the Seminole Wekiva, obviously, and since that becomes so urbanized through those particular corridors. We do see usage going from east and west on that northwest side, but as with all things, the folks will go where it's better to be, and where it's not, they'll stay out of there. So we mainly see that happen on that stretch up in the Markham area.
Yeah,
Yes.
the trouble with equestrians are they won't use the trails if they cannot easily and safely access it is the big problem. And many of the problems, I'm sure, in up around Lake Sylvan is the same thing we have on the eastern side. Although there may be trails there, they've got obstacle courses in them that people have planted stuff in, but an equestrian will typically take a trailer, like, for instance, go to the little big econ park, offload their horses, ride that park, but legitimately, they could go through and get on our trail system, but they can't safely do it because of certain crossings and certain restrictions in the roadway, that then they got to load up their trailer and go over there, or they just don't go.
Right.
Or they go and trail them to Ocala, where they are equestrian friendly, and they can ride for
Forever.
days.
Okay, is there anything else that yes, Commissioner Herr?
From my perspective with regard to my district, I spent some time on the scoring results and priorities, and I was happy to see that in terms of pathways, Goldsboro made top of the list, and Midway, in terms of connectors, is number 4, and they prioritized nicely throughout, so I was delighted to see that. I know we talked about that in our discussion.
Yes, we did.
It's not my district, but I was happy to see that too.
It's all of our districts.
Used to work for that district. Okay, anybody else? For public, did want to open it up for the public here. I don't see anybody that has given me a yellow sheet, or anybody that wishes to speak that's here live. Clint, I did see a hand raised in the virtual. Clint?
Yes, sir. Should be able to talk.
I see a 407 *****56. You're up. I think Clint falls asleep sometimes.
Can you blame them?
No, I can't. I think I wake him up every once in a
Absolutely
while.
not.
It looks like they're muted.
Hello, 407 *****56.
561.
We should have a name.
No name.
Well, then I'd say they don't exist.
They got a hand raised. Clint, did you let them in?
Yes, sir. They just need to unmute.
Unmute, please.
It's star, what is it, Clint, to unmute, star something?
He went back to sleep.
Going once?
Maybe they don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Oh, okay. Very good. We're connected. Thanks.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Vicki Nelson, and I reside at 400 Willingham Road, Chuleota. And I'd like to talk about, I'm in favor of converting the old Chuleota right-of-way vacate to a natural trail connection. I have lived on Willingham Road for 30 years, so I've seen a lot of changes, and I'm about 350 feet from the old Chuleota Road right-of-way vacate. In case nobody's quite sure where that's at, I think Mr. Durr is. It's right off of Snow Hill Road and Willingham Road intersection.
That's correct.
That's the piece I just spoke
Right
about.
by the Cornerstone Church. They call it Cornerstone Church of Orlando, but it's right next to their property. It's a vacated piece of land.
Yes, this is Commissioner Zembauer. I just brought that to our staff's attention. to
Yes, and
address that.
Commissioner Delary is also familiar with that area. But over the years, as Seminole County developed around us, we have witnessed tremendous increase in presence of joggers, bikers, and nature photographers on our beautiful Willingham. And it's a low-density rural horse farming road and adjoining Old Chuleota Road also, which connects to it. With the large subdivisions, specifically such as Live Oak, the Sanctuary, Osprey Lakes, the Trails, Mills Cove, just to name a few, the need to provide a safe connectivity trail to the Flagler Trailhead South, continuing on from Old Chuleota Road and Willingham Road, has certainly become more precedented. We do witness outdoor enthusiasts utilizing Old Chuleota Road and Willingham Road heading in both directions, east and westbound, and cutting through the Old Chuleota vacant right-of-way, which is still vacant and looking for a place to go, but not a pickleball court.
How about a volleyball court?
No. But using the old Chuleota Road vacant land allows residents to not have to go out of their way to avoid a very dangerous elevated high-speed curve at Snow Hill Road and Willingham Road intersection, which Commissioner Delary is quite familiar with. Traffic turning left or right from this elevated curve off of Snow Hill Road onto Willingham Road would allow traffic to have more braking time to avoid pedestrians, etc., as this old Chuleota vacant land right-of-way, which we're trying to convert to a trail, is actually further north from the dangerous intersection, and that would help ensure more safety for all involved. Presently, we are enjoying a large natural wooded buffer area that fronts Old Chuleota Road, starting at 419 and Snow Hill Road intersection heading east. I believe this is the Ribble property. This is a natural area that attracts residents, which is why utilizing a connectivity trail further enhances a continual natural transition and green space entry point. I'd like to also say my neighbors here on Willingham are very much in support of trail connectivity and would consider this an enhancement to this beautiful rural road lifestyle out here. Also, too, protecting this green space, indicating again this abandoned right-of-way from the county here, would possibly prevent a future parking lot expansion or perhaps an event area by the nearby Cornerstone Church, and that would be, of course, in keeping with our rural A5 zoning that we continue to enjoy out here, and a reflection of Seminole County's natural choice philosophy.
Thank you.
Also, as a footnote, I'd like to add that the area's residents here on Willingham Road, including myself, would be more than happy to assist in plantings, upkeep, and mowing if this was converted into a natural trail connectivity.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that, and I think Commissioner Delary has a comment. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vicki, it's a pleasure always hearing from you. I enjoyed meeting you and your husband out there a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a month or so ago, and meeting some of your neighbors. And while we were there, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners, there was several people from Live Oak actually using the uncut trail as a running path. So Ms. Nelson makes an excellent point that it is very much needed and used, and they would appreciate some additional assistance.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. We appreciate it. Yes, Commissioner Zimbauer.
Recall, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, this parcel, this right-of-way was requested to be vacated by the church.
Yep.
It has been cleared. Not sure who cleared it. It was not our people that cleared it. We believe the church cleared it. But this is the parcel that we had refused to vacate to the church at that time, just to give you an idea what that was. So, for what it's worth.
Thank you, Commissioner Zimbauer. We also have somebody else here from the Midway Coalition with their hands raised. Clint? Wake up, Clint. I envision him sitting there eating popcorn, while this whole thing is going on.
He's probably putting us on YouTube.
More power to him. Clint, you got the next person?
Yes, sir, they're in the meeting.
Yes, this is Emery Green with the Midway Coalition.
Good morning, good afternoon, Emery. Good evening, Emery.
It's almost morning.
Good evening, after a long day. So salute and kudos to all of you, the chairman, board, as well as the county manager and the attorney. Thank you for your diligence and all of your hard work on doing the business of Seminole County. So we greatly appreciate you. This is obviously a unique moment for Midway Canaan City to be included in the master plan for trails specifically related to our community. As you know, the Burrow Pit has been in existence now since I was a little kid for quite some time. And we're excited to not only know that Midway Canaan City is not only involved in the process, but there's some opportunity here to really elevate the quality of life, the leisure services, as well as some unique family space that really invites not only just our community out, but also the surrounding communities we serve. There's a unique population that's moving into East Seminole County, specifically in and around historic Midway Canaan City. The population is literally booming with not only the commercial growth, but also the residential growth with the location of the Lake Monroe Trail Loop coming down Celery Avenue, transversing in front of approximately 5 to 7 new subdivisions. This will give us the opportunity to truly commemorate and highlight the history of this great migrant city. So we're looking forward to all the opportunities of being included in this dialogue. I think this is just the first step, but this will be, I believe, and speaking on behalf of the residents of Midway Canaan City, a great addition for the community, as well as Seminole County, which will truly exemplify what Florida's natural choice looks like.
Thank you very much, Emery. Appreciate it.
Mr. Green, we're happy to continue the dialogue, and we appreciate all of the work that you're doing to support your community.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hurd. Appreciate it.
All right. Anything else? Anybody else? Clint, I don't see anybody.
No, sir.
Thank you very much, Clint. All right, we're going to move on. It's past 7 o'clock, so this is my intent, if it's all right with the rest of the commission. We're going to go to item number 7. After that, 8 and 9 we individually can get staff reports. If we need to bring it up at the next meeting, any of them at the next meeting, we can do that. But I've had staff reports on both of those things. I'm sure that others have them planned already anyway.
I have as well.
So let's do it that way, and if, we'll bring it up in the public as necessary, okay? All right, on 7, in talking with the staff, I've made a suggestion that I'd like to put out. Right now, we have, one meeting is supposed to be work session with a little bit of meeting, and the next meeting's supposed to be the meeting. I propose that just to try it out, if you would, have the same configuration of times for both meetings, the second and the fourth week of Tuesday of every month. The first one would be from the 9:30 to the break would be a work session. Then we would start in the afternoon, the meeting. And then the second one would be just a normal meeting, in the context that they would manage it so that we weren't having a lot of things, in the afternoon in that first one. Yes, Commissioner Zimbauer, you don't like that?
Well, I can only say the best laid plans. I think it's pretty apparent we cannot get through a day without turning it into a long day. I mean, our expectations are that it's only going to take X amount of time, and I think we blow through that pretty clearly. I'm happy to do whatever the rest of the board does. I mean, previously, we had 2 BCC meetings a month, and then we had work sessions as needed on separate days or in the evenings or as time permitted on those days. I think what we're going to end up doing is finding ourselves in another experiment that the road leads back to where we once came.
Commissioner, I agree with you on that, but I think that this today was an aberration. I think that the 2 appeals that we've had were aberrations. In the 8 years before that I've been here, I don't think we've ever had 2 appeals like that and this. And I agree with you that it would be easy to go back to the 2 work sessions. I just think that, it's nice to know that we're having a work session, we do it in the morning, we're not having to, come back out here for something else. We can talk about this more, the retreat, but I'm just saying, let's try this over the next couple of months. I was looking at the work session plans, and none of them look like they're going to be, I'm not saying any of them won't be long, but I don't see any of them that are going to be extra innings, if you will, to use a baseball phrase. And I just like to try this out. It's a hybrid of your hybrid. And if it doesn't work, we can go to the 2 full meetings starting in, June. But let's try it for a couple of months, if that's all right with everybody. Yes, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go back to 2 full meetings the way we've been doing it in the past, and then have work sessions as we need them.
Let's ask, why don't we ask the staff? Can the staff give us
They're going to do whatever we ask them to
So,
do.
of course, we will do whatever you ask us to do, but let me just tell you what our challenge is. The reason that we switched, I'll remind you why we switched to a work session day versus a meeting day, is we would schedule work sessions either at the end of the morning session, end of the afternoon session, and other business would run long, or something would happen, and we would prepare, or consultants would prepare for a work session, and it would be before lunch, or it would be late in the day, and the work session items never really got the attention that they deserved. And everybody felt sort of rushed. Sometimes we'd have something scheduled in the morning, and if it was either staff or the consultants would have to wait until the afternoon. So I guess what we would look for from staff is, if we're going to schedule a work session, however you want to do it, a morning and then an afternoon, is that you just commit to taking the time to do the work session when it's scheduled. I understand it's your business meeting, and it's not so bad when it's staff, but I know this is an issue with Commissioner Herr. If it's consultants, sometimes they will wait a full day to do
Nothing.
Right. Well,
So that's the challenge we're having, and I don't know what the answer is.
So I don't know, we had discussion, and I know we adopted.
Yep. Commissioner Herr, I'll get to you, Commissioner. Commissioner Herr hasn't said anything on this yet.
I'm going to use a word that is sometimes unpopular, but when we get good at it becomes really popular, and that's discipline. We literally attempted to shove 20 pounds of sand into a 2-pound bag today, with the notion that we were going to bring vendors in for a 20-minute presentation with 5 people presenting and 10 minutes for questions.
6 people presenting.
Yeah, we knew going into this that was a failed plan. What I can't figure out is whose plan is that? In all honesty, I don't know who owns the agenda. And so I think whatever we do, we have to be disciplined about how we block out time for meetings. We have to acknowledge that if we agreed in a meeting to 10 minutes of Q&A, then we are one of 5. That gives you 2. So this is we're all in this bag of worms together, and we have to get more disciplined about how we're planning the agenda. Not only is it's just unprofessional, the amount of staff time. So I am going to do a calculation. I've asked for it, and I don't have it. I'm going to do it. What does a minute of our yapping cost the taxpayers to go on and on and on with all of these people sitting here? Because it's opportunity cost. If we're sitting here, we're not getting other work done. And so I am unnerved by the idea that we're going to go to possibly more meetings because of that phenomenon. We will impact FTE count if we meeting ourselves to death. I'll also tell you that my very early on perspective, so I'm still growing in the position, we are really in the weeds on a lot of things. We are a governing board. We are not a managing board. And so I think we have to build discipline around that. And I realize that might be unpopular, but we really have to decide what we want to be when we grow up, whether we all want to be individual county managers, so we're one of 6 county managers that are running the operation, or whether or not we want to be a governing body. That's the harsh reality that I see as the newcomer coming to this board.
And looking at the future work sessions that are scheduled, they're getting fewer and fewer, and that's why I felt that the schedule that I put together would work.
I'd support
Stay
your
within the
suggestion.
same context of the 2 meetings.
I don't have a problem with trying this new schedule. What we're doing now isn't getting the job done. I think there's an element of what Commissioner Herr has identified as being owned by us in helping to move those things along, and so I'm all for trying something new.
And like I said, I hope that what we have done in the last couple of months is an aberration, not the norm.
Agreed.
Anybody else? So I think I hear 3 that said, let's try that. I hope I have the indulgence of all the others, and we'll see how that works. It won't take long to see whether it works or not, so we'll just go from there. Melanie and we have to talk more about this during the retreat we can. Also, and maybe we should see what kind of work sessions we have coming up so we can have a better idea of that too. At the retreat, if we can take a little portion of the retreat and talk about that. Before we go, since this is the end, I just wanted to acknowledge something, if we can all do it. I think that we lost a friend over the last, since our last meeting. Jeff Triplett was, to me, a wonderful person. I always remember when I was running for office in 2012 for this seat, that he was mayor of Sanford in a very difficult situation and circumstance. And I think that in that one moment, he did a great deal for this community and this county in being out there and being public. And I can remember a couple of times where I went with him to a few things. I was already elected, but not in office. And I would go with him to a few things, and he would be literally booed off of the stage. But he persisted, and I think that unlike many other places in this, in the United States, he helped keep the community moving forward in a very difficult time during that whole Trayvon Martin incident. And so I was very sad to hear of his passing, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I don't know what Sanford is doing, but
they've got something coming up
this week, I think, isn't it?
It is.
So does anybody know the time and place?
I'll have Deborah get it out to everyone.
I was just hoping we might be able to. Does anybody know?
I could probably.
Okay, I guess not. But yes, that would be. I think it's actually maybe tomorrow.
I think it is
tomorrow.
too.
So, I think that all of us recognize that that was a significant contribution to this community. And is there anything else for the good of the order at this time? Okay, we persisted through everything, and congratulations. We did get a lot of work done today. Thank you very much, and the meeting's adjourned.